Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to our elders, past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Graham and the accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Special Minister of State, Transport, the Arts, Music and the Nighttime Economy. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thanks for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you don't need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'll also remind Mr Murray, Ms Mayers, Ms Rubikalba, Ms Webb and Mr Collins that you've already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore you don't need to be sworn again. So for all other witnesses, I will get you to state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, and I'll start with you, Mr Longland.
Good morning. Mr Matthew Longland, Chief Executive of Sydney Trains. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Mr Regan.
Peter Regan, Chief Executive of Sydney Metro. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
If we go around, we up to you, Ms Boyd.
I do. I don't have the sheet, but I think I remember it. Oh, thank you. My name is Catherine Boyd, Secretary of the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ms Mildwater.
Elizabeth Mildwater, Secretary, Department, Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Barakat.
Tarek Barakat, Deputy Secretary, Hospitality and Racing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr Rodriguez.
Mike Rodriguez, 24-hour Economy Commissioner and Acting Deputy Secretary, 24-hour Screen and Sound. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, thank you. I'll just call out a couple of names at once, so if people could start coming up to line up to save time. So Ms Huang and Ms Taylor.
Good morning, Brenda Huang, Deputy Secretary, Finance, Technology and Commercial. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And while that's happening, Ms Drover, if you could start coming up.
Tracy Taylor, Deputy Secretary of People, Communications and Workplaces. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Ms Glascock after Ms Drover.
Camilla Drover, Chief Executive, New South Wales Motorways. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And then Ms Page is after Ms Glascock.
Hi, Kerry Glascock, Executive Director of Create New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms Heron is after Ms Page.
I'm Maud Page, Director of the Art Gallery of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And then Ms Havilah is after Ms Heron.
Louise Heron, Chief Executive of the Sydney Opera House. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Collins is after Ms Havilah, and then Ms Simpson.
Good morning, Lisa Havilah, Chief Executive of the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Mr Wing, I think I forgot, sorry, in the middle there.
Emily Collins, Head of Sound New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Anthony Wing, New South Wales Point-to-Point Transport Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, and I just said Ms Simpson before, but she's joining us at 2 o'clock, from 2 o'clock. I do note with the witnesses in the overflowing seat area, just to remind you that if you come forward to answer a question, please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you on the table, which assists Hansard. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So we'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here, and thanks to all the witnesses as well. Minister, when are you planning to deliver a regional arts, culture and creative industries strategy?
The work is well underway on the regional strategy. We've been delivering a range of these. Obviously, the regional strategy covers much of New South Wales, so in order to make sure that the consultation's thorough, it's still ongoing. But my goal would really be to have that land by the end of the year. Obviously, I'll be guided, though, by the committee that's dealing with it, by the group of people who are really leading that work.
So you originally said that this would be delivered in 2024. Do you explain why that wasn't achieved?
Look, really, it's the size of the task. Also, we're ahead of progress on some of the other strategies. The philosophy of these strategies, we've launched the policy that sets out the government's aim, but then we're working with either individual creative sectors, for example, the literature sector or the screen sector, or Western Sydney or regional New South Wales. But the whole philosophy here is we proceed at the pace that the sector's ready for. Really, this is not a plan about what government's going to do. It's a plan about what we're going to do together, either with that industry sector or with that part of the state.
It sounds like you're deprioritising regional arts.
Well, I categorically reject that assertion.
If other industries and areas are getting priority and the regional arts strategy has been delayed from the original announced date, it sounds like that regional arts are coming last.
Well, I think that's definitely not true from a government point of view, but it's also a bit of a misunderstanding about how we're trying to work with these strategies. My view is it's no use rushing a sector, or this is true of regional New South Wales, also true of Western Sydney, that we went backwards and forwards quite a lot with that regional strategy. They've got to be ready when they're ready, and you can understand the consultation process across regional New South Wales is quite extensive.
So how are you making funding decisions without a strategy?
Well, it's largely been guided by the art form boards, the process which has been in place since the previous government. We've made some tweaks to the process, to the boards, and to the ACFP funding, which is probably the key mechanism.
Well, regional arts organisations in particular were dismayed when they weren't included in the 4-year funding round. And I note that today you've released a media release just in time for budget estimates, and some regional arts organisations are relieved, I think is the best word, to find that they've got at least 2-year funding to get them along to hopefully the next funding round, but they feel like they have been forgotten, they feel like they have been deprioritised, and without a regional strategy, they don't feel like they've got certainty that this government is serious about supporting them. So when you say that there'll be a regional strategy at the end of the year, is that, I mean, can we believe that there will be a strategy by the end of 2025?
Well, that's my aspiration, but I'll be guided by the group working on this as well. If they ask for more time, I'm highly likely to give it, but I'll be encouraging them to deliver it by the end of the year for the reasons you're outlining. It's true. We have made clear what the 2-year funding is, and that's great news for regional New South Wales. Half of those organisations that have received funding in the 2-year allocation are from regional New South Wales, so big winners in regional arts across New South Wales.
When you say half,
I just want to deal with the issue about funding uncertainty. In fact, this whole system is now more certain. Many of these organisations were on annual funding. We've now moved them to 2-year funding. Many of these organisations had no funding certainty at all, not even annual funding. They now have 2-year funding, some of them 4-year funding.
when you say that half of the grant recipients are from the regions, how is that broken down by funding number, quantum, rather than just the arts organisations?
Yeah, so there's 62 organisations that have received 2-year funding. 31 of them are regional arts organisations. The amount, I think you're asking about the quantum of investment. That's
yes.
$7.5 million for those. I might give you the amount going to the 10 regional art galleries as well that have been funded in this round. That's $1.8 million.
So I'm just asking for the number of dollars that have been allocated to the 31 organisations of that total 7.5 million.
So it's 7.5 of 15.4, I think is what you're looking for.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, great.
Okay, thank you very much. Minister, you've said that Treasury has claimed that the Art Gallery of New South Wales is overstaffed, or at least that has been the claim. My apologies, I don't know if you have said that directly, but does this include Sydney Modern?
I just to finish that last round of questioning, I do understand the view you're putting about some of the concerns of those organisations that they've had up till the 2-year round, and I hope that now they can see the detail of that 2-year round, they'll be much more reassured given the numbers we've just talked about.
Yeah, I mean, they've had to wait another 6 months after the original 4-year funding round was announced, so they've been left in the dark for most of this year, and then lucky the media release comes out on the day of budget estimates where we don't have time to talk to our stakeholders to actually understand what they have received, but you've been able to give us some high-level information, so that's something.
Well, I'm certainly happy to go into much more detail over the course of the estimates, or perhaps this afternoon might be more appropriate.
I think so.
Yep. Turning to the Art Gallery, though, I think was your... yeah, look, it's true that Treasury and the Art Gallery have done close work on what the ongoing funding for the Art Gallery should be. Essentially, that's because the business case that was done back quite a number of years ago was really based on a number of assumptions that didn't become true in the real world at all. It was well off the mark. So that work has happened. There's also, as a result of that, been additional government funding provided last year.
Okay, but I'm just asking about the modelling that Treasury has done. They've claimed that the Art Gallery of New South Wales is overstaffed. I'm curious as to whether that includes staffing for Sydney Modern.
Yes, feel free to quiz in more detail with the officials, but yeah, my understanding is it's an analysis of both the galleries.
So which institutions were being compared with in that analysis?
Well, look, the work was quite extensive, so it did look at a range of other galleries. I think if we could certainly get you that information and take it on notice.
That would be helpful,
I
thank
think
you.
that'd be useful to do.
I mean, did you find it convincing? Did you find the modelling convincing and comparisons with other institutions convincing that the Art Gallery of New South Wales was overstaffed?
Well, look, I think the analysis was certainly helpful to look at the benchmarking against other institutions. What's their staffing? What are their ticketed exhibitions? What are their free exhibitions? What's that balance? So, yes, I think that was really worthwhile work doing. It's also led to us boosting the base funding for the gallery, so that's, again, helpful. Of course, there's funding pressures at the moment, and I want to recognise that at the moment there is the restructure going on and there's some uncertainty for staff. As that unfolds.
Would you be comfortable if the Art Gallery of New South Wales has to reduce its opening days because of the potentially severe reduction in staff that's been reported?
Well, firstly, two details on that. Firstly, no, I wouldn't be comfortable. I understand that's not under discussion, so I know you've raised that fear publicly. It's not under consideration as
I've raised that fear on behalf of staff who have raised that fear.
Yeah, as I'm making clear, my understanding is that's not under consideration as part of these changes. But again, you're free to ask over the course of the day in relation to that.
So you can guarantee that the opening hours for the art gallery will remain the same?
Well, it's not under consideration. We're going through a consultation phase. I might also make the point that the opposition's raised these sort of fears about mass job losses at the art gallery previously in relation to a previous restructure. The net change from last time was 4 positions. So this is a consultation phase. I'm certain there'll be changes to the plan, as there should be when any of these organisations have a genuine discussion with their workforce about we've got a new model, how do we make sure the workforce fits the new model.
So
the government will also be there to work with the gallery very closely, and if there are changes required, that's something I'll be open-minded about.
Who is being consulted about these changes?
Well, my understanding is the workforce will be consulted.
And when you say consulted, I mean, we've heard this kind of language before. Consultation is a tick-a-box exercise, and it doesn't actually change the decision-making of the organisation. So what's the point?
Well, look, I reject that assertion. Number one, my expectation is organisations will consult with their unions and their workforce and do it genuinely. If they don't, I want to hear about it, and that's a point I've made to the organisations, but also to their representatives and some of their key delegates. But secondly, you've raised these fears before, and last time you raised it, this was a net change of 4 positions. So let's go through the consultation and actually work out what the right fit is. Greatly informed by that agency work that's been done, but in the end we've got to work through the detail of that, and I strongly support the gallery doing that.
Well, I think 4 positions would be very different to what is being estimated at the moment, which is
but I'm
potentially
just comparing
30
that to what
50
you claimed.
staff.
And to be fair, Ms Runrow, it was probably not you making the claims last time, it was one of your colleagues, but we heard the same wild claims with some changes.
So you think that 30 to 50 staff being reduced is a wild claim?
Look, let's work through the consultation phase. I'm making the point that last time, after similar claims that you are making now were made, there was a net change of 4 staff. Those are the facts. At the moment, we're in the consultation phase.
Minister, speaking about job cuts on Create New South Wales, it was said that there was a 25% estimated cut to the staff in Create New South Wales. But does that reflect the actual number of positions in a Create New South Wales organisational chart that was deleted?
Look, I would encourage you to probably ask the Secretary on some of those details. You're welcome to do that now, or we could. You're welcome to do that this afternoon. I can make a couple of views about the Create restructure. It's more advanced. number one, what was the problem? Well, Create was left on a funding cliff by the former government, so at each ERC we had to choose whether to invest in the sector or in bumping up the budget of Create.
Minister, you actually have a budget and you get to decide as Minister how you want to spend it. This is not about what decisions former governments made. You're in government now.
I think that's very fair, Ms Munro. I'm just making that point before I make the second point, which is, look, government did decide, and I as a minister did decide, to put that money into the sector rather than into boosting the budget of Create.
So
that's had some impact on the organisation.
Ask about that. You've said we're refocusing Create New South Wales. You've acknowledged that the former government made some great investment in infrastructure, but in the budget papers there is a specific measure funding for critical capital maintenance, including a backlog of capital works for the cultural institutions and museums, and improvement of creative infrastructure and activation of creative spaces. How is that material measure in the budget paper going to be undertaken without Create infrastructure?
Well, Create will still have skills in relation to infrastructure. So they'll still perform some of the key functions that they have in the past. But the truth is, where this government is asking them to do very different things to what the former government was. The former government was asking Create to do much building and assisting other cultural organisations with building. This government's focus is on activation. It's a very different skill set. It's very different funding models. And that's the change we're asking Create to make.
Well, can I take you then to the Powerhouse Museum?
I just want to put one fact on the table, though, which is important. After some of the concerns that have been raised about the large-scale impact of the Create restructure, the net change to employees is expected to be 7 people. So again, after consultation, after changes, after that close work.
My question was specifically about the jobs, the actual job descriptions.
Yes, yeah. And look, you'll need to talk to the Secretary about that, so feel free to drill down, but I'm making the legitimate point
I'll
that
just go
the
to
net,
the Powerhouse
net change will be
Ultimo now.
7.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
people.
You've said that. Thank you. So the Powerhouse Ultimo revitalisation in the budget says that it is $300 million as an estimated total cost. That is $50 million more than in the 2023-24 budget, which listed $250 million. Could you explain the $50 million increase, please?
It's essentially capturing the portion which will be dealt with by philanthropy, which was always the case.
So why wasn't philanthropy included in the original budget estimates?
Look, you would have to... the accounting for the Powerhouse is complex when it comes to how it's represented in the budget
So
paper.
do you know where philanthropy is represented in this budget?
I'll refer you to the Secretary on where that is, but we've been clear right from day one that there was a government contribution, a much smaller government contribution, by the way, than was previously proposed. But there was always a philanthropic contribution as well, and that makes up the difference.
So if
and that has been a plan from day one since we announced
$50 million in philanthropic contribution is quite large. Is that on track? Are you aware of that?
Look, you should get an update from Lisa Havilah on that. What I will...
But I'm asking if, that is a significant portion of the Powerhouse Ultimo so-called revitalisation. Are you up to date with where that funding is at?
You'll have to ask Lisa for a precise number. What I can tell you,
you don't know.
What I can tell you is, in relation to Powerhouse Parramatta, more developed project.
Minister, this is your budget, and you're relying on people, taxpayers, to fork the bill, $50 million, and you're not sure either where that is represented in the budget or where that is up to in this very significant part of your portfolio.
What I was saying, Ms Munro, is the Powerhouse Parramatta is well on track with that fundraising for that scheme. Lisa's got an excellent record of fundraising.
Point of order's been taken, Mr Namber.
Chair, it's not courteous to the witness under procedural fairness resolution to not allow the minister to answer the question completely.
I won't uphold the point of order at this stage of the day. I think the member was being respectful and just was trying to get an answer, but I will remind her to allow the minister to at least get his answer out.
Well, I might ask a different question then. Could you please tell me where the construction capex is housed in the budget? Where does that lie? Where is that expenditure under? Is that under the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences?
We'll get you the specific reference, but there have been some changes with the way the Powerhouse finances have been represented in the budget over time. So
Could
I
you
can understand
explain-
why you might ask about that. The budget for the overall project has not changed. It's consistently been $250 million as a government contribution and $50 million
So
for
now
philanthropy.
talking about the Parramatta rebuild, is that under MAS or is that under the department?
We'll get you those specifics and where they appear in the budget paper on notice.
Do you think it's important that we have clarity as to where those figures lie?
Yes, I think that's a very reasonable request, but we also have to work within the framework that Treasury establishes for the budget papers. You'd understand that we're not the... I'm not the minister and we're not the agencies that set the way those figures are reported in the budget.
Have you spoken to the Treasurer about how these projects are represented in the budget?
Well, I won't go into all the details of my extensive discussions with my colleague, but
I
yes,
didn't ask for every detail. I
I'm
asked
just
for this
making that point.
particular piece of information.
Yeah, but there's certainly been dialogue between Treasury and the agencies and between the officers about making sure that these are accurately represented in the budget papers.
Well,
I do acknowledge
it
that's
seems-
changed
it seems to me
over the
that-
course of the life of the government.
It seems to me that the capital expenditure and the OPEX are now divided differently throughout the budget, and this is making it very difficult to actually understand how the spending occurs. So given that is the case, are you committed to ensuring in future budgets that there is greater clarity around the distinction between the Ultimo Powerhouse and the Parramatta Powerhouse in the CapEx and OPEX?
Yeah, look, I think that's not an unreasonable request, but we've got to work within the framework Treasury sets. What I might do, though, I think we should take on notice your request about the current state, and we can get you some details. I think fundamentally this is budget estimates. You've got a right to ask about those issues. What I can assure you is the budget hasn't changed. What I can assure you is fundraising under Lisa Havilar is going very strongly.
Could you please explain why there is a $10 million increase in staffing for the MAS this year, given the Powerhouse Parramatta is not even open and nor is Powerhouse Ultimo?
The elements of the staffing are related to the 5 major exhibitions which will unfold very, very soon at the Parramatta Powerhouse. Some aspects of the build, so all those involve the staffing stepping up. It's then expected to lower, but I encourage you to speak to Lisa this afternoon to get some more specific details if you'd like them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Minister.
Good morning.
I'll just continue on with that line of questioning. So the figures that I have in front of me was that the annual report, this is for MAS, has shown the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences they were handed an additional $67.6 million in funding for the financial year 2023-24, which was not shown in the state budget papers. Are you aware of that figure?
Look, I'd have to take on notice those specifics. I wouldn't. I'd want to really check those before confirming them, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So let's get the specific figure out of the way then. It doesn't have to be whether it was 67.6 or 55 or whatever. But what's the reason for what appears to be that amount of money in the tens of millions of dollars handed to the Powerhouse at that point in time, and it doesn't seem to be in the budget papers?
Look, so I can't confirm the way that's represented in the budget papers, but look, I think obviously the Powerhouse is going through some extensive changes at the moment. Castle Hill now open, Ultimo being redeveloped.
So it was given additional funding
revitalisation
because it wasn't meeting budget, or its expenses were running over?
Yeah, and well, there's certainly been funding for those elements, but also for Parramatta, including the fact that the staff have got to develop major exhibitions, 5 of them opening very early on as Powerhouse Parramatta is expected to open. And also, obviously, there's got to be some work done supervising the build.
Okay, so Minister, did you approve a funding request, was it, at a certain point in time for the MAS to have more funding, emergency funding injection? What's the story again?
Yeah, look, my recollection is, I wouldn't mind checking with the Secretary on this, but my recollection is this just went through the ordinary budget process on an annual basis. It is true that we've worked with a range of the cultural institutions, including the Art Gallery, for example, to make sure they have the funds they need over the course of the year. Sometimes that's meant changes during the course of the year. I don't believe that was true for the Powerhouse, but I'd be happy to be corrected by the
No,
Secretary.
I've only got some of the detail in front of me. I know some of the earlier questions did relate to the transfer of CapEx roles from CapEx spend from Create to the Powerhouse, but I could.
How much was that?
I could get you the full. It was quite significant, so I could get you the detail and bring it back in the afternoon, morning to you at lunch.
Yes,
please.
That was an accounting change.
Well, it also related to the fact that Create will no longer have a role in overseeing some of the infrastructure build, further to what the Minister said earlier. But I can get you the specific numbers as to what was transferred, and Ms Havilah will have more as well. We'll get you those details.
Thank you. That would be useful, particularly as we're seeing budget cuts across a range of the arts elsewhere, staffing cuts to Create New South Wales and the Arts and Cultural Funding Program, Minister. Has it come from there has this where the money's come from?
No, I don't think that'd be fair. I will make the point that operational funding, capital funding across arts and culture is up in the budget. Of course, the government's had different priorities. We have had to make choices. We can't fund everything, particularly as institutions are affected by rising costs after COVID and rising cost of living impacting on the number of people that come through ticketed shows. So I acknowledge there are pressures. I particularly acknowledge there's some restructures going on at the moment. I do make the point that overall this budget has delivered increased funding both on the operational side and the capital side for arts and culture. In fact, up by 9.8%.
Thanks, Minister. I just wanted to turn to your ministerial diaries. On the 31st of July last year, you had a meeting with Listen Out Sydney. Who was at that meeting?
Look, I'd have to take on notice the details of precisely who was there, but I can confirm, as if that's my diary recollection, I'm certain that's correct.
And what was discussed at that meeting?
Look, I would have to. I'd be cautious about recalling the meeting exactly, but obviously I've met with a range of the festivals about festival pressures that they've been experiencing. They've made no secret of the fact that they're under financial pressure, and I've met with a range of the festivals, large and small, about the state of regulation, also the state of their finances.
So at the 31st of July meeting with Listen Out Sydney, I assume that that would have had the head of Fuzzy operations would have been who is also the chair of AFA. I assume Adele Robinson was at that meeting.
Look, yes, I'm the head of Fuzzy operations. I'm not sure if that's an accurate description or not. I do believe Adele Robinson was at that meeting. But I want to take that on notice just to confirm.
Was the CEO of the Australian Festivals Association there as well?
I don't recall.
And then with the meeting on the 3rd of September, Australian Festivals Association, who was at that meeting?
Look, I don't recall who was at particular meetings. You've got my diary there. No, Ms. Fairman, all these things have been disclosed.
I mean, and look, I should have been Ollie Arkins, who was at that meeting, who's the CEO of Australian Festival Association. Yeah. And did they? I assume the discussion was around the music festivals reform, which included the Contemporary Music Festivals Viability Fund package.
I can't confirm that was specifically what was discussed at that meeting, but I've had extensive discussions with the Festivals Association, with a range of individual festivals right across the board, both about the viability fund and about the state of regulation in the festival sector.
And did you, and of course that announcement came, I think it was the 18th or 17th of September, I think it was made. It was public when the Music Festivals Reform Bill was second read in the lower house. That viability package was announced. So who did you meet with before that viability fund was announced to discuss the fund and to agree to the fund?
I've met very extensively with the music sector, including the music festival sector, and I've certainly, in the course of my interactions as Minister, I've engaged very directly with the sector about it, including on the financial pressures that festivals have been under, some of which are driven by costs, some of which are driven by regulation. So,
do you list all of those in your meetings, in your diary?
If it's I comply with the diary disclosures very directly and meet those requirements. Obviously, I may well run into people who put views to me as I'm attending music events. But my engagement with the sector is quite extensive on this.
So, Minister, the music festivals package was announced with, and at that time, as it was before the Parliament, so the Music Festival Viability Fund was established, and I just wanted to get clear, did you sign off on the fund, or was that just a departmental signing off?
Look, I was certainly consulted on the fund. I'd have to, we'd have to get you some information about who the decision maker was, but yeah, I was involved in being briefed on the fund by the agency.
And the eligibility criteria, did you see those and sign off on those?
Yes, yeah.
Why did the eligibility criteria have, firstly, why did it have 15,000 patrons and above?
Well, the purpose of this particular fund, there's extensive support for festivals going on. The purpose of this specific fund was to deal with the fact that some of the biggest festivals, some of the best known festivals, some of the most popular festivals in the state could have stopped, were at risk of not going ahead. That's well known, that's well publicised, it's a worldwide phenomenon, but it's been worse here in New South Wales because of some of the history of regulation.
And
so it was an attempt to deal with those.
This was put to you by the Australian Festivals Association lobbying for that fund?
Well, this was put to me extensively by the sector. I think it's also accurate.
The sector via the AFA?
No, I don't accept that. It was put to me, you're correct, of course, that was put to me by the AFA. This was put to me in the course of discussions with many of these festivals over a number of years.
Move to questions from the Deputy Chair, Mr Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I might just go to the Kima-Bomaderry line. Obviously, Kima's in the media a bit for some unknown reason. You've allocated approximately $1.5 million for track resilience improvements and emergency repairs, but electrification from Kima to Bomaderry remains off the priority list. Why is that?
Well, I think you're referring to the work for the Illawarra Rail Resilience Plan, which the government announced that it's now rolling out. You're referring to the budget allocation correctly, which has been there. The work's quite extensive. That electrification question that you're referring to is one of the questions that the agency's certainly looking at. It'll be far more expensive than the allocation for the Rail Resilience Plan. So that'd be a bigger decision for government.
Of course, but the electrification was a feature of the regional New South Wales service and infrastructure plan that was devised in 2018, which is a 40-year plan that is also part of the Future Transport 2056 plan as well. So, and in that plan it says that there's going to be a 10 to 20 year investigation on the electrification of this section of the line. So how far down that 10 to 20 year navel gazing exercise are we?
Well, look, I don't want to. Firstly, the Illawarra Rail Resilience Plan is a serious look at what we can do to really strengthen some of the challenges we've had in that line. You'd know well some of the geographic, some of the geological challenges to rail resilience there. I do want to say from a government point of view, the focus has very much been on more immediate action to improve rail reliability, and it's rolling out those big programs to fix the rail line that were rolled out under Minister Halen. Secondly, landing the rail dispute has been crucial to allow that work to go on, and we're now looking at what else we can do.
Where have we actually started the 10 to 20 year investigation as to whether we should or shouldn't electrify Commuter to Bomaderry?
The Rail Resilience Plan is really the forum for a range of that work. It's not the only question being examined.
I'm not interested at the moment about the resilience plan. I'm interested about whether your department started the investigation that was part of the regional service and infrastructure plan to actually investigate the electrification. It's foreshadowed to take 10 to 20 years to investigate. I think that's a bit obscene, but and I think most average person would think it's obscene to look at something for 10 to 20 years, but where are we at with that 10 to 20 year investigation? Have we started it?
Yeah, so I think I accept your point that the population down there doesn't want to wait 20 years to have this investigated. That's why the work's underway. I can confirm the plan is looking at potential upgrades, including the electrification of the South Coast Line south of Kiama. It's also looking at other issues, capacity improvements between Wollongong and Bomaderry, a realignment of the South Coast Line between Wollongong and Waterfall, and of course the feasibility of that new connection between southwest Sydney, which has been talked about for a very long time, the Melbourne-Dumbarton corridor. So there's some of the things that are under examination. Yeah, no, exactly right. These are questions you've referred to previously, but all those things are in scope for this discussion.
Is the Toola-Joola passing loop part of that investigation and full duplication from Gerringong to Bomaderry as well? Is that part of
it? I've certainly had some discussions about it. I might refer that specific question to the agency though.
Yes, it is included.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. And we do have any preliminary costings around those segments, not, or is just
no? Excuse me, no, but I will take those questions and see if I can bring you back some details this afternoon.
Okay.
But we're doing that assessment at the moment. This is the work to do that assessment so we can take it through the Infrastructure New South Wales gate process.
You're aware that 80% of locals say they're unhappy with the current service, Minister. How long are those 80% of people supposed to sit there and suffer through that dissatisfaction?
Yeah, look, I'm very clear on that. The government has got the message about rail reliability, including on the South Coast Line. There are some unique challenges, but that's why this rail resilience plan is part of the long-term answer, but we're very focused on short-term improvements to the network. They will roll out more in the centre of the network where the risks are the biggest, but the benefits of that potentially spread right across the network. So it will mean less disruption to people on the South Coast Line as we're able to deal with some of the maintenance backlog, as we're able to make those reliability improvements. That reliability investment is only really possible now that the rail dispute's landed.
Right. So when should the people that use that section of that line start to see improvements in the service?
Well, look, we are seeing improvements to reliability as the backlog's cleared post the rail dispute. That's the good news. It is early days, so...
Have you got any metrics that you potentially table that would put that into some sort of context?
Yeah, I'll ask Matt Longland to table some for you shortly, but I think we'd be very happy to get you that information. I do want to indicate it's early days as we're building back after the rail dispute, but that maintenance backlog coming down quite dramatically. It had really peaked now down to 34 orders, still outstanding from hundreds and hundreds. and that is a benefit right across the network, but including on the South Coast line.
Mr. Longden, do you have any of those figures now, or should I ask you this afternoon?
I'm happy to pick those up this afternoon if you want to go into the detail.
Sure. Minister, then I might just switch over to the Sydney Fish Market Ferry service. When this was first announced in January, it was said to run from Circular Quay, but the government's June release also mentions a link to Barangaroo. Is that still the case?
This was good news for the fish market. We made a range of improvements both to the light rail approach. There's been extensive discussions about the active transport arrangements nearby, and then the fact that there now be a ferry approach as well really makes this one of the more connected sites in the city, and you can understand why that'll be important.
I'm also interested in what are the other stops going to be on this service, because the fish market is not the only potential destination that this ferry service could stop at. There are art facilities and cultural facilities that it could potentially drop people off, and that I would see that as a bit of a waste if we didn't include that in the plan for the ferry service.
Yeah, look, I think that's an excellent point that you're making. At the moment, the focus is on getting the wharf built up and running in a form where it can sustain the sort of popularity that one would expect for this area. Some of those ferry route decisions, I know there's additional work still yet to go on, but I might refer you to Howard Collins on those matters just to drill down into the detail of that. But at the moment, the government focus is very much on the budget decisions around the wharf, and that was a big step forward in this budget on both the light rail and the wharf. But I agree with your proposition.
Well, I might come back to Howard in the afternoon, but do you commit to actually consulting with the community on the ferry route itself?
Yeah, well, absolutely, and that goes for some of those dragon boat users, some of the community groups that really rely on the harbour around that area. I know that that's been of real concern to the agency and to Howard. I've personally spoken to some of those groups. We have to get the consultation right to balance everyone's needs there. But look, I think it's no question, it's great news that this will be a very connected site in Sydney.
Okay. And just one other question. Pier 2-3 at Walsh Bay Arts Precinct, that was recently refurbished. So what's our logic by spending $30 million on another wharf at Blackwattle Bay while there's a perfectly serviceable infrastructure pretty close next door?
Look, I think really the fish market is such a destination. You'll literally have people doing what they do now, landing at the airport and heading to the fish market from a tourism point of view now.
So it's that direct route you'd want? Is that what you're...
They're much more likely to have a good time there after the refurbishment compared to before. It's going to be a substantial upgrade. But I think landing directly, giving the option to arrive by ferry, will make it an incredible way to arrive. And I think that is best served by having that right at the fish market rather than too far away.
Okay.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition? Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming today. Ms Mayers, just a quick question for you, following up on my colleague's question. Can you come back to the committee today with that costing that you have on the electrification of the...
So I'll confirm what work has been done to date. I don't think we would have costings yet, but I'll certainly give an update on work done to date.
Work done, and could you see if you do have a costing
Yes.
or a range available? Obviously, as part of that work, there would be some estimate, I'm sure, in there. That would be helpful, thank you. Minister, at the previous estimates I raised with you concerns regarding safe work investigations into staff conduct and bullying at the Point-to-Point Commission, which you said you had no knowledge of. Earlier this month, Secretary Murray received the report from Safe Work, which included findings against the Point-to-Point Commission and Transport for New South Wales. On what date were you made aware of those findings, and what steps have you taken as Minister responsible to improve the treatment of staff in the agency that you're responsible for?
Well, I don't accept the premise of your question. It's different to the facts I've been briefed on by the agency. I have been briefed by the agency on these matters. We've discussed it on a range of occasions, but I've been briefed again.
When were you briefed?
Well, I've been briefed on a range of occasions.
Right.
I couldn't tell you exactly
And what have you done?
of those. But I have been briefed again very recently on it. The facts you're asserting are not the case in the briefing to me, but I'd refer you to the Secretary.
So there's no issue. I
who's
can
dealing
speak to
with
the
this.
Secretary this afternoon, but I'm
Yeah.
interested in your responsibility for you as Minister of this entity. So there are no complaints, no issues at all.
Your assertions about the
Well, correct
nature of
me.
the...
What is the wash-up of the review?
Your assertions about the nature of the investigation, as you put it, are incorrect.
All right, so what are
and
they?
I invite you to go into more detail with the Secretary.
Well, you may do so, but I'm asking you while you're here, and I appreciate you being here, so it's obviously your agency. I'm keen to understand. When did Mr Murray brief you that he received the report?
Look, I've been briefed on the nature of the discussions.
When?
On a range of occasions, including recently.
In the past week?
Including in recent days, yeah.
In the past week?
Including in recent days, yes.
Recent days would be the last week.
I agree with that
Right,
characterisation.
we'll get there eventually. Okay, thank you. In relation to, in September 2024, Minister Halen said in a media release regarding Metro South West, and I quote, "The conversion of the line to Metro is scheduled for a 12-month delivery program." Did she mislead the public when she put that in the media release?
Look, first I want to thank Minister Halen for all the
Sure.
work she did backing Metro, getting this project up and running. I've always found her to be very direct with the public, and I'm certain that she was given the best information she had at the time. In a frank discussion with the public, I've attempted to do the same in my time as Transport Minister.
It's clearly not a 12-month delivery. That's obvious. What has changed on the project delivery?
Look, this is a very complex conversion of the South West line, so the program's rolling out well, but obviously it involves changes to the station infrastructure. It involves the testing, the low-speed testing, then the high-speed testing. It involves significant interaction.
So have they changed?
It involves significant interaction with the safety regulators as well. They've all got to be satisfied.
Yes, I
in order
understand
for
that,
the-
but my
for this
question,
to-
Minister, is what has changed to delay the project delivery? We were told it was 12 months. It's now not. What has changed to impact that delivery?
Yeah, well, the complexity of the project has meant it's proceeded more slowly. I will say, Minister Halen also indicated that was the government's hope at the time, but this was very complex and it could take longer, and we've indicated we'd be engaged in a discussion with the public.
With
That's
respect,
exactly
they were
what-
not the words used at the time. The words at the time were not.
That's
It's a
exactly
complex
what we've
project.
done.
They were the conversion of the line is scheduled for a 12-month delivery program. But I'm interested in now, as we stand here, as you're the Transport Minister, what has changed to that delivery, to delay that project delivery?
Look, it's not. It's the. I think it'd be wrong to characterise it as changes. The complexities of the project have weighed heavily. Obviously, we've had a period of industrial action during that period as well.
Okay.
The government's been upfront that has had some impact on the project.
All
that
right.
relates particularly to the electrical work on the program.
Okay.
And this corridor has to be handed backwards and forwards
Yep.
between Metro and Sydney trains in order to
Has
complete
work
this work.
regarding the conversion had to be recompleted during the conversion?
Sorry, it has.
Has work regarding the conversion had to be recompleted during the conversion?
Well, it's a very general question. I'll ask you to be more specific.
I'm being very specific. Has work that's been completed
It's a
on the
very big
conversion
project,
had to be
Ms. Ward.
recompleted?
I might ask you to be more specific. What sort of work are you doing out?
I'm asking you.
Just a little bit more specific.
Yes, has work that's been done had to be redone, recompleted
Well, that
during
may-
the conversion?
That
Is there
may
any
well
work?
be. It wouldn't be surprising if that was the case.
Why, you're
in
aware?
a complex.
To your knowledge?
Look, it isn't an issue that's been specifically raised with me as one of the top-level issues with
So
the
you can
project.
categorically
but
rule
I'm-
out work that's been redone?
No, I can categorically say it's highly likely that that's the case, as it would be with most of these
Mhm.
major projects. But if
All
you'd
right.
like to be more specific,
I will.
I'd be
Sure, I will
Yeah.
then. Construction work, has that been recompleted?
entirely possible.
Well, yes or no, to your knowledge as Minister, we can ask anybody yes or no whether it's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I'm asking you as you sit here today in budget estimates on a multi-billion-dollar project, your knowledge
Yeah.
of whether construction work has to be recompleted.
What I'm indicating to you is that it isn't one of the top-level issues that has been briefed to me as one of the causes of the complexity or the
All right.
along the way. I'm certain that has been the case, given the
Oh.
complexity of the project, though.
So you don't know, and that's
I'm
fine.
not-
Do you
I'm
know
not saying I
when it
don't
will
know,
open?
Ms. Ward. Yep.
Do you know when it will open?
Yes.
When?
I've indicated publicly the line will open in 2026.
hmm And so what's the forecast total cost of the project?
For the the budget is unchanged
Mhm.
for this, and we're allocating $797 million this year.
hmm All right, so it's going to open in 2026. When in 2026? There's 365 days in 2026. When will it open?
And what I've said is, as soon as we've got more details about that opening, and the Premier's indicated this as well, we'll let the public know.
Do you
Really, as
know?
we move
You said
to
that you knew the date. Do you know?
Really, as we move to the high-speed testing phase,
Yep.
we'll have a lot more confidence about what the opening date
Sure.
is. So that's the crucial step that
I
allows us
understand
to
that.
firm
I'm
up
just,
that.
you don't
firm
need
up
to
that
inform
date.
the public if you choose not to inform the public, but do you know the opening date?
Yes, I do. It's 2026.
One of the 365 days in 2026. You said that you knew the date. Doesn't seem
It
you're
is.
able to share that
It's
with anyone.
2026 is the. I'm telling you what the
First half, second
what the
half?
date is. Look, as soon as we've done that, move into that high-speed testing, we'll have greater certainty.
All
So
right.
we'll then be able to engage the public in that
Right.
discussion.
Does it have a target date?
Yes, 2026 is the
No,
date.
that's not a
where-
target date. That's a target year. Does it have a target date, Minister?
Ms Ward, I think it's a little bit unfair to criticise the former minister for giving a specific date and then the complexity of the project slows it down, and also criticise the government for giving the best information we've got at the moment and an indication
I'm sorry
of when
to
we'll be able
criticise
to...
the government,
when
Minister.
we'll be
That
able
would
to
be
firm
my
it up.
job when you have
Well,
billions of
I'd
dollars of
prefer if you
taxpayer
just-
money on a metro project,
I'd
and
just
no one can
prefer
seem
if
to
you-
tell us when it will be delivered, how much it's going to cost in extra time or delay, and it's all perfectly fine. We should just shush and not criticise anybody.
No, I'd just prefer you picked one line of attack.
Sure, that's a matter for me, but that's a very technical term. So does Sydney Metro have a target date for delivery?
Yes.
Right, and you're aware of that target date, but you can't tell anybody if it's first half, what quarter it's in, when that will be.
No, look, it's not that the government is hiding information. We are clear that it will open in 2026. That's the best information we've got at the moment. And as we move to high-speed testing, we'll be really clear with those communities. The Premier's been upfront.
Thank
We
you.
don't want
I'm
to
not asking about the
disappoint-
Premier. I'm not
we don't
asking
want to
about Minister
disappoint
Halen.
those
I'm asking about you.
communities.
So let's try Mr. Regan. Does Metro Southwest have a target date as part of the program delivery schedule?
So, as the Minister's just indicated, the government has announced that it will open in 2026. We don't have a precise target date within 2026 because of where we are in the process. Certainly, as we get further through the testing,
Is it a
and the
secret
works-
target date?
No.
No, it's not a secret. It just doesn't exist.
Well, of course, we don't have a specific target in terms of an actual date.
I was just told by the
because we-
Minister that there is a target date. So who's wrong?
We are looking,
2026.
yeah, we're looking to
That's
open
not
in
a date,
2026.
that's a year. So in the project delivery schedule, you have no target date. You're seriously telling this committee that?
As you say, there's a number of dates within 2026. We're looking to open it as soon as we can.
So it's a $20 billion project and nobody here knows. Is it like a game of cat and mouse? I'm supposed to chase the $20 billion, $20,500 million, and I'm supposed to chase it down and you hide it and I'm supposed to find out where it is?
Ms Ward, this is
What is
entirely
happening in this
consistent
project?
with the answers that were given by former transport ministers.
Not
I think-
interested.
I
I'm
think you're
asking
fine.
you, Minister,
Yeah.
as you sit here today in charge of this project, taxpayers are paying $20 billion for when it might open. And all you
Yeah.
can say is a year.
Yes, yeah, no, exactly
You're seriously
right.
saying there's not
And
even
we'll-
a target date in the project delivery?
Well, no, you're dramatically simplifying the proposition I'm putting
Really
here, Ms
not.
Ward. We've told you it will open next year. We've told you that date will firm up as we move to high-speed testing. We've moved to the second stage of low-speed testing. That's good news. And as we have that further information, we'll be updating the public and those
Mr. Graham, I
communities.
put it to you that that's just not a credible answer. We don't know when the target date is. It's a secret date. We're not going to tell anybody. And
It's
we're
not a
prepared
secret.
to.
We're engaged with we're out talking to those communities very regularly. I've been up and down this line along with the other metro lines with the Premier, talking to those communities about exactly these issues.
It wasn't my
it's
question.
it's a rolling discussion
Thank
with
you.
those communities, Ms Ward.
It's a rolling date, apparently. Minister, when will Metro Western Sydney Airport open?
We're working through that process with the contractors. There has been, as you would have seen publicly, some dispute with the contractors. So we're working through that. I haven't been given a firm date by Metro, but you're welcome to you're welcome to speak to Mr Regan.
Is that a
about
secret opening date as well?
No, there's clearly been a dispute with the contractor in
So you
relation
don't
to that.
know when that one will open?
Yes, well, we haven't shifted the public date so far. We have indicated it's under time pressure as
Right.
a result of that
So when will it
dispute.
open?
I'll refer you to Mr Regan.
I'm asking you as the Minister for Transport,
Yeah.
when Western Sydney Airport Metro will open.
We haven't shifted the
So what's the date?
public date for that.
And what is that?
At the moment, I'll refer you to Mr Regan.
Well, no, I'm referring to you, Minister. I can speak with Mr Regan this
Point of order's
afternoon.
been
I have
taken
limited
again.
time.
Mr Nambo, order.
Chair, it's perfectly in order for the Minister to refer to a public servant to elucidate on an answer that's been given.
Yep.
The Minister has now done that on a couple of occasions and...
Of course,
To
and
the-
it's
to the
perfectly
point of order.
also, I won't uphold it because, of course, we then can ask the officials that in the afternoon and go back to the Minister, which is standard practice if the member can continue.
Thank you. So just to clarify, on both metro projects, the New South Wales Transport Minister doesn't know when they'll open.
No, I don't accept that. I don't
Is it
accept
correct
that
the line could be
proposition.
delayed until December 2027?
That is not what we've confirmed because that's not the advice to me. You're able to quiz Peter in much more detail because
What's
it is
the advice
related.
you've received?
It's related to these two things: some of the industrial action, which is unfolded, but also principally this dispute with the contractor. So,
But Minister, I'm asking you
well,
about
you can understand, Ms.
I'm
Ward.
asking you about
I'll
multi-billion
let you
dollar
ask,
projects.
but then I do want to make this point.
I would like to understand on behalf of taxpayers on multi-billion dollar projects if anyone here can give a target date for opening of Metro.
I would have thought, Ms. Ward, you'd understand as a former infrastructure minister.
I would have thought that you'd
we're
be
in
clear with this
dispute.
committee.
We're in dispute over the nature of the work, the cost of that work, and time is a factor in that. One of the reasons why the government doesn't want to concede changes here is we want to get the best deal for taxpayers. So we will update publicly as soon as there are changes. I haven't been briefed on concrete changes in the way you're asking about a new date, but there's clearly a dispute.
Have you been briefed
There
on
clearly-
any date?
There clearly are issues relating to this contract dispute.
You've said
and we're
that, and I
working-
accept that, thank
we're
you.
working
But my
through
question
those.
is this, Minister, as you sit here as the Transport Minister, I would expect that you would have a target date or a date in mind for multi-billion dollar metro projects, two of them, to open. Do you have those dates?
I've indicated to the, I've given you the best answer I can on the specifics. You're welcome to quiz Mr Regan in more detail. The other thing that I have indicated is the government's quite concerned about the costs that might accrue to the taxpayer
So are
here. My guidance is we shouldn't be
Yes.
accepting those costs to the taxpayer if they're unreasonable. And if that means we've got to work through this project in the right order, then that's the approach that Metro should
All right.
take.
Well, I would have thought a Transport Minister would know when a project opens and wouldn't be so proud to not know anything about it and be so out of the loop, Minister, but I'll move on. Tolling, what's the status of the tolling direct deal? Will that be complete before the end of this year?
The tolling direct deal is underway. Those discussions have been established and are ongoing.
Yes.
The Premier's indicated what we'd like to do is provide an update to the public about that. By the end of the year, I think we need to tell people where toll reform's going. That toll cap is in place, toll relief. but toll reform, we need to update the public by the
All
end
right,
of the
so-
year.
all right,
That doesn't necessarily mean all the loose ends will be tied, or
Certainly. Will that be an update by the end of the year or a deal by the end of the year?
Look, we'll provide we need to let the public know where this discussion's heading on toll reform. We
Well-
need to point a direction forward.
So will the direct deal be done by the end of the year, or will the update be a general
I'm not
update on
guaranteeing that
progress?
all the loose ends are tied by Christmas. I think that would be unreasonable. These are very complex matters. But what we have said is that we need to let the public know where this is heading. I think one of the things that's on the mind of both myself as Minister and the Premier is that the toll cap is publicly scheduled to end.
Yep, I'll get
at
to
the
that
end of the
shortly.
year.
That wasn't my question. So are you going to sell off the roads to pay for your election promise?
No.
No? No?
Still no.
Thank you. Are you going to privatise roads to fund your toll reform?
The government's been clear that it expects to keep toll roads such as the Western Harbour Tunnel or the M6 in public hands.
Thank you. Are you going to extend toll road concessions to fund toll reform?
I'm not going to go into all the details of the toll negotiations. Well, because this is a negotiation, a highly complex commercial negotiation after the contracts you sign. I don't think it's in
Minister,
taxpayers' interest to go through.
Are you going to
all of the
extend toll road
options.
concessions to fund toll reform?
I think the best description of these options is really contained in the work that's been publicly released, the independent toll report. They've got some they've got some great guidance on this matter about tolling extensions, including
Sure,
saying
but that's
that
not
by
the question.
themselves,
That's not the question. Are you going to
including-
extend those toll concessions?
including saying that by themselves, that move alone would not be reform.
All right, then, so are toll concession extensions privatisation in your view?
Look, I think that's an interesting theoretical question. That isn't the
It's a
view of
very
the...
serious question for the
that isn't
future of New
the-
South Wales, something that you were happy to talk about for years.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's all mum and you're not prepared to say. It's a very simple question. It doesn't need the detail.
Well, that isn't
Are
the view-
toll concession extensions privatisation?
That isn't a view that the independent toll reviews
I'm asking your view, Minister.
put to the government. Look, I'd say when it comes to any of the options, we're really working to undo the tight legal contracts that your government signed
Your
that
government
extend to
also, your previous government
extend
also
to
signed them. My
2060.
question
It's
is
really the
this.
length of
Minister, I have
those
1
concessions.
minute left, so I'm asking a very specific question. Will drivers pay tolls longer for toll reform?
The whole purpose of toll reform is actually to give drivers some relief of the high and rising cost of tolls. So the principle here is we want to get a better deal for drivers. I believe that's
And in-
possible
sure.
under toll reform. It's
And in
certainly
doing
been
so,
possible
will drivers pay
under-
tolls for longer for that toll reform?
It's certainly been possible under toll relief. That $60 toll caps really made a huge difference.
Minister,
but we need to move into the reform space if we're
Certainly,
really going
and
to
in
make
that reform space, why in this budget is the government expecting toll revenue from the M6 Stage 1 if it doesn't know when it will open?
Those budget figures are based on the best budget assumptions at the time of the budget. I can confirm they are accurate, and
How many
but
cars
those
are going through
assumptions
the
are obviously
M6?
made at.
How many cars are going through the M6
Well,
Stage
that-
1
and
to
for-
generate those tolls?
Well, that's why there's zero revenue assumed for the current financial year from the M6 Stage 1.
In the budget, it has revenue that's stated to
Not in this current
expecting
financial
to be
year.
coming from the M6 Stage 1.
Not in this
when no one
financial
knows
year,
when it'll
that's
open.
totally incorrect.
All right, what about future years?
Yes, there are assumptions in the budget about future revenue from the M6 Stage 1 in the
Thank you.
outer years of the budget.
All right, toll administration
Based
fees.
on the best information we
Thank
had
you.
at the
Toll
time.
administration fees, is not removing toll administration fees a broken promise?
I can confirm the government's still doing extensive work in this area about tolling administration fees. It is very complex given the...
On how many occasions have you met with the lead negotiator, Christopher John Saxon?
I can confirm, I'd have to take on notice the number of times. I've met extensively with the negotiator and the large number of agency
Can you
teams
get that
who are
answer
dealing
to us
with this.
today? How many times you've met with him?
I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Minister, I just want to hand you a document, if I can, which is this is in relation to the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund. This is an Instagram post by the Australian Festival Association on the 19th of September, celebrating the win, celebrating the years of hard work that led to major reforms in the festival industry. It says Managing Director Mitch Wilson and Chair Adele Robinson outside New South Wales Parliament, huge thanks to you. Did you know those two people in that photo, obviously?
Yes, yeah, I certainly do.
Yes, you do. And how much was the package, the crucial package?
The festival's viability package, we've obviously made some internal budget provisions for it. We've allocated that to 5 festivals, so we can get you that number. I'll just look for it now.
Yeah, so it was $3 million that you announced. $2.25 million
Although
went to festivals.
We haven't had to spend all that.
That's right.
all
That's
that
what I'm
amount.
telling.
Exactly right.
Telling you to save time.
Yep. Thank you.
And so, Minister, so those two people are the chair of the Australian Festivals Association, who I understand is now chair of the Sound New South Wales Advisory Board.
Correct.
So their festivals, 2 of their festivals received funding under that crucial package for New South Wales festivals that they're celebrating there after years of lobbying.
Yes, correct.
How much money did they receive?
Look, we'll get you that detail, but it would have been in line with the funds.
Minister, so it was $500,000 for one festival. Listen out, $500,000 for another festival field day.
Yep.
So do you see any problems with the fact that the chair of the Australian Festival Association is here celebrating the package, the crucial package delivered to save New South Wales music festivals that they had lobbied for many years, and $1 million of those festivals of that money goes to her festivals? Firstly, do you see any problem with that?
Look, I don't, unless there's some suggestion that you're making that the individuals have been involved in the decision making. These are independent decisions. They're correctly made in accordance with the grants guidelines. So I don't think it's a surprise that the festival sector or individual festivals are celebrating the fact there's festival support. There'll be many, many instances where industry groups have recognised that there's funding being allocated by the government, including when some of them benefit.
Sure. So one of those festivals was Listen Out, which occurred just 2 and a bit weeks after that crucial reform package to save New South Wales music festivals was dropped. So that was on the 6th of October. So that's a pretty tight turnaround as well. Would you agree?
Yes, although the timing was much more driven by the imminent summer festival season, and also the fact that we were making changes to the law, and something that you had pressed us to do, Ms. Fairman. You repeatedly asked us how quickly we could do this, and that was much more of a factor in the timing.
Minister, why did Fuzzy receive the $1 million when they are majority owned by the international mega music festival? The company that invests in music festivals holds a portfolio of over 85 festivals around the world, Superstruct. Why did Fuzzy get $1 million of public taxpayers' money when they're majority owned by an international company?
Well, because they met the guidelines and they met the goal of the fund, which was festivals that were under significant financial pressure and in fact made a loss, needed some assistance at that time. These are very popular festivals, including both Listen Out and Field Day. They're well loved by young music patrons, and I'm not quite clear why you're attacking them.
I am looking at the integrity of this fund, Minister, because many music festivals that are Australian-owned and are smaller missed out on that funding. The eligibility criteria, to be honest, when you look at it, seems to have been shaped around potentially particular festivals. So we've got $1 million of funding that goes to 2 festivals, one held 2 weeks after the funding was announced, and it was majority owned by an international company. So the eligibility criteria says part Australian owned or part ownership. What's that definition mean to you?
Well, I might just, you've covered a range of things there, so I'll come to that. I just want to make this point. This is not the only festival assistance going out. So the government's providing significant assistance to smaller festivals. Just to give you some taste of what's being provided, DNSW funding rolling out to Blues Fest, Monday Bash, the Denny Ute Muster, Great Southern Nights, Laneway, Parks Elvis Festival, Strumming a Bird, the Country Music Festival, Valleyways, Wanderer, Yours and Ours, a range of other much smaller festivals, Zest Fest, Backroads Fest, Land of Milk and Honey, Milton Folk Jazz and Blues Festival.
Minister,
there's many others here.
Thank you.
That doesn't include the Create funding that goes to those smaller.
The question is around the eligibility criteria. If you look at, for example, the federal government grant, which goes to music festivals, that has a very clear, that's the Revive Live program, says that organisations must be majority Australian owned. So part Australian owned, that definition in terms of legal terms, just to be clear, is what to you?
Well, it doesn't. Your question about your assertion that these should not have received funding because they are majority owned is not correct. These are in compliance with the guidelines. What is the goal here? What's the government trying to do? I am concerned about the international operators in the music system buying up Australian festivals, and that's why we've ruled out, if you're 100% international owned, we're not providing that support. I think that's appropriate. If they've got an Australian partner, these are some of the biggest, most popular festivals for young people. Festivals like Field Day, festivals like Listen Out, festivals like Laneway.
So, Minister,
a range of them have international relationships,
$1 million.
Given the way the industry is organising.
Minister,
and that's what we're trying to do here. There is a balance to be struck.
Thank you. So $1 million of this fund went to Fuzzy, who they're not running Listen Out this year in terms of the music festival Listen Out, so that isn't happening. You're aware of that?
Yes. Yeah,
so 500,000 went to it last year, 2 weeks after the fund was announced,
because
to save music festivals, but not this year.
They lost a significant amount of money. This viability fund
Minister,
in place to assist festivals at risk of losing money.
You're aware that Listen Out has in fact transformed into another company called Listen Out Presents, and it's now doing one-off, carefully curated parties in killer locations, including over the October long weekend, which traditionally has been Listen Out the Music Festival, now being for one artist, Mochak, a Brazilian DJ. So they haven't folded, Minister. They're still making money. They're still doing events, but they're not doing music festivals. So $500,000 goes to this company that's majority international owned, but it doesn't seem, to me, that doesn't seem like a very good spend of your contemporary music festival viability fund. It doesn't seem to have saved music festivals as such.
Well, I will say an excellent Brazilian DJ too. I would recommend. I'd recommend
Minister,
the specifics
in terms
to you,
of
Ms.
music
Fairman.
festivals.
No, I don't accept where you're heading on this. This is really about keeping the fact that Listen Out happened in the year it was funded is good news for music fans. It's good news for the 1,600 people who were employed as a result of that. That's good news for the music ecosystem. The fact that they won't be proceeding with the festival, the fact that they won't be receiving viability funding, is exactly how the system should work. It goes alongside a whole lot of other support for smaller festivals that the government's providing.
So, Minister, in terms of the the discussions that you had with over many years, just to confirm, you did have discussions over many years with both in terms of the Australian Festival Association, Adele Robinson and now Ollie Arkins in relation to that rescue package.
Along with many other festivals, including a range of the others who've received this funding. So Yours and Owls, down in the Illawarra, Blues Fest, Lost
They're
Paradise.
Australian-owned.
Lost Paradise, I've discussed this with all these festivals and many, many more who are deeply concerned about the future of the festival sector in Australia. If we lose these festivals over the next couple of years,
Well, we've lost this now.
we may not get them back. And that is spot on. And the government is concerned about that.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Benazia.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I might just jump to ports. You got a 10th of June press release about delivering economic boost, New South Wales freight industry to grow to 130 billion, and there's a whole series of actions there you plan to take. What's the estimated cost to taxpayers of implementing this reform roadmap in the short term, the next 4 years?
Look, firstly, I want to recognise this was work commissioned by Minister Halen. It's really excellent work because often what happens with freight decisions is they're made piece by piece. We're talking about a particular port or a particular rail line. We haven't done that whole of freight chain analysis, and this work led by Kerry Schott with some able assistance has really done that. So it's excellent work. You're correct. It sets out some phasing recommendations to the government as well. About what we should do in the short term, really provides a great way to work through this problem. On the specifics about the cost, I'd probably need to take that on notice. We're working through exactly how to implement that. That'll impact on the cost assumptions, but we've been given great guidance by the report and the way they've structured it.
Okay. And what guarantees do we have in place to ensure that we actually do reach this $131.5 billion economic benefit and 235,000 jobs? It's pretty, it's stretching out to 2061. It's pretty nebulous. Neither of us will be here in 2061, Minister. Well, hopefully I won't be here. What accountability measures are in place that it remains on track past yours and mine time here?
Yeah, look, it's a really good question. I think the one guarantee is we will miss the mark if we don't do this. We won't reach those goals unless we undertake some of the actions that are outlined there.
So how are we going to reach our goals when one of the proposals in the reform and the roadmap is government stepping back from determining the timing and location of any new container terminals? We've got Port Botany operating at over capacity and has for many, many years. And you're essentially giving the strategic oversight of freight to a private port operator and saying government's not going to talk about other new container terminals anymore, and we're just going to recognise Port Botany as the main container terminal.
I don't agree with that characterisation. It is the...
How would you characterise that point in your press release where it says, and I quote, adopting a new port policy regarding container terminals in which the government should not determine the timing or location of any future container terminals, but recognises Port Botany remains the key container port for New South Wales.
The key concept I took out of that port discussion in the freight review was really about port neutrality, the government not picking and choosing in the way that the former government did, constraining the future of one port in return for a short-term financial boost, but a long-term economic hit to the entire northwest of the state. Those issues have been well canvassed. This recommendation to the government, and the government accepts it, is we should take a more neutral approach.
Do you accept, though, that there's only so much more efficiency you can wring out of Port Botany, and eventually you are going to have to look at new container terminals to reach this goal of 2061?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think if your advocacy is to make sure that government doesn't take an entirely hands-off point of view, I'm very open to that. But it really is a reaction to the circumstances that had unfolded. I think that's how you should read that.
Okay. It also talks about appointing a facilitator for the Port Botany landside improvement strategy. Is that has a budget been allocated for that facilitator?
That's a good question. I might refer you to the agency on that, but we are, we have moved to have a facilitator. Obviously there's been some real conflicts between various bits of the industry about what's fair and appropriate on the port side and the land side. So we do think that so the government's accepted the recommendation of the review, but I do want to really carefully make sure this rolls out in the way that the review intends. That's why we're asking for this to be facilitated some more. I don't want unexpected impacts on the freight industry, particularly the trucking industry, driven by unfair market power.
Is the decision though the decision still don't come back to Transport for New South Wales though, in terms of whatever the facilitator facilitates? They're not the ultimate decision maker in this. The decisions are still coming back to Transport for...
Yeah, it's facilitation, but this is one of the areas as a minister I'll be watching closely.
Okay. I might come back to the specific figures in the afternoon in terms of costing of the facilitator. Just to go to a specific issue at the Port, Minister, you're aware that Transport for New South Wales and New South Wales ports banned parking for any vehicles, especially those carrying dangerous goods. You aware of that decision?
I've had a range of the parking issues around the port raised with me, including that one.
Including that one. So how have we come to this point where there's a blanket ban on parking inside Port Botany? I know it's a reaction to gridlock, but this obviously creates other significant safety and compliance issues, particularly around heavy vehicle drivers having a safe place to park and pull up and actually rest, which is a legal requirement.
Yeah. And look at
So
that.
how have we got to this point?
Yeah, those issues are significant in a range of places across Sydney, including in Western Sydney, but they're particularly acute at the port, just given the land use conflicts that are there. I am concerned about that. I think I'd refer you to the agency on some of the way this is rolling out. I think you should ask some more questions about it, but it is one of the issues I'd like looked at as part of this facilitation. We're really concerned about actually where trucks are able to actually rest and park, and we're doing a range of work both in regional areas and Western Sydney. But the port element of this
I might
is...
direct it to Mr Murray then. Yep. What consultation actually took place with drivers' unions, the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, anything to do with fire and rescue around this blanket parking ban at the port?
Mr Benaziak, I'll take that on notice and we'll come back to you on the consultation that was in place.
Okay. You acknowledge though that port security waking up drivers during their regulated rest breaks and basically trying to turf them out is actually breaching the National Heavy Vehicle Regulation. Do you accept that?
I'd be concerned about that, but again, I just have to check the jurisdiction there in terms of how that's been implemented, and we can certainly look at any concerns.
Okay. Do we know actually who inserted the no dangerous goods clause in the original DA that caused some of this mess?
Again, I'll take that on notice and we'll get the detail back to you today.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to throw it back to you, Chair, if you've got some questions while I find myself.
Yes. Minister, just in terms of the job cuts across Transport for New South Wales, the 950, as I understand, before Christmas, how are you ensuring that, firstly, that the skills are retained, and are you looking at senior executives for that to make up some of that 950 headcount?
Firstly, it is a significant restructure, and I have greatly enjoyed working with the transport officials I'm working with. It is will obviously cause some uncertainty, and I want to recognise that. Yes, the focus has been in the restructure as it's rolled out over some time, both on executives as well as the other layers of the organisation. Transport's well on the way, 2/3 on the way to meeting its government-required cuts to the executive level of the agency.
In terms of 2/3, sorry, when you say, well, is that voluntary, or you've identified, so 2/3 of the entire 950 or 2/3 of the senior exec?
So the government set its target for reducing the number of senior executives, given that those had grown over COVID. And that's particularly the case in transport, that there's been real transport
So that's
growth.
entirely separate to the 950 job cuts?
Yeah, correct.
So the question I was asking was around the 950 job cuts.
No, understood.
Yep.
Yeah, so, but it is important because there's been a real focus early on those executive changes. We had seen growth of more than 3,000 employees in transport over that period, and this is excluding Sydney Metro and the rail agencies, since financial year 2022. So it's been very significant growth. Some of that is paring back now.
Okay. Time for a quick question for the opposition, if you've got one.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Minister, have you been briefed about the extension to trade that the Croatian Club have requested?
Have I been briefed? I have received... no, I haven't been briefed specifically on it, but I'm aware of the public issue.
Okay, and do you support the club's DA to extend their trading hours?
Look, I think I'm glad they're asking to trade later. I think I think turning off the music at 10 p.m, which I understand is the position, I think is unwelcome in a city like Sydney. But in the end, I think it's helpful if local councils are the ones really working out where this works in their neighbourhood. That's why we're backing the entertainment precinct model, so that communities, councils can work out which areas they want to be vibrant, which areas they want to be a little bit quieter.
Okay, we'll go to questions from government members. No. Okay, we'll go to morning tea now, and we'll come back at 11:15. Thanks. Great. Welcome back. We'll go to questions from the opposition. Mr. Kritzrat.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
You would have seen the reporting this morning that the member for Wallandilly played a role in deciding projects to be funded under the LSCA. And to be abundantly clear, I'm not referring to parks and playgrounds. I'm asking about specific projects allocated as election commitments. I have a document here provided to the Parliament that puts Philip Donato as the contact for the Orange electorate, which I'd like to table, and I've got copies for everyone. Minister, why were lower house independent MPs involved in the process for allocating projects as Labor election commitments after the election?
Well, I don't accept any of the information or the briefing I've had shows that's the case, with one exception that I'll come to. I have seen some of the reporting this morning. The most direct issue there was about the timing of the grants, not about the nature of the grants themselves. But I invite you to put any additional material. I have the obvious exception to that is in relation to the electorate of Sydney, where I've been clear over quite some time that I became aware there was a question mark over whether there had been consultation and changes to that electorate, and that's why I took steps to make sure that that was corrected.
But these documents that we've only now received through multiple SO52 requests by the Upper House has Philip Donato as the contact person from the June list on the Orange grants. I mean, if this is supposed to be a scheme where Labor candidates are putting forward projects, why is Philip Donato listed as the contact person on this document?
Well, I can't answer that. I haven't seen this document before.
They'll provide it to the Parliament.
I have been briefed. Yeah, well, they've been provided to the Parliament by the agencies in the ordinary course of business. And you're able to question those agencies directly, as you know. I have been briefed by the Program Office on these matters, and they've made it clear they're operating off the list of the 28th of July in order to administer the program. That's the direction they've been given, and that is the basis on which the program's being administered.
Well, these projects then, they went through the process, you signed off on all of them as Labor election commitments and as complying with the guidelines. It was clearly neither. Do you now accept that this was wrong?
Well, I don't accept the proposition of your question that this was clearly neither, that you haven't made out that proposition. That is clear in relation to Tranche 7, a brief that you're now clear never came to me directly. It came to my office and was then corrected after I asked some questions about it. So with that exception, I don't think you've made out the case. That's certainly not the briefing to me from the Program Office that changes have occurred. They're operating off administering this list from the 28th of July.
This is the evidence, Minister, that I've just given you that was provided to the Parliament that shows that what you're saying is incorrect, that in fact independent lower house MPs had a role in determining the projects,
well, that's
even
not,
though the
that's
scheme...
not clear at all from this list.
Well, it says contact person Philip Donato, so it's not just Sydney, it's also Orange and other examples as well, isn't it?
No, I don't accept that there's evidence to that effect, but feel free to bring it forward. The Premier's office has been clear they were contacting a range of people, asking for assistance, getting contact details for organisations. It may well relate to that. I should be clear, Mr Rath, I'm speculating. This was not the briefing to me. I haven't viewed this document before. I've acted on the briefs that were in front of me. They were recommended to me for approval and I approved them.
Under the guidelines for LSCA, what role do federal MPs play in the process for allocating projects as Labor election commitments? And I've got a document here I'd like to show you as well, and I'd like to table that.
Why don't you do that?
But what role do federal MPs have under the LSCA program?
They wouldn't be recommending election commitments, if that's the question you're asking.
Well, the document that you're being provided with now shows that for the seat of Epping, the contact person is listed as Jerome. Who is Jerome, Minister?
I don't know who Jerome is. I would assume it's a reference to Jerome Laxale, the federal member.
The federal Labor member for Bennelong, is the contact person for determining what projects should be funded in the Epping state electorate.
No, well, I don't accept that. There's no evidence to say that's the case.
Well, why is he listed as the contact person?
Well, it's in a similar instance. This may be about getting the contact details for these organisations, as the Premier's office has been indicating. However, that is speculation on my behalf. This is the first time I've seen this document, so I suggest you raise those issues elsewhere, as you have done. You've questioned everyone you can think of, and you've turned up no evidence. So
but the projects changed, Minister. There were Labor election commitments, and then after the election, those commitments changed. And the documents that we have from June 2023 that have now been provided with the Parliament have contact people on each of the electorates. And in the electorate of Epping, the contact person listed is Jerome.
And Mr. Rath, how do you know that's not about getting the contact details for these organisations?
Because the project that has been put forward for funding wasn't an election commitment made during the 2023 state election. It only became a commitment after the state election, and the contact person listed is Jerome Laxale. This Jerome Laxale, Minister, who was at the ribbon cutting of the exact project to be funded that he is listed as the contact person for. Is that just a coincidence?
I don't think you've made the case that these were changed. It's certainly not the briefing to me, Mr. Rath, is what I can tell you. You're welcome to question the agency yourself directly, as I'm sure you will do. You've done that extensively, and you haven't provided evidence to show that's the case. Other than in the electorate of Sydney, I did become aware of that issue, which is why I did ask questions about it and why I'm now confident that those were the original commitments.
Well, you signed off as an election commitment the projects in Epping. They then changed after the election. Will you now concede that you were wrong to sign off on that?
I don't. It's not clear to me that they changed. I haven't seen evidence to date. That's not the briefing to me from the program office. It's not the basis of the brief that was put in front of me, that recommended approval, that had gone through probity advice, that I signed in accordance with that recommendation. That was the basis for my decision making, and that information is publicly available because I made it publicly available.
What you signed off on, this document, which I can provide to you as well, this is what you signed off on, not the one I just gave you. The one you signed off on is different to the document that we've now been provided that has Jerome as the contact person.
Are you tabling that? Document?
I'm happy to.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
I think, which one is it? I mean, it's clearly that.
There's a point of order being taken, Mr. Nambar.
If Mr. Rath is relying on a document in this line of question, I just asked to be tabled and the minister be given an opportunity to review it before the questioning proceeds.
Yes.
He needs to be able to see it.
Yep. It's just doesn't seem to be too complicated, the documents that are being handed out.
Well, it's also
and he's explained it, so
it's also a public
continue.
document.
Yep.
It's a public document and a project that the minister signed off on. And Minister, this is different. What you signed off on is different to the election commitments made by the Labor candidate in Epping. Surely Jerome Laxale was behind that. He was the contact person.
Well,
he was at the ribbon cutting.
Yeah. I mean, that is the supposition you're making without enough evidence to make it, is my position. All I'm telling you is that is not the briefing from the program office about the way this is being administered. That's what I can tell you, Mr. Rath. If I take it this second document is from the 28th of July list, that is the list from which the program is being administered. That was the direction to the program office. That is how they are proceeding. I have been briefed after you put some of these concerns publicly, and the briefing to me does not support the position you're taking. But you're welcome to make your own inquiries.
You're the minister responsible. I take the point that you took over the process in July, but you are now the minister responsible. What are you going to do about those decisions that were made prior to July?
Well, it's not clear that the briefing to me suggests this is an iterative list as the details are being gathered. It's not clear to me that these contact people are involved in making those decisions. That's not the briefing to me. You are putting a supposition that builds speculation on speculation. I have to work with the official documents I'm provided as the minister who's operating as the decision maker for this scheme, Mr. Rath. Those documents are public. Read them for yourself if you want to know the basis of my decision.
Well, Minister, dodgy pork barrelling happens when good men do nothing. Are you a good man that's doing nothing?
Is that the official quote?
Well, I won't be lectured by I know you weren't around when John Barilaro.
That's not my question, Minister.
I know
my
you
question
weren't
is
when
whether
John
you're a
Barilaro
good man doing nothing
was
on
sitting here.
Labor's dodgy pork barrelling.
I can assure you I have administered this scheme carefully. I've read each of these briefs. I've made my decisions on the basis of the information that's been recommended to me. The public servants who are working in this, I have found very professional. I thank them for their work.
Well, clearly the pre-July process was handled by Cherie Burden. She lied to you as a minister, given the information that she gave you. She lied to the public service.
Okay, point of order's been taken.
Chair, Mr. Rath is making a series of adverse reflections on an individual who's not here to be able to defend herself, nor is this inquiry able to meet in camera where these sorts of assertions can be made.
To the point of order, it's a well-established fact, already reported in the Sydney Morning Herald today, that Cherie Burden did in fact lie to a parliamentary inquiry.
I won't uphold the point of order. It is in the public domain. I just remind Mr. Rath just to be careful with the language in terms of the allegations you're making, but continue.
Well, to rephrase, as reported in the Sydney Morning Herald today, Cherie Burden lied to a parliamentary inquiry. So will you now ask the Premier to sack Cherie Burden from her position?
Well, that's not my... I'm happy to be corrected. That's not my reading of the precise terms of the reporting. I don't agree with your proposition.
Thank you.
And I suggest you work to find some more evidence if you want to make these allegations.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. Natalie Wood.
Minister, what happened on the T4 line this morning?
Look, we can turn to some of the specifics, but running this morning has been generally good, 96.5% reliability across the lines. Of course, there are always issues on a range of lines, but I'll refer you to the agency to Matt Longland probably on some of the real specifics about each of those lines.
I don't think the passengers who sat on a train for over an hour with no updates, no information, thought that it was running well. Is Sydney Trains reliability acceptable to you?
Well, look, I do want to acknowledge there are 11 trains late this morning. We did have 2 cancellations, but running overall was good running across the network, 96.5%. It is rebounding. Now we've got the rail dispute settled. That's good news if you're trying to catch a train, but we're really focused on catching up on the maintenance backlog that had developed.
Minister, on 28 May you announced a second Sydney Trains review. Have you received the first report of that second review?
I have not received the final report of the review panel. I have been briefed by the panel as they're going. Look, I've got a lot of faith in the work they'll be doing, but I'm yet to receive the final
first report. You haven't received that at all?
They briefed me on their work as they've gone along, but we're yet to receive the final report.
Okay, but they were required to provide a first report. Are you telling this committee that they have not complied with that requirement to produce that report?
No, I'm telling you I've been briefed on their early work and I'm yet to receive the final report.
All right. And when will you make it public?
Look, well, I want to receive it and then I want to talk to them about their advice about how we deal with it publicly. I have to indicate my view though, Ms. Ward. We have to be very upfront with the public about where the system's up to, and about what it takes to
in terms of being
to take
upfront.
this. So I see this as a very public
Thank you.
public
Yep.
discussion.
I'm sorry, I have limited time, but so in terms of being upfront with the public, does a document exist concerning the first report?
Look, I'll take that on notice, just the terms on which the advice has been provided, and I expect to receive the final report shortly.
Can your
and then
your office answer before the lunch break? Is there a document in existence? Does a document exist concerning the first report?
I can confirm that I've taken it on notice.
Yes. Is your office able to provide, and the transparency that you wanted to talk about and being upfront as you wanted to talk about, you were so clear about earlier, is your office able to provide that information today before the lunch break?
Well, I've confirmed I've taken it on notice.
So that's a no. So commuters are waiting, Minister. They're sitting on train platforms and on trains with no information. They're waiting. They can't wait 3 weeks for you to take it on notice. So you're not able to provide an answer this afternoon about a report that was due from your trains review. You can't provide that today.
Well, we're not waiting. We're getting on
Commuters
with the
are.
job of fixing the issues on the rail tracks. Many of those maintenance backlog issues are being dealt with.
Minister, this
I
is
was
their
out literally on
second
the
review.
tracks with Matt Longland yesterday,
Sure.
inspecting the wires,
Well,
having
Minister-
a look at the teams who are doing this work out
Well,
on the
your
network.
inspection may well be so, but I'm not sure that progresses the maintenance backlog when passengers are sitting on
We made a
trains.
little-
I don't
a
know if
little
you
bit
had
of
your
progress. I
pliers
think
out there,
that's-
but I know you are not waiting, Minister, but commuters are waiting. This is the second review into trains, and there's no report. Is that what you're telling us?
No, look, there's been valuable work done. I also want to recognise the Walsh review has really guided the work of the agency.
Sure,
So
but that's not my question, Minister, and you're able to do that in your answer if you'd like to, but it doesn't seem that there is either not a document or you're not aware of a document.
What is your question, Ms. Ward?
Does the document exist? But I'll move on. How did Transport for New South Wales cost the investment amount for the new Woollahra station?
Sorry, how did you just
How did
repeat that?
Transport for New South Wales cost the investment amount for the new Woollahra station?
Well, the usual transport costing process, greatly assisted by the fact that there were about 50 years of planning for this station.
So how did it cost it?
Through the usual transport costing process.
What's the usual transport costing process for a GO
Well,
station?
I
How
would
many
have
of
thought-
those are you dealt with?
How many? Well, we're building a range of metro stations. We have built heavy rail
It's not a
stations.
metro station. I'm asking you
We have
about the
built heavy
Woollahra
rail.
station, which you announced on the
Yeah.
weekend. How did transport cost that investment?
Well, look, you using the normal transport budgeting process, which is used for every capital project.
Thank you. Is
We've
a
also been public about what that
Sure.
estimation is.
All right, I'll move on because I have
within
limited
a
time,
range,
Minister,
obviously.
if I may. Is a business case complete?
Well, I will indicate firstly there's been planning for 50 years for this station.
Sure. Is
so
a business case complete?
the next steps, though, are to do that work for a
So that's a no.
final business case to work out the precise
Minister,
details
it's a
of how
really
this work
simple
will-
question. It's not a trick. Is
No,
there a
these-
business
these are-
case
these-
complete?
These are not simple issues, Ms Ward. You're glossing
Business
over
cases
the-
are pretty straightforward. Either one exists and it's completed or it's not. Which is it?
Yeah, and we're doing that work now on the business case to finalise the details of this construction.
Thank you. All right. What's the current length of the station at Woollahra?
I'll refer you. I was out there to
Yes,
look
what's
at it
the
on
length of the station?
on the weekend. I didn't measure it up, in part
Well, you were
because
busy
for
out with your
safety,
pliers on the others doing
for safety
maintenance.
reasons, we weren't actually on the platform or on the tracks because trains were running quite
All
frequently.
right. Is it possible to get an answer
past. It's gonna
today,
be a very good
Minister?
service.
All right. Is it possible to get an answer to that today? There's been 50 years of work, you've said. Does Sydney Trains know the distance?
Yes.
Right. So you'll provide that today to the committee?
I'll refer you to the agent. Yes, Sydney Trains does know the distance of
Good.
the platform.
Mhm.
I'll refer you to the agency officials this afternoon. If they're unable to provide that information, then I will take that on notice for you. But I
You
expect they'll
take
be able
on
to tell you.
notice the length of the train station on...
No, I expect they'll be able to tell you this afternoon. I didn't personally get the chance to measure it up.
Minister, is this
I
train...
can tell you it'll be an 8-minute trip to the CBD, though.
I didn't ask that. Is this train station by media release, Minister?
No, absolutely not. There's been significant
There's
planning.
50 years of work and you
One of
can't
the
tell us how long
reasons-
the station is.
One of the reasons this is actually going to be a big
All right, I'd
this-
like Mr. Longland to come back this afternoon if we can
Right.
progress on that. We've only got 12 seconds.
I'll leave you with your 12
Thank you. What's the length of an 8-carriage Tangara train?
Well, I can't confirm off the top of my head the length, but I can tell you if
All
you're
right,
standing
can we get
on the
an
tracks,
answer today? Sydney Train should know,
if you're standing on
the
the
answer.
tracks, they're much, much higher.
Well, it's not a
than they
laughing
look when you're
matter.
on the-
You've announced this
on the
train
platform,
station.
as I was yesterday.
But you've announced this
with the
train
maintenance
station and you
team.
don't know the length. Sydney Train surely must know it. Can you provide that answer today?
We'd be happy to get you on
You'll
notice
provide-
or this
you
afternoon.
won't provide that answer today.
Okay, order. I think I've allowed a little bit of latitude here with everybody loving those last few questions, clearly. We'll go to the crossbench, Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, Minister. I just want to turn back to the issues at the art gallery. I understand that the $7.5 million budget shortfall for the art gallery really comes at a cost of 51 roles across the art gallery, with many of those in vital front-facing public interaction roles. Why would you allow 51 roles to be sacked effectively?
Yeah, so just a couple of details. Firstly, there were some similar suggestions about large-scale sackings last time. The net result of that was 4 positions went. So there's genuine consultation going on. I don't think we should assume there will be changes, would be my expectation. That has been the case elsewhere. So I'm not necessarily accepting that'll be the outcome. Secondly, the government is in dialogue here. We want to see how this goes. We are providing additional funding to a range of the cultural institutions in this budget year, including that's an option for further assistance for the art gallery, but we want to see how that unfolds.
So am I taking from this then that the government's going to be stepping in to make sure that we don't lose 51 roles?
Look, I think I'm saying we're in the consultation phase at the moment. So that's an important and genuine phase, and I expect it to be worked through genuinely.
How long has the gallery known about the budget shortfall? And what accountability is there, I guess, for those who saw it coming and haven't done anything about it?
Yeah, well, look, there's been extensive work between the gallery and Treasury. There was a business case that was, frankly, way off the mark back, I think, in 2017, but feel free to correct me on the date. And that's why we've ended up in this situation. The gallery is working very closely on that at the moment. I'm keen to engage on that as it unfolds as well. I know this is having the impact on people.
What are the other options, I guess, to address that budget shortfall, and what sort of say does the government have in ensuring that other parts of the budget are addressed instead of the staffing budget?
Look, I think it would be difficult if the question is could we do this without impacting on staff, deal with the budget gap that's been identified. I think that'd be very hard just given the nature of the gallery's operations. So I think if that is closed up in the way that is proposed, that there's no way to avoid some staff impact. The precise roles, the size of the change, that is exactly what's being consulted on.
Okay, so there will be some losses of roles. There will be some staffing cuts because of this lack of funding.
I would accept that.
And why are some roles being regraded to higher positions while other roles are being cut? And I understand new roles are being created while some roles are being cut, and that's the proposal. Why is that happening?
Look, I probably don't have that level of detail, Ms Boyd. You're welcome to ask the gallery today. I make the point that isn't unusual in some of these restructures, that you might be moving to something that fits now the modern purpose of the gallery, particularly now, recognising the work of the former government, that that second gallery wing is open.
The proposed structure doesn't comply with the New South Wales Government directive to reduce PSSE roles by 15%. Why is that?
Look, I think all the agencies have been asked to comply with that, and that within the cluster, that does also include consideration of the cultural institutions. Perhaps the Secretary?
Yes, and so the directive was as an overall target which we're managing across the portfolio. We have a number of small agencies in our portfolio like the gallery, and it's much harder for a small agency to meet the target by themselves. So we're measuring it overall, and different agencies are addressing it in different ways, but we're not expecting everyone to meet the same target.
I understand, though, that, Minister, there's really a stripping of skills and capacity with the loss of one curator position, transforming the senior curator position to a head, which results in the loss of a senior curator, and also the transfer of the current head curator to a non-curatorial role. Do you and the government hold any value for these roles, and the fact that, you know, the greater the expertise, the better the cultural institution?
Yeah, well, I want to recognise the role that the gallery's played, including its staff over a long period of time. Ms Boyd, there was some discussion about this morning. My point is this: the consultation is genuine on the create restructure. That's ended up with a net 7 positions being reduced. The speculation was much higher. Last time round, there was significant speculation about job cuts at the gallery. There was a net 4 positions reduced. I'm not saying this isn't significant. What I'm saying is that the consultation is genuine.
Under your watch, though, how have we allowed this to get to this point? I mean, this is causing huge distress to people who work at the gallery. This seems like something that anyone could have seen it coming. Why did your government not intervene to prevent this happening sort of in the first place, I guess?
Well, there has been significant intervention. There's been close work between the gallery and Treasury. There's been additional funding provided in each of the budgets to the gallery. There's been additional funding provided throughout the year, last year, working closely with the agency. And we'll watch carefully to see how this unfolds before we make decisions about additional support.
I'll turn to something different. Full Stop have been advocating for funding to roll out the Good Night Out pilot across the hospitality industry. We're all familiar with the problems that have been plaguing that industry. However, they weren't successful in this year's budget in getting a requested $250,000 for specialist sexual violence prevention and response training and accreditation. Why has the government chosen not to fund that pilot?
Firstly, I want to recognise there is a real issue across hospitality, and our expectation is that the government's supporting the hospitality sector, but we want them to do better. Actually, operators have to lift their game so that patrons and staff have a safe experience as well as a great night out. That's actually really important. Secondly, we are making other changes, including changes to RSA, to really recognise those issues. In relation to the Full Stop proposal, they're doing amazing work. They've done great work in Melbourne. The specific proposal they've put probably needs some work to apply to the Sydney hospitality sector. That's partly in relation to the fact it's a very CBD-focused proposal. We're trying to decentralise some of that activity here. So my hope and expectation would be there's some close work with the agency. I recognise the importance of the work they've done in Melbourne and elsewhere. So I don't think this is the end of the story there, but you're correct that this was not funded in the budget.
Because it seems like a win-win in terms of a business being able to say that it has got to the point where, you know, everyone is trained up and there's you know, people in place to ensure safety across venues within a particular district. That's going to make it a place that women in particular would rather go out in. It seems like this is such a no-brainer when you look at $250,000 to run a pilot. The one that was run in Melbourne has been incredibly successful, is my understanding. And it's really not very expensive. So I can't understand the reticence, I guess, in why we're not sort of jumping in to doing something like this here.
Look, I agree with many of your remarks there. I definitely wouldn't characterise it as reticence. This is really about getting the right model and the right interventions for Sydney and the hospitality sector here. So my expectation is there's more work done in this area, but I really want to recognise the work that's done. The agencies look closely at the Melbourne study as part of those discussions, but there's more work to do here.
Minister, we are still years and years behind meeting our basic accessible transport targets that were agreed to over 2 decades ago. And I know you were in the opposition when we used to sit on this committee together, and I would argue with the previous Coalition Transport Minister about this point as well. It's something that is so overdue and frankly, quite absurd when you're a person with mobility needs who can't even catch a train in this state. In March, when I questioned Transport for New South Wales, we found that on our current trajectory, it will take at least another 47 years until all New South Wales train stations are fully accessible for people with disability, with over 100 stations still not independently accessible. On top of that, we're seeing reports in the media of more and more people with disability being subject to discrimination and abuse when using taxis, horrific incidences of violent abuse. The disability community are having a really hard time when it comes to transport in New South Wales. Given all of that, what are you doing specifically as Minister to ensure a more accessible and disability-friendly transport system?
Well, first I want to recognise, having sat beside you as you press those issues, both in opposition and now in government, I want to recognise the advocacy on these issues in the transport sector that you've led. They are serious issues. Minister Halen obviously worked to make some commitments to bring forward more money for a range of these programs. The immediate focus for me has probably been on the taxi space, where I do believe we can take a step forward. The government's keen to do that and really make sure that we continue in the point-to-point space, taxi and Uber space. We can do this better, including on a long-term sustainable footing. That is something that I've met with some of the groups about, and it's something that is the focus of work at the moment. There's a lot more to do here. I accept the point you're making.
Right. I'll raise it again this afternoon. Thank you.
We'll go to questions from Ms Tanya
Thank
Mahalik
you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Minister. Just want to ask you, have you got your head around the findings and some of the recommendations made by ICAC in Operation Hector? You've obviously read that report, given it was released last year.
I'm aware of Operation Hector, yes.
Okay, but you've had a good read of the report and
I
a good
have.
read of the recommendations, and
I've read the recommendations.
Yep.
I've been briefed on a range of the issues that are particularly important as a result of it.
have you been briefed by the Chief Commissioner of ICAC?
I have met with the Chief Commissioner of ICAC, and he's obviously written to me, including in
Yes.
relation to Hector, I believe, and to the Premier, and I've
Right.
met with the Chief Commissioner. We've canvassed a range of his views.
Can I just ask you, when did he write to you, Minister?
He has written on a number of occasions, and I have responded on a number of
Right, so
occasions.
he's written on a number of occasions about Operation Hector specifically? and some of
No,
the-
it's been broader than that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, when was the first time the Commissioner wrote to you about Operation Hector?
We're just going to grab those details for you. I believe the Commissioner put some of this on the record the other day. Yeah, I might.
We
just
can take it
refer-
on notice. You're welcome to
I
take
might just
notice.
refer to the Secretary to see what information she can give us as we're running that.
Hi, I understand that the New South Wales Government has responded to all of the
That's not what I
ICACs.
asked. I asked when did the Commissioner first write to the Minister, Special Minister of State, with respect to some of the shortcomings of the ICAC Act that became obvious in the recommendations and findings of Operation Hector.
We can get you that date, on the precise date on this.
And Minister, when did you say you responded to the Commissioner?
So the Commissioner's written on a range of occasions.
Specifically about Operation Hector, I want to...
Yeah, look, the issues have been brought up, but there has been backwards and forwards correspondence. I've responded to most of those matters, something the Commissioner recognised in giving evidence the other day. But what I might do is take on notice, because we can give you
I'm
each of
happy
those
for you to
dates.
take that on notice, Minister.
Yeah.
How many subcontracting arrangements, and I'm going to ask you about transport, within the transport portfolio are currently in force? You may not know that, but you can take that on notice.
I don't. I will indicate that transport is centralising procurement, given some of the issues that had come up
Yes.
in transport, some of the ones that are very
So
public
it's
now.
the issues that came about as a result of Operation Hector, is that
I'll
why
refer
you're...
to the Secretary.
Thank you for the question. Could you just, when you say subcontracting
Some,
arrangements?
I just want to know how many subcontracting arrangements you would have within transport. You could take that on notice. I can imagine you don't know the number, but I wanted to. And the Minister just said that you've been reviewing some of those arrangements. Is that right? Or
I would
have you
stipulate-
reviewed any of the arrangements as a result of the findings from Operation Hector?
I would stipulate that of the 9 recommendations into Operation Hector for transport,
Yep.
all 9 have been completed.
Yep.
In regards to subcontracting, I'd be happy to look further into that.
Okay.
Whether you mean in regards to subcontracting of internal staff or the subcontractors that we bring on to
I think it's
deliver
more about the
projects.
subcontractors, more in line as what came out in Operation Hector is what I'm referring to.
Mm.
But I'll just go back to the Minister. I'll come back to you
Yeah.
later in the day. Minister, can I just ask you, did you say that you've met with the Chief Commissioner about this specifically or not?
I wouldn't say about this specifically. I'm aware of the Commission's views. I've met with the Chief Commissioner about a range of issues in which the Commission's interested, but the Commission certainly had an interest in this area.
Okay. Do you accept the Commissioner's evidence that he provided? And look, I'm sure you, obviously there was specific mention of Section 82A of the ICAC Act within the Operation Hector report, and I'm referring to page 33, where the Commissioner specifically said that there was concerns about whether he had jurisdiction pursuant to that section in terms of being able to make corrupt findings with respect to those subcontractors. So that's the issue, right?
Yeah.
Have you specifically addressed that issue yet, or made any attempt to address
under
this?
I've indicated this to the Commission, but it's under consideration by the government at the moment. As I understand it, and the Secretary
Who
should feel-
specifically is having carriage of this, Minister? Is that
Can I
you
just
or the
can I just
Premier?
finish this? I'll ask the Secretary to contradict any of this, but the way I would describe the issue is it's similar to the follow the dollar provisions that were provided to the Auditor General. The ICAC's raising a
You could
a similar
say that, yes. you could.
instance where they may not be able to extend all their powers
Correct.
as funding moves into subcontractors or out of the public sector.
The
I
difference-
recognise the
yes.
significance of the issue. It is under consideration by the government. We
The
haven't yet
difference
made a
is,
call.
Minister, it's a alteration to a definition within the ICAC Act. There's been a suggestion essentially by the Commissioner on how you can address it.
Yes, correct.
And it's a much more simpler process than perhaps the follow the dollar, which had a bit of
Yeah.
complexity around it.
I hope that's true.
Yes. So why I want to ask you is because I've put questions to the Premier about this in response to the Operation Hector report, but also earlier the year in February in the annual review of the ICAC hearing, of the Commissioner has again raised this issue formally and publicly. And the Premier has said to me it's a matter for you. In fact, I'll quote him, that this is a matter for the Special Minister of State. So you're the person in the hot seat, I guess. So when do you think you'll turn your mind to this issue?
Well, I have been briefed on it. It is something that I'll be discussing with my colleagues. It is something that we're weighing the position carefully. It's also something where, when it comes to matters of the ICAC's jurisdiction extending beyond public officials, the Parliament's also had strong views in relation to this. So that's one of the things that's on my mind as we're assessing this. But I do
Well, I
think
think
there's
it's about
some
definition
logic.
of public funds is specifically
Yeah.
what.
But I do
referring
think
to.
there's some logic.
Not officials.
I do think there's some logic to the proposition that the Commission's putting, but we're yet to make a final decision on that matter.
Well, how far along is this decision? Is it something that you've discussed with the Premier, or is it just something you discussed in your office? This was a report that was finalised in April of 24.
Yeah.
A pretty significant operation, an ICAC investigation into Transport New South Wales and some of the shortcomings there. You've got another transport inquiry before ICAC as well at the moment, so on an unrelated matter. But I mean, I would have thought it'd be very pressing to address this. And you've got the Commissioner, it appears, and I'd like to take on notice how many times he's written to you and the Premier, or specifically you as Special Minister of State, has raised the matter now, both in this report, raised it again in a public hearing in February of this year, and we're now end of August. I'm just 25. I'm just trying to sort of ascertain at what point will you, as as a minister address this?
Yeah, well, my most recent engagement on this issue was I believe, just ahead of a letter being sent on the 25th of August, where we're consulting further on some specifics around this matter or range of matters about
Sorry,
the
that's a
ICACs.
letter from you, is it?
It's a letter from the Deputy Secretary, but I was briefed prior to it
Okay,
being
who's
sent
that letter to?
to the Commission,
Right,
to the
okay.
Commissioner.
So that was just now, this month, August.
Yeah. So that gives you some sense that this is a very active briefing and discussion. But these
Well,
are...
it depends. When did the Commissioner first write to you? I suspect the Commissioner wrote to you last year, Minister, not this year.
Look, as you indicate, I'm not disputing this has been a long-running recommendation.
Okay. Well, I just want to make it very clear that it's about the wording of Section 8(2)(a) of the Act to ensure that the amendment can capture jurisdiction of subcontracting arrangements as public funds.
Yeah.
It's not as complex as what you're referring to before about the follow the dollar, and it's certainly not about public officials either or extending that definition. That's not what this is.
But we've taken on notice
being
those dates. There
recommended by
has
the
been
Commissioner.
some backwards and forwards about a range of these jurisdiction issues. This is not the only jurisdiction
So
issue.
can you give a
that the
commitment when
ICAC is
you
raising.
think you will address it?
Look, it's really a matter for discussion with my colleagues. There will be mixed views in the government because this is such a detailed area. There'll be views
Are
in
you
the
saying some
Parliament.
people have concerns about this?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying these are detailed and complex issues. But we'll get you the dates, and we are in consultation on these matters actively at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just go to the opposition, actually.
You sure?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Only
Yeah,
11
10 seconds.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Can I tell you the length of Woollahra Station?
Yes, in 8
Please do.
seconds.
166 metres. The length of a Tangara, 162 metres.
Fantastic. That wasn't so hard, was it? We didn't need 3 weeks to find out the length of the train.
Opposition time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So just to be clear on that, in terms of the costing for the Woollahra station, are you confident that it will cost no more than $200 million?
Well, we're doing that business case work now, but that is, as the Premier's indicated publicly, that is the nature of the range. The Premier gave a range appropriately because we don't want to... these will be commercial discussions at some point, but he's given a range, and that was the top of the range that he gave.
Okay, and so in terms of the 193 million, 200 million, is that a P50 or a P90?
Sorry, you're going to have to speak up.
Is that a P50 or P90 costing?
I don't know the answer to that, but we're doing that business case work at the moment. I'm happy for you to ask the officials on that level of certainty around that costing.
So obviously the P50 or P90 refers, as I'm sure you know, to agency confidence in the project. Which one of those was it? You've done the press release, you've been out there, you've seen the site as you told us. What's your confidence? Is it P50 or P90?
Thank you, Ms Ward. At this point, that hasn't been determined. The
Okay.
Premier gave a range
Sure.
in terms of our initial feasibility. And
Thank
that
you.
work
When is the
underway
business
now.
case going to be complete?
The business case is, the abridged
Minister.
business case is underway now.
My questions are to the Minister. When will the business case be complete, Mr?
Well, look, this is urgent work, so...
Sure, when will
I'd
it be complete if it's urgent?
I'd be hoping that we can really have this done by the end of next year. It may take a little bit longer, but that's the sort of time frame
So
I'm
did the
hoping
Premier
for.
just come up with this figure out of nowhere?
No, this is 50 years of work.
Well,
Prior
50 years of
planning
work,
by
but you don't have
transport
business
agencies,
case, you don't have a P50
and
or
a great
P90.
result
Which
for
is
the
it?
community, housing and transport put together in a suburb
But
where
who comes up with
less
the dollars?
people are living than they
Sure,
were 50
no one
years
debates
ago.
that at all, but we're talking about the dollar figures and no one can seem to tell us here today what it's based on. It's just a press release number in the air, isn't it?
No, this is based on careful transport planning. Is
How
this
can
a,
it be if there's no business case and you don't know what it's based on?
Well, that's not unusual.
And that's
to
work until
do
next
the
year.
Business. We're being public with the information we have. We'll do the business case
Thank
work
you.
on top of the 50 years of planning.
All right, has an operational plan been done on the introduction of the station?
Are you backing this plan?
I asked the questions here. I'm asking
Are you
you,
backing
has an
this plan?
operational plan? Are you dodging the question?
No,
Are you
I'm
dodging the
I'm
question?
asking
You
why
are dodging
you're-
the question.
Why you're...
Answer the question instead of
refusing to
dodging
back
it.
this
It's your
plan.
policy. I'm asking you about your policy.
There's about 6 people talking at once right now,
I'd like to
which
know
doesn't
the
work.
Yeah, and you can tell when I'm hitting on something because they all jump up and start howling. So, there we go again. Has an operational plan been done on introduction of the station? That is the impact to the network. You're the Transport Minister.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, there's been, so obviously the business case will go into the next level of detail, as you say, the next level of confidence.
Operational plan, that has been done, is that right?
But the plan to be able to make sure this work unfolds, obviously it will have an impact on the T4 line, but that
so has
plan
any
has
planning?
been... Yes.
You've got that report?
That work has been done, and I've been briefed on that work, yes.
Okay, and so you've got a report on the impact to the network before the Premier announced the project?
Yes.
Okay, and will the T4 line close during that construction?
The T4 line, without this proposition, will close for track work, for maintenance in the ordinary proposition.
I'm asking about this project. Will it close during construction of the Woollahra train station?
Here's some great news about this project. We'll largely be able to do this work within those closure windows.
Minister, why is it so hard to answer a really simple question on this? It's a very simple question. Will it close?
Why would you accept this good news?
But why do you want to talk about anything other than the very simple question? What does largely mean? We don't understand.
So the answer is we'll be working within the current track possessions. Of course, the business case work will confirm that.
Well, but that includes shutdowns, right?
That's the early advice to me. But we've got to shut the line anyway to maintain it. Otherwise... the T4 itself will become less reliable. So the ordinary one of the great benefits of the 50 years of work is we'll be able to do this largely within the windows.
All right, thank you very much, Minister. How many track positions are there between now and 2029?
I'll refer that specific detail to the agency. I have been briefed.
You just talked about it.
Yeah, no, I've been briefed, but I think that's a level of detail that I prefer.
You referred to it. You said it would be part of it. You seemed quite confident about it. You said you've been briefed on it. Yes, so how many are there planned?
Yeah, well, I'll refer you to the agency just so they can take you through at the...
Can you get that answer today?
Would you like me to take it on notice?
I prefer it today. I don't see that it needs weeks and weeks, 3 weeks to return some information when we've got all the experts here.
I think your options are to
just on the level of
ask
shutdowns.
the agency, or I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay, so does that include the shutdowns?
What include the shutdowns?
On the level of shutdowns that you referred to,
yes.
How many?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Minister, in your view, in relation to the freight industry and the wider transport portfolio, is Port Kembla a viable alternative to Glebe Island?
For what purpose are you talking about here? For freight?
In relation to the freight industry and the wider transport...
It's a very broad question. You'll have to be slightly more specific.
I'll say it again. In your view, in relation to the freight industry and the wider transport portfolio, is Port Kembla a viable alternative to Glebe Island, given there's a prospect of closure of Glebe Island?
Look, that would be the answer to that would depend on the nature of the commodity you were talking about, the nature of the mitigations that were in place, the nature of industry over time.
What's
I will indicate clearly the government's doing some work in this area to consider the future use. That is work that I'm engaged in, that Transport's advising on.
Good.
It's conducted by central government, but there are some serious considerations here.
Thank you. Given you are involved in that, I'm interested in what your view is and what level of modelling have you personally seen regarding the impacts to the freight industry concerning the removal of Glebe Island Port?
Well, I think it would be unreasonable to ask about a central government process that may involve cabinet consideration at this point.
I'm just asking what what level of modelling you've personally seen.
Yeah, well, I think I'm certainly not going to disclose any cabinet considerations if
not
they
asking
were...
you to, I'm just asking what you have seen.
I'm glad, and I won't be.
Yeah, but the people who use Glebe Island Port are not particularly glad. They are very concerned and they would like to know what the prospects are. And so I'm asking you, as Transport Minister, does the traffic modelling exist?
Yes, and I can confirm, of course, Transport's engaged. There is traffic modelling underway.
So what have you seen?
There's clearly central government consideration about these matters. There's a balance to be struck. As Transport Minister, I want to make it clear that we shouldn't take lightly industrial uses close to the city. Often they're critical to how the city operates, but the government's number one priority is housing. There is a real land use conflict set of issues to work through here. I'm confident that the government's capable of stepping through those issues.
Thank you. What does the traffic modelling say?
Look, These are active discussions, Ms Ward. I think it would be inappropriate to be briefing at that level of detail, particularly where it's clear there is cross-government discussion, potentially cabinet discussion at some point on this matter.
So there is traffic modelling, it exists, you've seen it, but you're not prepared to say what it says about the impact of the freight industry and
You're pressing me on
transport.
something that may well be the subject of cabinet
Is it?
discussion. Well, I can't confirm that either.
Traffic
Ms Ward.
modelling is the
That's
subject of cabinet in
equally-
confidence.
That's equally inappropriate.
Why?
This is a collective...
Is the traffic
government's been
modelling the
upfront
subject
that
of cabinet in confidence or not?
The government's been upfront about the fact that it is considering the future land use there.
Right.
Obviously, these are commercial...
Thank you.
People make money off these land use decisions. It's one of the reasons why the government doesn't spell out the details piece by piece as it's going. That's not just the practice of this government. It was the practice of former governments as well.
Thank you, Minister. Does
It's the
Transport have
appropriate
concerns about
practice
the
in my
closure
view.
of Glebe Island?
Sorry, you'll have to repeat the question.
Does Transport have concerns about the closure of Glebe Island?
Well, I've indicated my views and the fact that I do have concerns about getting that balance right. You're welcome to ask Transport directly rather than ask me to speculate on their views.
Well, I may do that and I will do that, but has Transport provided advice to you about the impact of closure of the road and rail network?
I've clearly been briefed by Transport in relation to these issues. I think there's no...
And in relation to the impact of the closure of the road and rail network?
Well, we're not proposing to close the road and rail network between...
Of the closure of the port, the impact that the closure of the port will have on the road
Well,
and rail
government hasn't
network.
made a decision to close the port. There's clearly active consideration of this area of Sydney. But we haven't yet
Yes,
made a
we're going around in
decision.
circles. The government is clearly considering closing a port. It's going to have some impact. I'm simply asking if you've seen traffic modelling and what the impact is.
I'm
A
rejecting
5-year-old
your...
knows there will be impact.
I'm rejecting your assertion that the government's made a decision to close the port. I'm confirming that there's a central government process.
I didn't say there was a decision. I said that there is consideration which you've offered to this committee, and there clearly is, so that's not in doubt. So I don't know why we're dancing around it, wasting time. Mr Murray, what is Transport's view about the closure? Do you have concerns?
Ms Ward, as pointed out last week, we've been part of the multi-agency
Sure.
work that is ongoing, and we feed into that process.
But that's not an answer, though. Do you have concerns?
Well, we put forward a range of inputs when asked by that process, and that is still ongoing, and it is a cabinet-led process.
All right. Has Transport previously raised its concerns to that central agency?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of...
You're the head of Transport, Mr Murray. You don't know if you've raised concerns about impact to rail and roads as a result of a potential closure of Glebe Island Port.
As I said last week, we feed into a whole-of-government process. We are one of the inputs into that process, and we would be providing a wide range of inputs.
So do you have a view about, do you have any concerns? Does Transport have any concerns about the impact of the road and rail network as a result of the Glebe Island Port closure?
Transport, through that process, Transport's been asked a range of questions, but we are not the lead agency on that work.
I didn't ask if you're the lead agency. I asked if you, as the Transport agency, had raised concerns about the transport impacts to the central agency.
As I say, we don't raise concerns. We answer questions in regards to what are the logistics required, and that would have been fed into that process. I can't comment on...
Sorry, can I just clarify that? You say you don't raise concerns.
I said we provide information in regards to a wider government process.
I think earlier, though, you said, did you not, and I'll ask Hansard to repeat it back if we need, that you don't, your role is not to raise concerns, or you don't raise concerns.
Well, I misspoke. We clearly raise concerns when we are involved in processes like this. But
you're involved in this process. Have you raised concerns?
And I said I'd take that on notice. This is a collaborative whole-of-government process of which we are just one party. And as I said last week, we have fed in scenarios to that work.
All right,
Just
we'll come back
I
to
just
that.
also
Thank you.
indicate
No, we'll just
on
move
behalf
on.
of the agencies that the agencies are also bound by those cabinet conventions.
Can I move on to buses? Your media release today, Minister, talked about 961 buses bought by Labor. Is that correct since March 23?
You'll have to... that wasn't my understanding about the number.
What's your understanding about the number on the media release that you put out today about the number of buses bought by Labor?
I thought it was 921.
You thought, you think, you know, you don't? Which is, how many buses have you bought since March 23?
921, well
Thank
on the
you.
way to 1,000.
Okay, good. 921. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Of the 151 mentioned today, how many of those are from custom denning?
We'll just get you those details at the moment, but essentially half this order is coming from custom denning,
Okay.
and half of it is coming from the other supplier, from Volgren.
Volgren? Just to clarify, you said the other supplier is Volgren?
Yeah.
So 2 suppliers of these 151 buses, half is custom denning and approximately half is Volgren.
Approximately half, correct.
Okay, can we get that number today? The media release was put out today, just in time for estimates. I'm sure somebody's very close to it and has looked at those numbers and could potentially get that for us today, could they not?
Exactly.
Do you agree with that, Minister?
What was the, you'll have to put the question again.
Can you get those numbers for us today, given that you put out the press release this morning?
To each of those suppliers,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah,
Okay,
I think that's very
fantastic.
appropriate.
And where are the Volgren buses being built?
They will be built largely in Victoria. The custom denning ones will largely be built in New South Wales. Each of those orders will meet the government's aspirations for local content, which is great news ahead of that target. So these are good results. There'll also be a fantastic service increase here as we're rolling out new bus fleet across.
Thank you. Yep. And of those 921 buses, how many are being built in New South Wales?
Well, clearly the custom denning ones will be being built in New South Wales. And we'll get you the precise number between those two.
You don't have that to hand?
We have it very nearby.
Okay. And so of those, they will be of those, could we get a list today of those 921 buses, each of those companies and the amount of buses that they're providing of those 2 companies, so Custom Denning and Volgren? How many of each of those you'll provide today to us?
You'll have to be more specific. For the 921 buses, what information do you want?
How many Volgren are providing? How many Custom Denning are providing? Of those, how many are built in New South Wales?
We'll provide some information on notice on that. In relation to
on
the
notice
split,
or today?
On notice. In relation to the split, I'm advised that Custom Denning has 56 of the 151 buses, and Volgren has 95.
Okay,
of the
so
151.
95 from Victoria, 56
all meeting
partially in New South
all
Wales.
meeting the local content.
So it's a
requirements.
third, not a half.
All meeting the local content.
Yes, but I think you've given
requirements.
this advice, the evidence to this committee today that it was half. It's not half, is it? It's a third.
Well, those are the precise numbers.
It's a third, not a half. That's correct, isn't it?
I'll
not being
let you-
unreasonable here.
I've given you the precise numbers. I'll let you do the mathematics.
I think earlier to this committee you said it's about half. It's not.
I'm
is
being
it?
more.
It's a third.
Ms. Ward, I think that's fair, and I've given you the precise numbers. But yes, I agree. I agree with your observation.
And can I just confirm the local content requirement you just referred to includes being built in Australia, not being built in New South Wales? That's correct, isn't it?
That's the standard local content definition. I will say it's dramatically different to the approach your government took, where it was
you've
buying
sent ferries
willy-nilly
to
from around
you
the
sent
world
ferries
with
to
no goals.
Tasmania, literally overseas. You're buying buses from Victoria and potentially New Zealand. So and see this, I'm hitting a bone now because I'm getting somewhere because they're reacting. Clearly, made in New South Wales and local manufacturing could be anywhere in Australia, including overseas in Tasmania. That's right, isn't it?
You only bought from overseas.
No,
your
Minister, you put out a local manufacturing content policy, which you now blatantly are not complying with. That's correct, isn't it?
No,
Local manufacturing can be in Victoria. You're spending a ton of money in Tasmania, spending a ton of money. It's your policy. That's correct,
It's
isn't it?
incredible that
Buses
you're taking
are,
this position.
and buses are from China.
A point of
It's
order.
Buses are from China.
Taken, which
Buses are
I
not
am
from China?
expecting-
Why are you
excuse me,
attacking
order,
South Coast
Minister,
Are you
and
saying
Ms.
buses
Ward,
are not from
order,
China?
Ms. Ward. Let's just hear the point
I'll
of
move
order,
on.
which we can
Chair,
predict.
procedural fairness resolution number 19 with respect to courtesy. Ms. Ward has asked a very good question, and I anticipate the Minister has a very good answer if he's given the opportunity to provide one.
Yes, I will uphold that point of order. Ms. Ward knows what I'm about to say, just at least hear some of the answer. Thank you. Let's try and go with that.
To be fair, I think responding to the Minister's incitement, but we will both
Yes,
move
it
on,
was
I'm
meant,
sure.
yes.
I'm happy to agree
As
with
usual
that.
with estimates, Minister, you can never tear us apart.
We've found common ground.
But I will say that, so can I ask about the Nowra facility? When did Transport for New South Wales become aware that the facility in Nowra would not be completing any manufacturing as stated in the development application?
Well, that's just not true. There are live people employed down in Nowra who you are opposing. There are 16 people,
Where?
14 already
Where?
in roles, 16 people who
Where?
have jobs. I can't believe you're opposing
Where?
this plant.
Where
In Nowra.
no one's opposing it. I've stood outside it. It's a paddock. I saw plenty of kangaroos and birds and trees. There
No,
wasn't a
you-
single employee standing there on the site.
No, you did not attend the place where the people are working on these buses,
Where is the place that
manufacturing
the
at the
peop-
moment as a part of a plan
All right.
to build this up. These are jobs the locals love, the community supports. The opposition's the only group opposing this South Coast manufacturing, the
Mhm.
only group.
All right. Well, when Photon and Associated Companies entered into Bus Panel 4, was Transport for New South Wales aware that the 126 buses ordered by the government would be predominantly built in China?
The Photon is working to a plan to build up manufacturing capacity on the South Coast. This is
Mhm.
hugely welcomed by locals.
Yep.
It could employ more than 100 people.
Yep.
It has to build up over time. I can't believe you're opposing this. This is so popular
Minister,
down there.
I've been out
and
there.
you're
It's an
trying to shut it
IKEA
down.
assembly factory.
You
It is
went to
not
the wrong site,
manufacturing.
Ms.
It's a
Ward.
tiny little site,
You went
and
to the
it's an
wrong site.
IKEA click it together. That is not local manufacturing. That is literally get the Allen key and screw it together. My nana could do it.
You went to the wrong site, and I
So when
don't think you should
Photon-
be
no, I
so
didn't, Minister.
dismissive.
No, I did
don't
not.
think you should be so
were you with me?
dismissive
You
of
weren't
these
with me?
manufacturing workers.
Minister, when
I think that's
Photon
a
and
real
those
mistake.
associated companies entered into that, were they aware and were they ordered by the government? Did they know? Was Transport aware that of those 126 buses that be built predominantly in China?
I hope you're going to tell the locals, the 100 locals who hope they
I
might
asked the
have a job
questions
here,
here,
that you
Minister.
want to
Why
shut
are you
this
not
down.
answering the question about
Because
buses
I'm
built in China?
genuinely
Because you don't
shocked
want to.
that you want to kill these jobs
You don't
on the
want
South
to
Coast.
answer. You're
I
sending
can't
the
believe
jobs
it.
to China, Minister, and you're trying to convince everybody. Look over here.
We
It's
are
not really
building
so.
this up over
We've got an
time.
IKEA factory with
I
4
have
people
been
in it,
down
putting
to
things
have
together
a
with an Allen key.
myself.
Point of order's been
Thank
taken.
you.
I wonder what it will be.
It's 14 seconds.
Chair, it's again the courtesy requirements
Yeah.
under
When will the
offence
facility be
resolution,
built?
But also
Yes.
fair and orderly.
When will it be built?
Conduct of inquiry for
When will the
Hansard.
facility be
I-
built in
I
Nowra?
hold
If
the
you
point
care
of
about the
order.
jobs, you'd commit to that right now.
Recognising that time is, but honestly, if the minister and the member continue to talk over each other, they'll continue to call points of
Thank you,
order.
Chair.
Minister, can I refer you to the budget papers, specifically in relation to the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences budget? They have this year an
Are you
increase.
referring to somewhere specifically?
The
in budget
operating,
papers?
yes, page, the chapter, budget paper 4, chapter 4, page 23.
Page 4-23.
Yep, and so it essentially shows, this is the operating fund, that an enormous increase for the museums of applied arts and science, considering the cuts to many of our other cultural institutions. 275% increase from last year to this year, so that's 98.8 million to 279 million. What's the reason for that?
Look, my experience of dealing with cultural institution budgets is you need to be really careful. There's a number of inflows and outflows, so I'll really caution you from jumping to that conclusion. I encourage you to question the officials in detail. There have been a number of transfers relating to the way that Powerhouse is being accounted for, including the changing role of Create here. So it's a much more, I don't want to waste your time, Ms. Fairman, so I'd encourage you to go through in more detail with the agencies, but there has not been a change of the percentage order that you're suggesting. It's really about how this is reflected in the accounts.
So I will go to the agencies later today to get the detail. But so we're looking, for example, so the increase from. So I mean, it's a political decision, though, Minister, as well.
Yeah, but if the question is the government favouring the Powerhouse and directing a lot more funds to the Powerhouse? No, that's definitely not the case. We're working through the ordinary budget process, and there's some accounting things rolling over the top that make your question sensible, but the answer's very detailed.
So with for example, the cuts that the Art Gallery has seen recently and Create New South Wales has seen, you're suggesting that those cuts have not been, in terms of funding, that isn't because funding is going towards Powerhouse instead?
No, I think that would be an unfair interpretation. I have been clear that funds that we didn't allocate to Create, that are causing the restructure, are being allocated to the sector. They have gone into back the Western Sydney Art Strategy to the tune of $5 million, and also to a strategic initiatives fund that will support other strategies. So this is money going back into the sector. There are other investments as well, but it would be unfair to characterise that as going across to the Powerhouse.
Okay, I do want to get into the detail, but
I'd
don't
encourage
have
you to do
long with you. So this is also in relation to funding cuts. So this is about the Australian Design Centre, who lost the $200,000 in federal funding in January. Then on Easter Thursday this year, that received an email from Create New South Wales with the devastating news that they had also missed out on 4 years state operational funding. This is despite being recommended by peer assessors. That was in the same round where more than a dozen regional galleries also lost state funding. Minister, are you comfortable with that situation for the Australian Design Centre, founded 50 years ago?
Well, look, I can understand why they were concerned, so I'm certainly sympathetic to them and the views of the galleries. They're doing fantastic work. The good news is the 2-year funding round has funded many of those regional museums and galleries, and it has also funded the Australian Design Centre. So they've had their funding now confirmed for 2 years. They've got that certainty, and that's good news.
Is that at the same level as they were funded previously under the 4-year multi-year grant?
I might take that on notice, but we can confirm the number. That was, is that the 2-year or the annual funding? So I believe it's $150,000, but we might confirm the details for you on notice so you've got those specifics.
We can come back. Minister, what progress is being made on finding a site for an Indigenous cultural centre?
For an Indigenous cultural centre.
Mm-hmm.
The government is, these issues have got some history to it. The government's moved away from the former government's proposition about the Museum of Sydney. They're going to do some amazing Indigenous programming, but it's unfair to ask them to be the sole place where this takes place. We are looking at some other sites where we can build up Indigenous programming capacity, including one.
So not a standalone site, though. That has been a question in these estimates for some time, including with the previous government, about a standalone First Nations cultural centre for visitors to Sydney.
Yeah.
So that's not happening?
No. Not in the very short term, but you'll note in the government's cultural policy, the 10-year cultural policy, it does indicate that is one of the government's aspirations. So we're looking to make some initial moves which will allow that aspiration to be met within the 10 years. They will be significant. We're not in a position to announce the specifics today. I've got more discussions to have with my colleagues. Oh. But it is clear that's where the government wants to go, and we're building a path to take some initial steps sooner rather than later.
You said you're not in a position to announce any specifics and said something about it being in a 10-year cultural plan. Does that mean that something will be announced by your government in this term?
Yes, we will need to announce how we're going to meet that goal within this term, yeah.
Sounds, okay, reasonably vague. Minister...
I apologise for that.
Has Transport for New South Wales considered privatising the operations for any part of the existing rail network since Labor took office?
That is a question Transport could answer. Certainly the government's position is that we're we're clear with the public. We don't favour privatisation. That's the opposite position that the former minister took, where he thought all transport should be privatised, all of it.
Your government minister.
Yeah, and under our government, we'd like to reverse that tide, of course. We can't buy everything back that the former government's privatised, but our direction is really clear.
So your direction is really clear that you will not privatise any of the operations of the existing rail networks then?
Yeah, we're not looking to privatise transport services, including the rail network.
Mr. Murray, are there plans by Sydney Trains, I'll ask you to begin with, to look at engaging private outside contractors and potentially a firm to look at to fill signal electrician positions in the network maintenance teams on the rail network?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Fairman. We have a number of private providers that do provide maintenance work and upgrade works across the network. We also have a significant self-delivery capability. The discussions that we've been involved in is how we maximise that self-delivery capability over the long term.
Right, and I think part of that delivery capability is to ensure that there are enough signal electrician roles filled within Sydney Trains. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I can ask Mr. Longland to comment, but as a point worth noting, we did bring 400 roles into the organisation that were contracted out to UGL through their facility in Western Sydney, and we took that on as a self-delivery operation.
I understand that quite a few of these positions are leaving to be hired by the private sector because they can be paid more. Is that happening at the moment?
That is one of the elements that the unions have raised with us, particularly the ETU, in regards to a long-term sustainable workforce, but that one that is available for the 24/7 works that we often do rely on subcontracted companies to assist with. But that is always a blend of skill sets across both internal and external.
Mr. Murray, and also the Minister, then, considering you're here, can you guarantee then that a contract won't be offered to a private consortium such as John Holland, for example, to cover the Sydney Trains maintenance division or any part of it under your government? I'll go to you first, Minister.
Yeah, look, I would need to get briefed on some of the specific details, but the direction of travel here is, as the Secretary says, insourcing, not outsourcing. That's the nature of the briefings to me from Transport. That's what we're looking at in these areas. I don't know the details that you're specifically talking about, so that's my only hesitation. I'd want to get briefed before providing clear information about that specific matter.
Mr. Murray?
And I would just add that we do have significant contracts in place with third-party providers across the rail network to meet the 24/7 requirements of the maintenance work. But that discussion, particularly with the ETU and the AMWU about the future of those roles and how we could continue to build skills, is very much a live discussion.
Okay, yep. Thank you. We'll go to Mr. John Roddick.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. I've got a couple of questions in your capacity as the Nighttime Economy Minister.
Mm-hmm.
Public street busking is an ancient cultural practice. Performers bring colour, fun and vibrancy to the city's nightlife. Now, we recently had the visit in Australia of the British singer-songwriter Miles Smith, who played at the Hordern Pavilion, packed out. I'm not very familiar with him, but Time magazine last year called him one of the 100 most influential people of the year. And he was just down in the Pitt Street Mall, and he thought he would perform an impromptu busking act. And then the Fun Police with the Sydney City Council came in and prohibited from doing it and told him he's got to go through all these hoops and regulations and licences and everything else, and he just gave up. Now, I think you then stepped in and said that he could then use the Sydney Opera House, which worked out to be good. But he then went to Melbourne and he praised Melbourne, and he said the City of Melbourne was very welcoming of impromptu street acts. So I'm wondering, what can you do as the Minister to let performers perform in public without having to jump through hoops? And do we really need any licensing or regulatory hoops for street buskers?
Mr Ruddock, I thank you for your interest in this issue. It's a very, very astute set of questions. Yes, I was so disappointed to see this incredible performer turned down, faced with a whole lot of paperwork early in the morning. That is just not going to work for the city. We did make the Opera House available. I want to thank the Opera House team for arranging that. It was incredible publicity for Sydney. The direction you're heading in...
Well, there's a lot of negative publicity. He's got a huge social media following, and he said Sydney's nightlife is a disgrace, even though he said Sydney's beautiful.
Yeah, both those things are true. It was good news as it happened, but he was quite critical too of what had happened to him, and I can understand why. A, I like where you're heading. B, we're open to doing that, particularly in entertainment precincts. C, I want to recognise that Burwood Council in particular has got some great suggestions about how to implement exactly what you're suggesting. Lastly, these are complex issues though. It is the cause of a factional falling out in the Labor Loves Live Music entity where we broke into a pro-busking and an anti-busking factions. There was some dispute, so it's not, there's multiple views here.
Where are you, Bob?
But I'm in the pro-busking
Well,
faction.
that's good to hear. But I mean, Minister, why do we need any regulation around this? I mean, this has been happening for thousands of years in big cities. It's a good thing, and it's very free market. If someone puts on a street act and it's not very good, then they don't make any money. If it's good, they make money and everyone's happy. Why do we need licensing? Why does the government need to be involved in this in any way?
Yeah, look, I think particularly in entertainment precincts, I'd love to make this a whole lot easier. One of the ways this works well overseas, and the case for some government intervention, is to make sure that people are there at the right time and that they're able to book ahead. So there are some advantages too for the performers, but particularly in entertainment precincts, I want to give councils more powers so that they can actively allow busking much more easily than is currently the place.
Well, I encourage you to do that. Now, I have another question about, I'm sure you're following this issue with the Wallara City Council, not the train station, but about the Camp Cove, where they're having the Wallara Council just on Monday voted to have a liberalisation trial of alcohol consumption in public down on the park, down on the beach. Now, the locals, it's a very much loved little niche beach, and there were 77 submissions to the council. 48 of them were in favour, 28 were opposed. Now, there have been some high-profile people who have said that they don't want it, but it is going ahead, which I think is a good thing. So do you think that this might... will you be keeping an eye on this trial? And if it is a success, is it something that which would make the government reconsider its opposition to liberalising public drinking?
Yeah, look, I'm certainly happy to keep an eye on this, and I'm open to any updates you want to provide here or to the House. I want to recognise you've pursued this issue. One of the reasons the government has it at the front of its vibrancy agenda is we're concerned about making those changes all about alcohol, when in fact it's about having a more diverse set of experiences and people out after dark. So that's one of the reasons we haven't lent in behind some of those changes early on. It's at the opportunity cost of engaging in that debate, but we're open to further representations you want to put.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr Bonazio.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just through you maybe to Mr Murray, to close the loop on the Bomaderry Climber electrification, can you confirm that you have started the 10 to 20 year investigation?
Right. Mr Murray.
Thanks, Mr Bonasiak. Yes, we have started the work on the Illawarra Rail Resilience Plan, which will set out the priority order of the next pieces of work in that area, including the part of line that you're talking about and the question around electrification.
How far down that 10, 20 year
Well, the first part of this work, which will be about $1.5 million worth of feasibility work, will be to order what comes next in terms of developing that plan. And that will be a quick piece of work.
Okay. Minister Taxis, 6th of August, you put out a press release around $15 million in emergency package for wheelchair accessible taxis. Me doing the math, you talked about $2 million in grants and $5 million in loans. We subtract that, we're still missing $8 million in terms of and part of the announcement. So what is that remainder of the $8 million going towards?
I might have to direct you to the agency on that, but this was the emergency funding package. Obviously, it leaves this without a long-term solution. That is something that we're quite concerned about and actively looking at, but I might refer you to the agency on the exact breakup of that funding.
Well, I might come back to them.
Yeah,
What
thank you.
modelling was, what advice or data were you presented with to support $5 million of that going to loans? I'm particularly concerned about taxi drivers' ability to service those loans,
Yep.
and I raised that with Minister Aitchison, and she kindly encouraged me to pursue it with you.
Yep.
You know, when taxi drivers are coming home from a shift and not earning any money,
Yeah.
how do they service a loan for what may be $60,000 to retrofit their vehicle for wheelchair accessible taxis?
Yeah, look, these are obviously loans on very favourable terms. That is, they're no interest loans, so that
Yeah,
is
but
obviously...
if you still can't pay the principal, because you're not even making any money in terms of a nightly wage, how do you service that loan?
Yeah.
That's without factoring in, you know, the cost of green slips and everything else they've got going on. How do they service that loan, even if it isn't just the principal?
I think that's a fair point. I'm just making the point they are on favourable terms,
Yeah.
but I'm not dismissing the point you're making. If you haven't got any money coming in, how do you deal with
So
this? I think that is
what-
the structure of the package that's been set up to date. It is based on consultation, but there is more work to do here, including as we look to how do we get this on a regular footing. So I'm open to views that you or the industry wants to put.
So what
in
happens?
relation
What
to
happens when they can't service the loan?
Well, that's obviously a problem to take.
Do you repossess the wheelchair accessible taxi and take it off the road?
I might refer you to see if we have had issues along those lines to the agency.
Mr. Murray.
The comment I was going to make is that obviously they are just part of the package. They won't be suitable to everyone, and we would work with the proponents to determine their level of comfort around servicing the loans. As the Minister has said, they are entered into under very flexible conditions because we want to be able to facilitate and make them work. But we do accept that if people are very concerned about taking on that level of engagement, that may not be a solution in that case, but we are looking to bring forward any other reforms that can help more get into the industry.
Do you have any targets in mind in terms of increasing the number of wheelchair accessible taxis over the next 12 months, and whether there's specific targets for regional and rural areas versus metro?
I'll take that on notice. We might be able to answer that today. Certainly we accept that the low interest loans have been tried before and they have had some success, but it has only been a limited number of take-ups.
Okay. Minister, do you have an update on the statutory review of the Point-to-Point Act? Have we started that process yet?
Can I just give you some details on that funding? Is that useful now, or do you want to take that later?
Just take that later, that's
yeah,
fine.
No worries,
I've only
okay.
got 40 seconds.
Yeah, and sorry, tell us again, what was the question?
The statutory review of the Point-to-Point Act, my understanding it's due to start. Have we actually started it yet?
I can't confirm whether we've started that, but we'll deal with that in the ordinary course of business.
Okay. Have you received any data on the changes to regulations that allows Uber to operate at the airport essentially as a rank and hail arrangement? That was a trial.
Yeah,
I
that
think it's
trial
due to
is
finish.
due to conclude next month, so we're obviously coming close to decision point.
Have you received any assessment data as to its success or otherwise?
I'm not certain if the office has. What I have confirmed to both the taxi industry and to some of the key point-to-point operators is I'd like to meet with them to discuss it before the government makes a decision about that trial. So that's where we're up to in the process. I'll be briefed ahead of those meetings, and I'll take those meetings very seriously.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just back to our buses. How many workers for Photon are currently inmates at the South Coast Correctional Facility?
Well, there are. Photon have been employing some inmates as a part of their build. I welcome that, as I think it's great that people get a second chance. I particularly do that as the son of a probation and parole officer. I think it's fantastic.
Certainly, but what local jobs does that create?
Well, this is a good program. It's a very small number of employees. It was up as high as 4 at one point. We can get the current figures for you, but this will employ many locals as this program develops.
The
if it
inmates
goes
being
well.
employed will employ locals.
Well, I hope they employ additional people, both through this scheme, but many additional locals as well. I think
On
that'd be
those-
the right balance there.
Certainly.
But I
Are those inmates
I just want to make
paid-
it clear, Ms Ward, I support that program.
Thank you.
But I
Are the
also
inmates
support
paid-
this manufacturing down there, something
Thank
you
you.
appear
I have
to
2
oppose.
minutes, Minister, so you can do that by press release.
Sure.
Are those
I may
inmates
take you up
paid?
on that offer.
Are those inmates paid the full labour rate?
I will take that on notice, but the initial advice to me was they are receiving payment.
Payment or full payment? Are they cheap labour?
I want to take the details on notice for that.
All right. But they're local.
They're being paid award rates, I'm advised.
All right, but the local jobs are local by choice, aren't they? Not by custodial order.
I wouldn't look, I think it's terrible to dismiss this program. This is actually giving
No one's
people a second
dismissing
chance.
it, Minister. We're
We
just
should
asking
take it
if those
seriously.
local jobs are being filled by cheap labour from inmates who don't choose to be in that correctional facility and are being paid under rate.
They're being paid award rates.
It's cheap labour under labour.
I support the program, and you're entitled to oppose it, but I actually think this program is a very
My
important
question
way
is
to
to
give people
you
a
about
second
the
chance.
actual jobs in this area and the reality compared to your press release, and the fact that your press release didn't say that you'd be employing as cheap labour correctional facility inmates locally in the South Coast Correctional Centre. But I'll
Well,
move on.
This has been
Minister, is
absolutely
Transport
public.
aware?
In fact, the former member congratulated us for this
Thank you.
program
Is
earlier in
Transport
the year.
aware?
So this has been entirely public.
Thank you. Is Transport aware of rust being on the photon buses due to them coming via boat?
If you'd like to know if Transport's
would.
aware of something, I encourage you to ask Transport.
I would like
about
to
it.
know, is
Yeah.
Transport aware of rust being on these photon buses
I'll
because
refer
they've come
to
from
the
China?
agency.
I'd take that on notice. It's not something that has been advised to me.
You haven't received that advice?
I'm aware that the 31 buses currently produced through the Nowra facility are going through their registration at the moment.
Yeah, but are you aware of the rust on these buses?
I'm not aware of that, but I'll take the question on notice and come back.
All right, thank you. And the Tangara fleet, will the new Tangara fleet, Minister, be built in New South Wales?
The future. So there's 2 programs in relation to the Tangara. One where we've made the decision your government didn't make, and we've allocated $450 million to it to extend the life of the current
Minister,
Tangaras.
the new fleet only, just the new
yeah,
fleet, will that new
I was getting to
Tangara
that,
fleet
yeah.
be built in New South Wales?
Yeah, in relation to the future fleet program, this will be subject to the government's goals of having local manufacturing.
So it will be built
That
in New South
planning-
Wales?
Order.
That planning is well underway, and it will mean a big boost to New South Wales jobs.
It's not an answer.
Minister, how is it going in terms of reducing government costs for music festivals in New South Wales?
Look, firstly, the financial support's been important, both to small festivals and the larger ones. The appeal processes are up and running. We're in the early stages of those, so I think this summer festival season will really tell us how they're working in full effect. But there have been some early appeals, both internal and to that central panel that's now up and running.
So at this point, so it's been a year since at the time I think you were wanting that passed for last summer, actually. So we still don't know whether music festivals have been able to appeal excessive charges such as user pays, policing charges, and had them reduced or revoked?
No, they have been able to appeal. That channel is open. I can confirm festivals have taken advantage of those appeals. You're welcome to ask about some of the specifics. It's also why we had to get that Festival Viability Fund in place, because some of this will be slow, that appeal process. So that's why we needed that funding process that you've been asking questions about this morning.
Yeah, but that didn't go to a lot of the festivals, obviously. That didn't meet the eligibility criteria.
Yeah, but it went to many festivals, and there's other
Fine.
funding rolling out to some of those other festivals. So, but that's the government's view. You're entitled to take a different view.
So so just to be clear, what you don't know yet in terms of the impact, one of the biggest objectives, which you said as well in terms of those reforms was to make it easier for festivals and cheaper to reduce what was an exorbitant cost by many government agencies, but really the police. And at this point, 1 year in, you don't know whether those costs have been reduced, or you're saying maybe they haven't yet.
I definitely disagree with that. That's not the feedback to me. Those extensive plans that have to be required are being required of less festivals. The new plans that are required are being layered over festivals much more appropriately by authorities. That's reducing costs across the sector. The feedback to me, very directly from the sector, is the cooperation from agencies and the paperwork has dropped while they still believe patrons are being kept safe, and the appeal processes are being used. One appeal has been lodged to that central panel. It was received on the 13th of August this year. It's currently under consideration, but you may want to ask some details about the other appeals.
Thank you. Minister, what role did you play, if any, in requesting of the police minister to not have police dogs, drug dogs, present during the drug checking trials at the music festivals? The first one was yours and ours. Did you speak with the police minister to see whether they could not have drug dogs there, which of course is a recommendation of the Drug Summit?
I won't go into all the details of discussions with my cabinet colleagues, but I did go down to the festival to see the operation in action. I met with the festival industry, the Yours and Ours team and the agencies. I want to thank the agencies for being there. The feedback was very direct on regulation and on drug checking and on cooperation between the agencies. The industry was very pleased with the initial rollout. Of course, there's more work to do.
Thank you, Minister. Our time is up. Are there any questions from government members?
No, thank you. I mean, I would like more info on length of trains, but we can talk about that.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Minister, for appearing. Your time with us is done for today. We'll break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, where we'll continue the afternoon with the officials. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We will now go straight to questions from the opposition. Ms. Jackie Monroe.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, 1 second.
Yep.
I have to swear. We have to swear Ms. Rachel Simpson in. Apologies. Name, position, title, and the oath or affirmation.
Thank you. Rachel Simpson, Executive Director, Tolling, New South Wales Motorways, Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll commence the opposition's 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My first question was about an answer that the Minister gave regarding the regional arts organisations that had been funded as announced this morning versus the total funding pool. The Minister seemed to indicate that the total funding pool was somewhere in the order of 15 million for the grants this morning, and that half of that 7.5 million or so had gone to regional arts organisations. I just wanted to clarify that that's right, because the Excel spreadsheet that's available on the website indicates that actually the total pool of funding was somewhere just over 7 million.
If you would like, I could get Ms. Glascock to come up and actually talk through the individual grants, so it might give you the total and the percentage.
Okay, that would be helpful. Just to clarify, if the Minister had found an additional $7.5 million from somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh,
You just start talking to it.
I'm just talking to it. Don't have to turn it on.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not old school. Yes, so the 2-year multi-year funding announcement this morning invested just over $3.7 million annually into 31 regional organisations. The 7.4 is in reference to the 2-year commitment.
Right. So when he referenced a $15 million figure, do you know where that came from?
That is the 2-year commitment across.
Okay. So the spreadsheet today that was released is the 1-year total. Is that right? Or
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the intention is that spreadsheet from today that represents 1 year will just be replicated this time next year.
Yeah, because we've committed to the 2-year funding period.
Okay. So on that spreadsheet, column A is a date, and it's the date of the 22nd of August. I just wondered, is that the date that what does that date refer to?
I would have to take that on notice, the 22nd of August. Okay. I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me, sorry.
When did you advise the Minister of the funding grants that you thought that he should approve?
So the current round that's just been announced, which was a joint announcement of project and multi-year funding, is assessed via the art form boards.
Mm-hmm.
They make recommendations to the Minister and he confirms the funding. I believe this went up to the Minister, I'd have to get the exact date. It was very recently.
The last couple of weeks.
Last couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. And do you know when it came back for announcement? Did it go back to Create New South Wales to be announced?
Correct. It's got approved very recently, a couple of days.
Yeah. So it was approved by the Minister a couple of days ago and then sent back to Create?
That's correct.
This week?
That's correct.
So you received his grants on Monday or Tuesday or?
His decision. Look, we could get you the exact dates, but it's very recent.
Okay. So the recommendations were with his office for a couple of weeks?
No.
No, it was a...
Why don't we get you the exact date, but it's days, not weeks.
Okay, yeah. It would be great if I could please have the dates of when the recommendations were sent to the Minister and when he sent them back to Create or whoever he needed to send them back to, please.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, on the, this may still be with you, Ms. Glascock, around engagement with the federal government relating to spirits excise and also public liability insurance. It might be with Mr. Rodriguez. Was there, or anyone? Is anyone engaging with the federal government around spirits excise and public liability insurance?
We haven't in hospitality and racing that I'm aware of.
And that would be the part of the portfolio that it's not a matter our department's dealt with.
That hasn't been undertaken. Okay. I had a question about the definition of live music venues, because the Minister is making statements about the number of live music venues in New South Wales, that they've tripled in the last 2 years, but there's been some questions around the definition of that. Could somebody please tell me the number of live music venues that were operating in New South Wales in 2022
I
versus
think
24?
Ms Collins can help you. She's answered questions on this in previous estimates, so maybe I'll ask her to come up.
Hi. Hello. Thank you.
So there are, I guess, two different numbers that you might be referring to. So at the start of 2024, Sound New South Wales released a report looking at the live music industry in New South Wales, which included a count of New South Wales music venues, which were 795 in total. This included varying types of live music venues, from dedicated music venues to venues that very occasionally and inconsistently, potentially, offer live music, but that there are 795 venues across the state that do offer live music. There's also a figure that you may be aware of that is managed by Hospitality and Racing, which is the venues taking up the live music incentive, which at the moment is at 453 venues. Yes.
I've got some comparative figures here across 2023 to 2025, Ms Munro, if that's helpful.
Yeah, that's helpful. I mean, I guess to your point, Ms Collins, that venues like the Sydney Theatre Company or Griffin Theatre Company are being included in the live music figure that Mr. or Minister Graham is referring to when he talks about live music venues. Do you know if that's accurate?
I'm not sure which the exact context in which he's referred to them, so I can't confirm if that's aligns with what my understanding is.
Okay, but those figures you've just given me, so the 725, that's in the report from 2022?
24. 795.
Okay, right. I think that is the number that he's referring to, that it includes venues that are very occasionally engaging in live music. Okay, thank you. And yeah, absolutely, Mr. Barraquette, if you would like to.
Sure, so we've got so a number of licensed music venues in New South Wales accessing incentives, so that's extended trading, fee reductions and things. In March 2023 it was 133. As Ms Collins said, in July this year it's 453. There's 197 of those in regional New South Wales as compared to 53 in regional New South Wales in March 2023.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry to be jumping around. I am actually keen to kind of get deep into the budget, and I'm not sure who is best to talk about this, but it's referring to budget papers number 3 and 4, and understanding exactly where money is recorded. So in budget paper 3, relating to the Department of Creative Industries, the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences has underneath it the project of the Ultimo revitalisation. And that's a project that is presumably housed in that entity's budget. But the new Powerhouse Museum is listed underneath the department's major works. Could you please explain why that is?
Yes, and this is part of the reason the numbers are quite confusing in terms of what sits in our department and specifically in the Create budget, and there have been some changes. So there are 3 Powerhouse projects that have been or are underway, Castle Hill, Ultimo and Parramatta. The Castle Hill building has transferred into the Powerhouse in the last year. I think that's visible in their annual report.
Okay, so
and that's that was a transfer of 53 million.
But in this budget, Castle Hill's included under the department.
It has now transferred to the Powerhouse, is my understanding.
When did that happen?
So I think in page 100, because this morning, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was, someone was quoting page 144 of the Powerhouse annual report, and that's where you can see what has transferred into the Powerhouse.
But that annual report is from
for the last
23,
year. Yes,
24.
Yes. So I guess what I could do is I can talk you through the pieces as we understand them. If you would like, I could get back to you on notice about how they're accounted for in the financial statements. But it is,
I guess,
what you're seeing is a move from Create into Powerhouse as either things are completed or as we have changed the model now and just transferred the other works to the Powerhouse.
But isn't it a bit concerning that the Powerhouse's annual report doesn't accord with the government's budget papers?
Ms. Havilah might be able to explain why it's...
That would be helpful, thank you. And
I don't purport to be an accountant.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure, my pleasure, my pleasure. So there was an $840 million capital allocation towards the delivery of both Castle Hill and Powerhouse Parramatta. And so that is what's recorded. Sometimes when Parramatta's mentioned, Castle Hill is also mentioned.
Okay. So
even though that project, they're all in different phases.
Right.
So Castle Hill was finished in the 23-24 financial year.
Yeah.
And that was when that asset was transferred to the Powerhouses, onto the Powerhouses books.
Okay.
Powerhouse Parramatta is still sitting with Infrastructure New South Wales, and so that will complete at the end of this year, and then it will be transferred.
Okay. So in the budget papers 420, budget paper 3, 4-20, it lists the estimated total cost of the new Powerhouse Museum in Parramatta, including Castle Hill, as NA. Do you know why that is?
No, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
But I can tell you the total capital allocation. I can confirm that as 840.
Yeah. That's, I mean, obviously that's reflected elsewhere in the budget papers. It seemed unusual that it's listed as not applicable here. So yeah, that would be helpful. And just to go a little deeper through budget paper number 4, the capital expenditure for the museum is increasing an enormous amount. So last year the revised budget for capital expenditure was 17 million, and then this year it's 154 million. So what's it contained within that increase?
So the total government allocation towards the revitalisation of the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo is 250 million. Of that, the Powerhouse is raising 50 million through a philanthropic campaign.
So you're anticipating that you'll have $50 million in philanthropy. Where is, or how is that accounted for in the budget here?
So if you go to page...
is it 423?
4/3. 423, yes.
423,
yep. So you'll see under grants and contributions, you'll see an amount of 38.2 million. That is philanthropy income that's phased from both Parramatta and Ultimo. That comes both in and out of our accounts. Yeah.
So the government underwrites the...
Yeah, so the process is for both Parramatta and Ultimo is, I suppose Parramatta's the best example because we're further down the road with that philanthropy campaign, is that we are tasked with raising the 75 and that 75 has to be delivered at the completion of construction to pay for the completion of the project. And so through our philanthropic agreements, that income comes in over a number of years and we pay that back to Treasury to the full amount.
Okay.
So you can also see in that same page under expenses of 190, 58.1 of that 190 is the contribution that we'll make towards Powerhouse Parramatta construction.
Okay. So the funding distribution by the department, the second line of revenue.
The 279?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is a combination of both CapEx and OpEx. So it includes the transfer of the Ultimo revitalisation capital budget. So we're holding the capital budget for the Ultimo project.
But you're not holding the capital budget for Parramatta?
No.
Okay.
So that, because it is in a different phase.
Are you holding the OpEx budget for Parramatta?
Yes.
Yes. So how much is that?
So of that, it's probably better represented through me explaining it through expenses. So if you break down the 190, 58.1 of that is what will contribute to the Parramatta CapEx base build through philanthropy. 127.5 is the both a combination of workforce and other operating expenses that we are utilising to prepare to operationalise Powerhouse Parramatta and develop and deliver the 5 major exhibitions in preparation for our opening next year. So we take on Powerhouse Parramatta building in 16 weeks and we have a period of fit out that we'll undertake in this financial year.
Okay. So the 127.5 million, what was that last year, the equivalent?
The equivalent last year, and it's hard to find an exact equivalent, is 123. Okay. You can see in the... Hang on, I might take that on notice so I don't get that exactly wrong.
Okay.
Exactly wrong. So I can get that exactly right.
Yes, yes, that's good. Yeah, okay. Thank you for taking me through that. I appreciate the detail. So, just on the revitalisation of Ultimo, it's been put to me that there hasn't been an additional business case put forward for the whether it's a semantic change or not to the project. Is that, could you explain why that is the case, why a new business case wasn't put forward?
So the project was, there was a period of revision for the project in terms of the scope of the capital works, and as part of that process, the budget, the capital budget, was shifted. And I think the process will be now is that we'll, work closely with government to make sure that we have the right OpEx allocation to operate the museum in its new form.
Okay, so there was concern that as part of the modification, the exhibition period for public comment was only about 13 days, around 2 weeks. Did you receive feedback that wasn't long enough for the public to respond, given the complexities of these kinds of documents?
So I think what you're referring to is the current planning modification that's sitting with planning. And so the revitalisation project is being delivered by Infrastructure New South Wales. And so what I've been advised by Infrastructure New South Wales is that it's to do with the replacement of the RAN structure. And so that replacement, it was identified through the process of procurement of the builder that had to be replaced, and that's what the planning modification is about. And what will happen in terms of the timing of that planning, that's really a question for Infrastructure New South Wales and planning in terms of the timing of the modification.
Okay. So it has also been put to me that some demolition style work might actually be happening as early as next week at the Ultimo site. Is that accurate?
So early works have been undertaken for over a period of 8 months. And so once the museum was closed, so we could undertake those early works started to prepare for the main construction contract.
Okay.
And from what I've been informed from Infrastructure New South Wales, of course, that's all in line with planning approvals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I could start with Mr. Rodriguez. I just wanted to quickly talk about the new, I think this is one for you, the new sexual harassment and sexual violence prevention training through RSA.
It's actually one for me, Miss Boyd.
It is? Okay. I was going to say, did that come out of the work that the 24-Hour Commissioner has been doing, or...?
It's for Mr. Barakat, but we work quite closely together, so
Okay.
feel free to throw them in this direction. And
Okay, I'll throw them at that corner over there.
Yep.
So I understand that although welcome, that training on sexual harassment and sexual violence prevention is only for people who are completing their RSA for the first time. Is that correct?
So it's compulsory for new entrants into the industry. It was compulsory from, I think, 17 June, and we've had about 12 to 13,000 people go through already. We expect it'll be about 100,000 over the next 12 months. That's about the amount of people who do RSA training each year. We've also made it available to licensees. We've written to all licensees and said, well, it's not compulsory for people already in the industry to do it. Here it is. We encourage you to use it. We encourage you to talk to your staff about it, and here's the materials that are available. I guess looking at applying it retrospectively is quite a challenging task from a capacity perspective. There's about 600,000 people in the industry with RSAs, so to put all them through that training retrospectively, we thought would be quite difficult.
And so what does that training look like then, in terms of how intensive it is?
It's part of the RSA course, so it's a component of the RSA course. Exactly what it entails, I'd have to take on notice, but it's now built into the course that each new entrant into the industry has to complete. But I'm happy to take on notice the detail.
Or online?
It can be both, is my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many hours are we talking?
I'll take that on notice, but I can come back to you after the break on that.
You
if
can
that's
imagine
useful.
where I'm going with this. Like, is it that hard to really say to people that they need to say within the next 12 months?
It's less about the people in the industry. It's more about the approved, accredited training providers, whether they have the capacity to take on that extra cohort. I'm not saying we wouldn't look at it. I'm happy to take it away and consider it further, but the decision at this point was that it would be focused on new entrants into the industry.
Maybe, I mean, if it's, again, I appreciate you need to take it on notice, but presumably if it's an online course, you would imagine. But also, and maybe this is a question, again, to the corner. I feel like, what we're looking at here is an entrenched culture that needs to change. If we're not addressing the, 600,000 people who are already in the industry and part of that culture, how effective is this going to be? It's better than nothing, but do we think that that's sufficient? Just a one-off training?
No,
when you get
so
your RSA?
certainly not. And Mr. Rodriguez can talk to some of the other things we're doing. So the RSA component is one aspect of trying to, as you say, fix that culture. But there's ongoing consultation with organisations like Full Stop that Mr. Rodriguez is undertaking as well that will feed into that.
Yeah. Is there going to be ongoing training requests, mandated at any point? Is that?
This is a requirement. This is an ongoing requirement now. If you do an RSA in New South Wales, you'll have to have completed this training as part of that.
Okay, so how often, excuse my ignorance, how often do you have to do that training then?
You have to do it when you enter the industry. I think refreshers are every 5 years from memory.
Okay, so in 5 years' time, everyone in the industry should have done this training?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. It's not as bad as it could be.
Glad
All
to
right.
hear
Thank you. Okay. I'll go to you, Mr. Murray, probably. I just wanted to get an update on the extent of consulting spend from Transport in the last financial year.
Thank you for the question. I will take those details on notice, but I may be able to come back to you within this part of the hearing. We have continued our work to reduce the spend on external consultants as part of the overall savings programs.
Are you able to also tell me the contractor spend and labour hire spend that
can
Transport has?
I can take those on notice and aim to furnish them as quickly as possible.
You'll be aware that there was quite a focus in our consultants' inquiry into Transport spend on contractors and labour hire. It was found to be quite high, and there was a bit of a drive to try and push that down. Noting the core New South Wales Public Service work policy that was released in July 2025 and the government's stated aim of trying to reduce reliance on external parties and instead boost the public service, how do we explain the 950 job cuts that Transport for New South Wales are planning?
Thank you. We have been very much focused on the core work policy and also the work that across government is occurring in terms of making sure that any SME consulting style services can be redirected to other parts of the public sector, which Transport is playing a large role in and feeding into Cabinet Office and Premier's Department as to what services we could provide to other agencies through that. In relation to the proposal that may impact up to 950 senior manager and award roles, we are going through the design of that at the moment, but the aim of those roles is to target corporate and support service branches within the organisation where we've already done the leadership restructures to have fewer divisions in the organisation. So this is the last stage of the reform that began in the last financial year and has delivered a new leadership structure and delivery structure across the organisation. Now we need to flow that through. So we are very mindful of the skills that we will need, but also of reducing duplication or corporate support services that are tuned more to the previous structure, which had more divisions.
But that 950 job cuts is to cuts within not the labour hire workforce within Transport, but your actual direct employees.
That's correct. So ongoing savings will continue in the labour hire ranks and any consultancies. They are part of our overall financial sustainability aims that have been baked into our budget assumptions. But we also need to overall ensure the size of the organisation fits the work that we are doing, and that's why we're looking at the structures of those branches.
But in line with the core New South Wales Public Service work policy, wouldn't you be preferencing those direct jobs over the labour hire jobs that still exist? I understand you've got like well over 700 still labour hire positions. Will they be sort of booted out and make way for some of these direct employees? We are absolutely preferencing the savings in labour hire, and that's why over the last 2 years we've made major changes in that area. Unfortunately, we also have to face into the fact that in other parts the organisation has grown outside of the core roles that it needs to do, and we need to address that through the next layer of branch design. So there will be ongoing focus in labour hire, absolutely, and that's one of our core principles. But we can't move away from the fact that we do need to make savings in those other ranks as well. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wing. Sorry. I can't do estimates without asking Mr. Wing a question. So we are still getting people telling us that they are being turned away by taxis and by rideshare more generally, as well as having abuse hurled at them. What have you been doing since we last spoke to clean that up and stop it happening?
So we're talking about people with disability especially? Yes.
Especially the ones that we hear a lot about are people with assistance dogs being turned away, but also people, just generally random abuse from rideshare and taxi drivers when they're on the street. It's quite extreme, and it's not just sort of hearing from one or two. So it's well reported what is being done.
So let me begin with, so we have a couple of groups of people who specifically have rules in the Act and which we enforce Let me begin with people with assistance animals, because we know that unfortunately there is a historic experience that both rideshare and taxi drivers do refuse them. And we do a couple of things there. One, we are doing a lot of work with Guide Dogs New South Wales, and I've talked about that in the past, to do both education, because we know that when people actually have been exposed to passengers with guide dogs or other assistance animals, they're far less likely to turn them away, but also to do covert operations, so that people are aware that if you are, in fact, if you are a rideshare driver, if you are a taxi driver and you refuse an animal, then you are possibly going to face a fine. It's a $1,000 fine at the moment. And we have been doing a number of covert operations around that area. We have been fining people when we catch them doing that on those operations, or if we get complaints, then we will follow those up as well.
And are those rideshare companies, are you asking them, and are they doing proactive action to make sure that their drivers are aware of their obligations? Yes,
so we expect them and we require them all to have that education as part of their onboarding of all new drivers. But we've also set up a system with the rideshare companies, with Uber, with DD, with the taxi companies around complaint handling as well. So historically, again, the concern was no one bothered to complain because they thought nothing would happen. We said to them, every complaint you get now, you need to, 1, follow it up, 2, get back to the complainant and tell the complainant what's happening, and also report it to us as well. We found in other areas that when they're required to get back to the complainant and to report it to us, we get much more attention to the actual complaint.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Benaziat.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Murray, just coming back to the Bomaderra to Kima line, you keep coming back to this $1.5 million resilience investment. Do you have any targets or KPIs in terms of what that $1 million is going to bring in terms of improvements with its journey time, service frequencies, etc.?
I might ask Ms Mayers to assist me on this,
Yeah,
but
sure.
the $1.5 million initial spend is to structure those ambitions and to be able to look at those and then put it in place a program where we address those outcomes. So that work has begun, but it is still too early to put KPIs against some of those elements.
Okay, so $1.5 million to plan potential upgrades.
Yeah, so since March this year, we started roundtables with industry, community, levels of government, community representatives. So we got feedback through those. We use previous studies, as you mentioned before, what the other work we'd done on electrification or duplication. We had been asked to include a South West rail link as well. So we have a long list of things people would like to see in the plan. We are doing work at the moment. We've engaged some contracts on strategic modelling and technical advisory. So that's about rail operations and what we can do for improvements there. Getting some of those economic appraisals done. So to answer the earlier question, we don't have estimates yet, but we will have those in the new year. And when we've got all of that together by about end of quarter 3, we'll be testing that back with the advisory and community groups that we've been speaking with, and then we'll have that report ready for government. When decisions are made on which things we need to progress, we'll use the balance of the $10 million to do the business case and investment work to get it done. Mr. Longland may have some information on improvements that have been made on the line in the short term, but this plan is actually looking at the longer term, as you mentioned earlier.
Okay. Thank you. Just one of the other projects that came up when we're discussing the Melbourne to Dumbarton railway line, it seems like every government in New South Wales in history has promised this. Where are we up to in that 10 to 20 years of investigation? Because it feels like it's been going for more than 20 years in terms of a promise to complete it.
That South West link's included in this analysis. So we'll be looking at that as part of this. Yep.
So we haven't started that 10 to 20 year investigation?
That's all part of that work. Yep.
Can I ask why Hampton Bridge in Kangaroo Valley doesn't rate a mention in this regional New South Wales infrastructure plan, given its significance and its issues? I know it kind of sits in Minister Aitchison's portfolio, but I'm going to push the friendship a bit here.
Are you talking about this Illawarra plan or?
Just in general, the regional New South Wales Services and Infrastructure Plan, there is no mention of the Hampton Bridge at all in terms of a project of significance.
I will have to take that on notice and have a look at that particular plan. But I can tell you that we are doing a review of all of our bridges, looking at not just what the asset condition is and when we need to do that work, but accessibility, particularly with the impacts that we've seen around Hampton and the load restrictions.
With all due respect, Ms Mayers, how many reviews are we going to do like this?
Well, it's to prioritise the work so that we can make sure it doesn't happen.
This is a bridge that's been looked at how many times since 1990? Like there's been 8 consultants on this project since 1990.
Yep.
You're now doing another feasibility study to see what's feasible, even though you know what is feasible and what is potentially being proposed won't.
For Hampton Bridge?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not doing feasibility study. So there was ongoing maintenance work and there was monitoring and...
the Minister's made an announcement about doing a feasibility study and what else can be done.
It's a business case to do the full replacement. So there's a couple of things. So there's maintenance happening now. There's short-term work to see if we can get the load restrictions removed, and if there's any change to the maintenance, we can do more immediately.
But there are no short-term fixes because.
They're still that's what they're still working through, and then the money that they spoke about was for the long-term duplication or replacement or whatever outcome is to be looked at.
There's a study there's a paper, peer-reviewed paper done by your own department officials, basically stating that there are no short-term solutions to this. It's duplication or nothing else.
So we've got our suspended bridge engineering experts looking at it just to make sure and see if there's anything else we can do.
I've just tabled this for you to have a look at it. So you're saying these people that work for your department aren't experts in their field. They presented at a paper at a conference in 2022 in South Australia hosted by Ausroads, and specifically citing the Hampton Bridge as an example. And they basically say the only solution is duplication.
So we're just reviewing that to make sure and see if there's anything else that we can do. Thank you. I haven't seen that document before, but I can say they are the 3 things we are doing: the maintenance work and the monitoring, seeing if there's something we can do more short term to remove the load restriction, noting that report that you've tabled, which I'll take a look at, and then the longer term duplication.
You're not concerned you're giving community false hope in short-term solutions that you've already previously ruled out on many, many occasions?
No, we're being honest about the work we're doing and genuinely having a look to see if there's anything else that can be done that we haven't looked at before since 2022 or earlier.
Okay. Is the Glen Murray Road being considered as an option for a low-level crossing across the Kangaroo River?
I'm not sure. I'd have to take that on notice.
Are you able to take that on notice in terms of whether that is being considered or re-examined, and what are the potential engineering obstacles for that option?
Yep, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. I might just go back to taxis if possible. Mr. Murray, if Mr. Wing might like to come up. Mr. Wing, do you have any information in terms of or feedback around the Uber trial at the airport that you can provide the committee in terms of how it's progressed? In terms of compliance operations you've been running at the airport? Is the feedback I've received from both users and taxi operators said it's a bit of a bastard case?
So Uber Pin's a trial at obviously at T1 International Airport. That trial began in September last year for a 12-month period. It allows.
I know the details, but can you jump to the point? I've only got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
What are the metrics you're using to measure whether this has been successful or not?
So it's so far had about more than 300,000 passenger trips moved through that trial through Uber Pin, and reporting coming from Uber in Sydney Airport is about that there's been a decrease in passenger wait time and an increase in customer satisfaction. From my own point of view, I've obviously also put strong additional safety obligations on it too, and I have my own people go through and check to make sure that, for example, a boom gate at the entrance, as well as requiring Uber to have people to control the curbside at all times when it's running. And I have my own people go through and check that is actually in place, and of course they do checks in plain clothes as well, and surprise checks as well, to make sure that the safety obligations are being put in place.
When was the last plain clothes, compliance check done?
I don't have a day, but it would have been very recent, because we do a lot of stuff at the airport, and that's just on the roster of things for people to walk through.
Okay. Are you able to take on notice as to when the last one was? Don't have to give me the exact date, but obviously just a rough...
Is within the last week or two, yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. Are you having any... are you providing any feedback to the Minister on the statutory review? Have you started that process with him yet?
Of the Act?
Yes.
I have. The statutory review of the Act will be run by Transport for New South Wales.
So you won't have any input as essentially the regulator of it?
Oh, I see. And I'm sure that I will get asked for a lot of input, but I guess what I'm saying is that they will actually run the timing of the review.
But you haven't been engaged. You haven't been engaged or asked for that input yet.
Not about the review itself, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'll take the last 20 seconds. I think this may be for you, Mr. Barakat. Do you know whether any appeals have been lodged with ILGA? This is under Section 5A of the Music Festivals Act.
I'm not
in terms
aware.
of appeals.
Against decisions of whether or not a festival needs an agreed health and medical plan. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Right. Ms. Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Can I indicate at the outset through you, Chair, that I won't require for the next session Ms. Mildwater, Mr. Barakat, Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Boyd, if you wanted to clear those seats.
Oh, I thought you
can
meant
I
not
ask?
at all, and I'm like,
No, just for this session. And could I ask to Ms. Drover and Ms. Simpson perhaps to come down from the nosebleed section? Thank you. I just might assist. While I'm doing that, I might go to you, Mr. Regan. Ms. Regan, what's the status of the extra additional stations for Metro West, which Chris Minns promised the government was looking at, or is the Metro West station alignment being left untouched?
So the government has announced and confirmed that it is not proceeding with a station.
Sorry, could you just pull the microphone a little bit? Yeah, thank you.
So saying the government has confirmed it is not proceeding with an additional station at Rose Hill. As I've advised the committee before, we have been providing advice to this government and previous governments over Metro West station options for some time. We're not progressing any further stations on the 9-station alignment at this point.
Then no further work is being done on that at this point?
That's correct.
Thank you. And sorry, you said one other you mentioned? No? Okay. So there'll be no further stations, essentially?
We're not working on any further stations at the moment, that's right.
Okay.
We are in procurement for the 9 stations on the alignment.
Yeah. Okay. It's a bit of a scar to Western Sydney commuters, though, when they were promised that, but nonetheless. So then, can I just go to the EBA negotiations? What's the status of the EBA negotiations between Metro Trains Sydney and the workforce?
I understand those negotiations are ongoing. Clearly, they are between Metro Trains Sydney, MTS, as the operator, and their employees and the unions. We're not directly involved in those discussions.
You're not?
No.
Okay. So then what's the latest advice to government or the public concerning the dispute?
It's a matter for MTS and its workforce.
Okay. All right. So are we telling commuters on rail strikes, don't dream it's over?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Well, the commuters and the rail strikes that are happening, is that essentially over, or is that still in abeyance because of those negotiations?
I'm not aware of any planned strikes.
Okay. On the Western Sydney Airport extensions, what's the status of the business cases for those 2 Metro Western Sydney Airport extensions?
Yes, so we are continuing to work on 2 business cases. So there's a A business case for extensions between St Mary's of the Western Sydney Airport Metro and Tallawong, the Northwest Metro. We're working to finalise that work by around the end of this year, early next year for government. So we're continuing to look at options there in the north, and that one is being looked at as a metro extension, given it's connecting two metro lines. We're also working very closely with Transport for New South Wales. There's a jointly funded business case being done between state and federal government in the south, which looks at both metro and heavy rail options between Bradfield, Leppington and further south towards Campbelltown, Macarthur, working to a similar timeframe around the end of this year, early next year for finalisation of those works.
Wow! So to my happiness, they'll be both of those done will be done by the end of this year or early next year.
That's correct.
Wow. Okay, that's fantastic. So when you anticipate that community consultation will occur as part of the business case process?
I don't think there is a direct time frame for community consultation at this point. There is some consultation with landowners and with industry potential partners that will be taking place, but I would be happy, Ms Ward, to take on notice the time frames going forward for consultation.
With those stakeholders, but not with community, or both? Could you take on notice?
With both, yeah. With both, yeah. That's fine. I mean, we, as we've done previously for these types of business cases, a big part of the business case is location of stations, alignment of railway, and there are considerations then as to corridors that are in place, whether those corridors are the right corridors or areas where there are not yet corridors in place. For part of each of the route, north and south, there are gazetted corridors in place. For other sections, there are not. So there's a bit of a different piece of work being done where there is a corridor or where there isn't, and certainly engaging with other landowners and other potential land uses. And it's not just Sydney Metro and Transport. We're working across government, the Department of Planning, Housing, Infrastructure New South Wales and others to look at that in an integrated fashion.
Okay, and how many stations are being planned for each line?
We haven't finalised the number of stations yet.
Okay, but is there any indication as part of that process that these are the...
Well, not that I would be able to put a number on, but certainly there's, depending on the staging of the works, depending on which options are taken forward, we would look to have a number of stations, trying to find that balance between good, efficient journey time, but also opportunity to create housing and other economic activity, so that they will be spaced accordingly. In some cases, the development is already there. There are certain sections where there's been a lot of development and there isn't yet rail options. Certainly in the northwest, Schofields is certainly something that we're looking at, 'cause it's interchange with city trains. Going further across, Marsden Park is an area where there has been a lot of development, and then there are significant options from Marsden Park down towards St Mary's. At the south, obviously connecting across with heavy rail to Leppington, and there's decisions as to what should be in between. There is opportunities at Bradfield South, and there's definitely a lot of development around Oran Park, and so there's kind of anchor points that we would definitely be looking at, and the question is whether there's intermediate stations between those anchor points. But we're not at that point yet. There's still a lot of different options being looked at.
Okay, and with those existing alignments or those existing corridors, you might say there's obviously will you be seeking to work with stakeholders, with, you know, for example, councils and existing open parkland, flame trees. You know, the sort of you want to work in all of the existing.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of knowledge that's been built up from the work that was originally done on stage 1 of the Western Sydney Airport Metro. Around working with those local stakeholders, understanding the environmental concerns and challenges, where the contaminated land is, where it's not, and then similarly, the work that Transport's been doing is in the same space. So there's a lot of work going on, and certainly good progress. Ms Mayers may be able to
that's okay.
Can you do
I'll
first,
get to
if
that
if you
shortly.
wish?
Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
good.
Appreciate that. So then where in the budget is the $1 billion that the Albanese government promised for Metro Southwest for the extension?
Oh, I think that's a federal budget question.
It's not included in this budget or any of our budgets?
I'm not aware of that. But I'm not saying it's not, but it wouldn't be included in the Metro budget because federal funds are included at the on a whole of government level.
Yeah, but when they're co-funded, they're mentioned, so they are
so
part of the budget.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware where that is in which budget that is included. It's certainly not included in ours.
Okay. Mr. Murray, does New South Wales have the money yet?
As far as I'm aware, that's a federal government commitment that's been made for that corridor, but it has not yet been activated. That would be a question then for Treasury as to when the money would be sought and recognised.
I thought, with respect though, it might also be a question for you. $1 billion from the federal government will go a long way towards that Metro Southwest extension. I would have thought that would be something that you, Mr. Regan and others would be avidly seeking. Am I wrong in assuming that?
Certainly we work very closely with the federal government on all of these questions, and the business cases are our opportunity to frame up what we'd be asking for and the timing of those.
So we don't have a funding agreement yet?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the question that you asked about the $1 billion corridor acquisition is separate to all the discussions that we are working through. That's not a consideration for us at this moment.
Okay, but it's fair to say, it's not a trick, it's just fair to say there is no funding agreement at this stage.
On which project?
For the $1 billion promised by the Albanese government.
No, that's not the focus. The focus is on the business cases, one of which is co-funded by the federal government.
Okay, so where is the funding agreement if that is the case, or is it the case that there is not a funding agreement?
Well, that'll be developed as the project is then considered.
Sure, sorry, I'm just want to be clear though. It may be developed, but it's not presently, as we sit here today, at budget estimates in existence. Is that correct?
The $1 billion is a federal government election commitment that was made. I'm not sure of the exact timing, but we are certainly aware of it. We understand the prerogative of the federal government in putting that forward, but we're not currently factoring that into our discussions because we're focused on what the schemes would look like and when the timing of those potential future investments might happen.
All right, so just to be clear, I'm not asking you about the business case. I'm asking you about the $1 billion that Albo promised. Does New South Wales have the money?
We haven't sought the money yet.
You haven't
That's a commitment.
You haven't sought the money. You haven't sought a financial agreement. You haven't sought to lock in a funding agreement at all.
It will be part of our discussions that we have throughout the year with the federal government about what is incorporated in infrastructure spending. At the moment, it's a federal government commitment to spend that money on acquisition of the corridor, which is not something we require at the moment because we are developing our estimates around the project.
So when does Transport expect the money to begin to start spending it?
Well, we'll have that discussion with the federal government.
Do you have an expectation
Point of
about
order.
when you might?
Point of order has been taken. Mr. Nambo.
Chair, I've refrained from taking a point of order on this and allowed quite a number of questions to take
Seriously?
place, but this is budget estimates.
Yes,
This
precisely.
goes to relevance in the terms of reference, which is the
Oh.
estimates of expenditure from the New South Wales Consolidated Fund and related budget papers, not the federal budget papers.
Okay, I won't uphold the point of order. I do think the member was being relevant in terms of a state project and federal connections and links to it, but I'll remind the member to come back to the state budget
Thank you.
At some point.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Murray. So you are softly spoken. If you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer, we'll assist, particularly for hands up. But can I ask you this then? Will the federal government or the state government do the corridor acquisition?
Usually that's done by the state government. We have the powers to do land acquisition when it comes to the infrastructure projects. And again, I understand the question. It's just the timing of what we're doing is developing the program of future planning for transport in those areas, and then we would factor in the fact that the federal government has made a corridor acquisition commitment, but that's not part of our decision making at the moment. Ours is to get the projects ready that they could be considered.
Okay, it's all a bit cosine to me. But Ms. Drover, Ms. Simpson, if I might ask you some questions. I think Ms. Drover is the Chief Executive for New South Wales Motorways, or acting in your present capacity. Are you on the steering committee for the direct deal negotiations with Transurban?
So there is a steerco that was
Sorry,
previously...
Thank you.
So there was a steerco which was across government for tolling reform more broadly.
Yeah.
With the stand-up of New South Wales Motorway, that steerco is still in place, but we are going to change its terms of reference.
Sure, understand that, but are you on that steerco?
I am the steerco, yes, but that's the broader toll reform steerco.
All right, but you do sit on that.
Yes.
How many occasions have you met with Christopher John Saxon?
Ever, or in my role as CEO?
In your role as the direct negotiations in respect of the toll reform.
Okay, if I can just clarify, I was on the steerco until I took up the role as the CEO, and I was not involved in the direct deal, so I wasn't part of the direct deal team, but I did sit on the steerco as a representative on behalf of Transport for New South Wales. I have met Mr. Chris Saxon on several occasions. I'd have to take on notice exactly how many times that was. I did meet him in the last week.
Okay, in relation to toll reform and
Yes.
the direct deal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, you said you were on the steerco. You're still on that?
Yes, but it will be reset, but in my new role I will obviously remain on that steerco as the CEO.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned the terms of reference are changing. How are they changing?
Well, given we've now got a standalone agency, we will review the exact terms and remit of that steering committee, and we're also looking at the participation on the steering committee as well. When the prior work was undertaken across both Treasury and Transport for New South Wales, the need for a broader participation was there. Now that those staff members and those teams are coming together, we're not quite there yet, but they are coming together under a new single CEO. The terms of reference for the steerco can be reviewed and amended.
So it sounds like we're reviewing the review. To us, we're changing the terms of reference and changing around the composition, but
no, just reflecting the reconstituting of the agency and the fact that the Treasury direct deal team, for example, is coming into New South Wales Motorways.
Okay.
And you know, functions like the e-toll business, which was historically in Transport for New South Wales, is also coming into New South Wales Motorways.
Okay, so are you responsible now for toll reform?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And so then, on how many occasions have you participated in those negotiations with Transurban?
As I said, I have never participated in the negotiation with Transurban.
Okay.
I only sat on the steerco until I took up my position as the CEO.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't intend to be day-to-day involved in the direct negotiations. I will obviously be the escalation point for those negotiations as a CEO.
Okay, so what's the plan? Can you explain how that will work now then?
Well, there are a broad set of initiatives and functions that need to be undertaken by the new entity. One of those is the direct deal with the existing concessionaires. And to continue that work, the Treasury team is coming across into New South Wales Motorways. From a day-to-day practical perspective, that transition has already occurred, but the formal transfer of Treasury staff to Transport for New South Wales is still a work in progress. But on a day-to-day basis, they continue to progress the direct deal with those concessionaires. There's also the broader customer reform team. They're largely Transport for New South Wales staff. And the e-toll business, which runs the government's retail tolling business, will also be coming into New South Wales Motorways. And then, of course, there's the asset management team, because the New South Wales Motorways entity will be the long-term owner and oversight the asset management of the publicly owned toll roads.
Thank you. It sounds quite complicated. I'm not asking how to make gravy. It just sounds quite complicated to pull it together, and we're rearranging a lot of groups. I'm just wondering
what we're trying to do is to bring
happening.
everything to do with toll roads in New South Wales under the one agency. Historically, or in recent times, it's been distributed across 5 different divisions of transport, for example.
With a steerco, but nonetheless. Okay. Do you report to Alan Fells, or does he report to you?
I report to the Secretary of Transport. Alan Fells is an advisor to government, so I wouldn't characterise his engagement as reporting to the Chief Executive, no.
So say that again, sorry, who does he report to?
Well, he's an advisor, a consultant to the New South Wales Government.
Reporting to who?
Well, I don't think he reports to anyone. He provides advice to government.
He doesn't report to you?
No.
He doesn't report to Mr Murray?
No.
Is
He's an advisor.
Is he on the Steerco?
No.
All right, how would you characterise his involvement then?
He's used as a sounding board, provides ad hoc advice to the Minister and Government and to New South Wales Motorways.
Sounds a bit like somebody that I used to know. All right, so in previous estimates, New South Wales Treasury's admitted it has modelled the use of concession extensions to fund toll reform. Are you aware that Treasury did that?
There's been a very large amount of modelling undertaken, looking at a very broad range of different scenarios, and that informed the independent tolling review. But that obviously has been tabled and finalised, and we're now in the stage 2 of the direct deal process. So whether that historic modelling is informing that stage 2 process, I'm not at liberty to say.
You're not at liberty to say?
No, because we're in a direct deal process with the concessionaires.
Okay, all right. So, but specifically, you are aware of the modelling for concession extensions?
Yes, and that's often been done for prior projects like North Connects, etc. The M7 widening. It's a very standard practice to model, what the benefits and opportunities would be from a concession extension.
All right, thank you. And have you seen that modelling for concession extensions?
I can't say I mean, there's such a broad range of modelling that's been done. I can't specifically recall it, but I'm sure it's been in the mix.
Could you take on notice whether you have seen it? I'm not asking you to table it, but I'm asking whether you, in your capacity, have had the opportunity to see it.
Yeah.
And so we've modelled multiple toll road concessions. Is that correct?
Well, as I said, there's been a very broad range of modelling undertaken for a whole range of scenarios that would add up to network reform, tolling reform across the whole network.
But as a policy matter, why would concession extensions be used to fund toll reform?
Concession extensions historically have been used to partially fund widenings, for example. They're potentially a value pool, although concession extensions at the back end of long-term concessions are not particularly valuable in terms of net present value. So they would have been modelled, but they may not be part of the direct deal process, is what I'm saying.
All right, but they may or they may not.
Yes.
You haven't ruled that in or out? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barakat and Ms. Collins, to begin with, I want to ask some questions around Music Festival Roundtable and the Music Festival Appeals Panel.
Can I ask Ms. Drover
to begin
stay?
with? Sure, Ms. Drover, apparently you can just stay there.
Thank you. And Ms. Simpson.
Firstly, in relation to the Music Festival Appeals Panel, is it, Ms. Collins, you're on that panel, is that correct, as the head of Sound New South Wales? So I got some answers to some questions on notice that I put in a little while ago that came back this week. So this says that the appeals panel has met 3 times, is that correct?
Correct.
So have they considered, how many appeals have they considered in that time?
One application has been submitted, and that is still under review.
When was the first meeting?
I've got that, Ms. Fairman, if that would help. So there was a meeting on the 16th of April, the 11th of June, and the 11th of July.
And at those meetings, if there weren't applications to consider, were the meetings to work out the process?
Correct, yeah. So looking at the establishment of the panel, going through the ministerial order and making sure that our role as the panel was clear, and getting advice about some of the definitions of what we were considering as part of the process.
Why do you think that only one music festival has appealed? This is appealing the government charges, isn't it?
Correct.
And so the requirements need to be that it's going to impact the viability of a festival. I think, are there reasons, from your perspective, Ms. Collins, that you've only received one application?
I would say it's largely due to the time of year, and that festivals in the lead up to the summer sessions are still getting their costings from relevant government agencies.
When were festivals notified, and how that they could appeal to this panel?
So that's probably a question for me. So
Yeah,
the
Mr. Barracat.
the original ministerial order was published, I think, at the end of last year, which are the criteria for festivals to adhere to. So from that point on, festivals could apply, and the Music Festivals Roundtable was advised of that. I think at the last meeting, I can take on notice when exactly that was. But as Ms. Collins said, the first thing the panel did was consider that original ministerial order, and we actually received some feedback from both the panel and industry about the criteria in that order. So the minister only recently published an updated order to reflect that feedback from industry and the panel. So that's gone live only, I think, at the end of last week, the beginning of this week, and now our website has been updated and people have been communicated that that final order has now been published. I would expect now that that information is available, everything's live on our website, that we might start to see more applications in the lead up to the summer season.
So the order, though, the initial order was made at the end of last year, did you say?
So,
Was
yes.
that, can you remember the date, roughly?
I think it was December, but I can take on notice the exact date.
Okay, so there have been a fair few festivals, obviously, in that time.
Yep.
So you're saying that music festivals could have applied to have their government charges waived as soon as that order was made?
Yes, that's right, but I think until nothing was really communicated until such time as the panel had convened and gone through the things that Ms. Collins described. And once that had happened, we took on the feedback from the panel and industry and updated that order, and the minister republished it with that feedback taken on board. And now we've made it more clear that things are ready to go. So I think it was largely the fact that, yes, they could have applied once the order was published, but the panel was yet to develop terms of reference and understand the criteria and determine how it wants to assess applications. So now that that's all happened, we expect to see more applications come through.
So how are music festivals being notified that they can do that?
So our website, there's a dedicated web page which sets out all the information. There's a
When did that happen? When was that updated?
Oh, so the new ministerial order was only published on Tuesday, I think. So our website would have been updated just after that. So either Tuesday or yesterday, possibly. I can take the exact
So
date
what were
on
the
notice.
changes in that new ministerial order compared to previously?
So some of them were around being clear about when the panel must make a decision. So making it clear the panel needs to make a decision at least 4 weeks before an event. Removing the original requirement that a festival would need to demonstrate that without the financial relief it would be cancelled or significantly downsized. I think that was to take on feedback from industry that sometimes organisers won't cancel or downsize a festival, they might just take the financial hit, but that shouldn't be read as them not being in financial difficulty. So things like that. I don't have all the list of things that have changed, but that was the sort of vibe of it, I suppose.
Right, so it's still what's on the website in terms of the payment of user charges would threaten the financial viability of the music festival. That's current.
Yes,
now.
what's on our website now, I've got the webpage here, yeah, the criteria as outlined on our, applying to the Music Festival's Appeal Panel webpage are current, yes. And they should reflect the amended criteria in the ministerial order.
Okay, so it was 13th of December I have here last year in terms of that regulation, but there's no other regulation that's changed.
The only change since the original, from memory, the only change since the original order was published in December was that an amended order was published earlier this week to take on feedback from the panel itself and from industry.
Is there any evidence that government charges have reduced since the music festival reforms passed the Parliament last year?
I don't know if there's. I take on notice, unless Ms Collins knows whether the costs have reduced, but I can say that there has been a significant reduction in the type of or the number of festivals who've been required to adhere to more stringent requirements. So I think since the Act came into effect on the 27th of September last year, we've had 59 festivals notify us of them going ahead. We've had only 11 of those have had to require an agreed health and medical plan, and of those 11, 8 have had to require a law enforcement and safety schedule. So that's a significant reduction than when we had the subject music festivals legislation in place. So it has made a significant difference there.
Just to check, I do have 12 festivals here.
There were
on my
12
question.
there were 12, so my understanding, I'll correct this if I'm wrong, my understanding is there were 12 festivals that notified us, but only 11 went ahead. I don't know why
It does say 12 festivals were required to have an agreed health and medical plan, but...
one of those didn't go ahead, is my understanding.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
I don't know, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, I probably got it here somewhere. Can I ask about the conditions then? So this is in relation to the, changes. So the having to submit a schedule to the police.
Yes.
The police coming back with conditions.
Yes.
The secretary can agree to approve it or not, with or without changes. The 8 that came back, the data I have is that they were all approved with changes. So, for example, Midnight Mafia, Meltdown, Hyperdome Sydney 2025. Could you give me an example of some of the changes that police were wanting? Sorry, the conditions the police were wanting that were then changed by the secretary.
So to be clear, it's the secretary delegated to me, so it's me making the decision. I can take on notice the specifics, but it was things like the police asking for things to be attached to the schedule that were actually dealt with via, say, a liquor license or another form of license that the festival would already have in place. So our response was these documents, I think one of them was, say, a pyrotechnics certificate that we dealt with through Safe Work. There's no need for the festival to also supply that as part of a law enforcement and safety schedule because they're already providing it through the Safe Work mechanism.
Okay, all right. I might get a bit more of that on notice.
Yeah, of
but
course.
That's good to know. I'll also note that the Music Festival Roundtable was provided an update. This is in March, the meeting minutes. Provide an update about the internal review of user pays arrangements for police and ambulance. What is that review?
So that is run. So the police review process is run by police. Health runs the ambulance review process. So they're internal to those agencies. It's not something we're a part of. It's not data that we hold, but effectively the separate to the centralised music festivals appeals panel, organisers can appeal to the police internally if they think the user pays charges are unreasonable, and a commissioner of police delegated to somewhere else in the police will make a decision, and the same goes for ambulance charges. The organiser can appeal through the Secretary of Health to make a determination as to whether or not the charges are reasonable.
Okay, so that does not mean that there's actually a formal review of the entire user pays arrangements. But
that may
it's just
well
an
be.
update.
This was an explanation from police about the process for festival organisers to appeal police costs, and from health about the festival organisers appealing health costs.
Okay, so it doesn't seem as though up until today, 28th of August, that there's anything to shed light yet on whether, since music festival reforms happened last year, whether any of the music festivals have actually seen a reduction in what they've had to pay government.
I don't have the information about whether
there's
the costs have reduced, but I can say that the feedback the Minister spoke about, the feedback I've received from the sector, is that the system is working significantly better, and those figures that I just talked you through around the number of festivals having to supply an agreed health and medical plan has reduced significantly over the last 12 months.
In terms of paperwork and...
Yep.
Thank you. Mr Benazia.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Murray, I might just come back to the dangerous goods vehicle and the pork botany issue we were talking about this morning. Given that there's federal law, for context, there's federal law that requires dangerous goods vehicles not to be left unattended. So why are we tolerating this situation for 3 years now where drivers are being fined by councils for parking outside the port while simultaneously they're banned from resting inside it, which seems to be the logical option?
Thank you, Mr. Benaziac. We have sought an update and Ms Mayers has some additional information for you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Benaziac, I just wanted to check in relation to this where the parking issue is, but then secondly, was this about dangerous goods not being able to stop in that truck parking bay inside the port? I just want to give you the right answer.
So I guess there's several components. So three years ago, there was some, I guess, incompetence by the ports, which led to the ports being gridlocked with trucks, which then led to the knee-jerk reaction to ban trucks from parking in there, which had the obviously unintended consequences of dangerous good trucks having to try and find places on the side streets to park and rest. I know there is a solution of a transport marshalling area, or a TMR, but I think the original DA of that TMR said no dangerous goods.
That's right.
So obviously there's a couple of problems there. Or a couple of questions. Where are we at with the new DA? It's my understanding it's taken 3 years to address that DA.
So that's what I do have an update on. Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure I was getting the right information for you. I can't comment on the council compliance work, but I know that we are progressing that DA work as a matter of priority. So I've checked in with the freight team in the break. We'll be looking at submitting that as soon as it's finished, which will be very soon. I can give you an exact time frame if you like.
You can, or
okay, I'll come back to you with an exact time frame, but that is being progressed as a priority.
Okay.
That adjustment for the truck marshalling area. Yep.
Can you help me understand why is it taking so long to progress that?
Yeah, I was unaware of the 3 years, so I just got the update on the fact we were getting that work completed, so I'm not quite sure what the delay has been.
So is it Transport for New South Wales that's doing it, or New South Wales Ports? Because the information that was given to me was that you guys outsourced it to New South Wales Ports to do
So we have taken it.
You've taken it?
Yep, we've taken it.
All right. Thank you. And you'll come back to me with a timeline in terms of when that is to be submitted?
Yeah, I'll follow that up.
Thank you. Can I just go to you, Mr. Murray, about Transport for New South Wales campaign on social media and at the station about, I guess, appropriate commuter behaviour regarding respect and kindness. Is there a budget attached to this social media campaign and announcements over the train stations?
There is a budget attached to it. I'd have to take on notice the exact number around that. We do obviously run a number of internal campaigns around respect at transport. We also run these commuter campaigns to harness the issues around antisocial behaviour. And this one emanated from a lot of work we were doing with our staff, with the unions, and also some additional research into how we start to cut through. Certainly the staff have been very keen to put forward that campaigns are not enough, that real action is required. But the research, I'm advised, is also that you have to start with the small elements as well, and reminding people of all of our commitments when we're travelling on the public transport network goes a long way to creating the whole in terms of passenger and staff behaviours. So this is just one of those elements. We have been open with our workforce and the unions about our intent in this area, but yes, there is a campaign running at the moment to highlight passenger behaviours.
Yeah, the comments on your social media page are interesting, to say the least. How are you going to measure the success of this social media campaign?
We measure all the behaviour that impacts our staff on the network, and we meet regularly across the operating team as to where there are risks against our staff that are seen. Obviously, elements.
So is that one of is risk to staff? Is that one of the, I guess, the key metrics you'll use in terms of how often staff are feel threatened or are actually threatened when they come across these behaviours?
Yeah, that is absolutely something that is in firm visibility for the whole transport team. We look very carefully at the impacts on our staff of antisocial behaviour. Obviously, we run a network that operates around the clock, if not in services, but cleaning, maintenance, access to stations and interchanges. So we deal with the police in terms of the Public Transport Command, but we also want to know what more we can be doing to create safe spaces around those stations, not just for our staff, but for the travelling public.
Sure, okay. And are there any other metrics you're going to be using other than feedback from your own staff?
We have a lot of intelligence on the number of reports of either antisocial behaviour or other crimes that take place on or around the network. We have malicious damage elements as well, and we have our twice yearly passenger satisfaction surveys, which highlight safety and security as one of the key questions.
Okay, so just picking up on the customer satisfaction surveys, why has the campaign so far avoided tackling, I guess, one of the biggest commuter irritations that have been put to me, which is the use of mobile phones and other devices without headphones and on loudspeaker? Why has the social media campaign avoided that so far?
I could be wrong, Mr. Benaziat, but I think that is one of the parts of the campaign. Perhaps it's rolling out in different themes.
Yeah, okay. I just haven't seen it yet. Is there any specific targeted messaging towards school children on public transport? Because obviously that often can be a source of conflict between, I've seen it myself, between school children and more adult commuters.
Yeah, these messages are designed to appeal to a broad range of travellers. One of them in particular relates to personal belongings, bags on seats, which is another significant complaint that not only interrupts our staff while they're trying to go about running the public transport network, but it can escalate into much bigger arguments on a crowded train or a bus. So that's why that is one of those areas, and it does impact on school children travel.
Sure, but there's nothing specific targeting school children commuters on the train at all? It's just more general around behaviours?
Yeah, this initial phase of the program is to pick up the minimum standards around commuter behaviour, to remind people of the expectation, and also to start a conversation with the community that actually everyone has a role to play before we get up into the more serious police-led elements of antisocial behaviour or violent crimes.
And what's the anticipated time? Because I know you said your staff are saying social awareness campaigns are great, but we need more. When will we start to see, I guess, an escalation towards some of that more, frontline compliance?
Yeah, we're doing that work as well at the moment. We are looking in particular, and this will come to fruition shortly, but it is in the final design and training phases about some more enforcement around our bus driver safety. So that's one area that we see as a key element. So we are looking at that with the bus industry at the moment.
Okay. I guess sticking with trains though, how many compliance, what are they called now? The compliance
transport officers.
Transport officers. How many do we have on our system at the moment?
I might ask Mr. Longland to assist me on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Murray. Just on while I check on that figure, the campaign on the rail network specifically, it has 4 key areas that we're focusing. One is passengers blocking the door and the vestibule areas. The second one is feet and objects on seats that prevent that seat from being used by other passengers. One is loud music, as you mentioned, people that are either talking on their phones or playing music loudly. And the fourth one, which is probably the most important from our perspective, is the use of respectful language and behaviour when interacting with our frontline staff. So those themes are really, I think, as the Secretary highlighted, really about the basic foundational respectful behaviour areas that I think have been picked up in feedback surveys. In terms of the teams that we've got on the network, the number of transport officers, I'll have to get you on notice, it's around 250 that we have. Their primary job is fare compliance, so they do checking Opal cards, issuing warnings and infringements. They also do a number of activities to pick up your issue around the behaviour of school students particularly, and I've been out in the last few weeks with that team in Western Sydney at a number of stations, interacting with school students, particularly around payment affairs and behaviour standards that are expected whilst they're on the platform, but also while they're on the train.
But that's only on rail lines, is it? Not buses as well?
The transport officers can move between modes. They do operations on ferries, on light rail and on buses, but primarily they're employed by Sydney Trains, and their focus probably about 50% of their time would be spent on trains.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, questions from the opposition, Ms Munro.
Thank you. I just had a quick follow-up one for Mr Barakat and possibly Ms Collins about the definition of live music venues, and obviously you've both provided me with different ways that we might categorise those businesses. Is there a formal definition that you're using for live music venues?
I think there's one in the legislation, but I just have to confirm that on notice for you. But yes, there is, in order for us to determine whether or not they meet criteria to be able to access the incentives that I spoke about earlier.
Okay. Is that the definition that you've used in the report?
And so in the report, there are several definitions because there's several different categories, and there is alignment with some of parts of the incentive scheme, but it's not exactly aligned.
Are there plans to align those? I mean, it seems a little bit confusing.
I'm glad you asked, because yes, there is.
Okay, good.
We're actually undertaking a piece of work to get better alignment between the definitions, noting that the incentive program was established before South New South Wales came into existence, and there wasn't a better mechanism for understanding live music venues across the state and the different offerings they have. So the next step is we're looking, and this was a commitment in the 10-year contemporary music strategy, was to undertake a venue accreditation program, which will step out the definitions for each sort of type of venue and then how it interrelates with the incentive program run by Hospitality and Racing.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the tag team. Ms Simpson, I won't be needing you if you'd like to go back. You're most welcome. Don't want to hold you up. Thank you. Ms Simpson, I might just ask you quickly, have you met with Mr Fells?
I've had a number of meetings with Professor Fells over the course of the independent toll review and the subsequent 12 months.
Does he meet with you or report to you now?
He doesn't report to me, as the Chief Executive explained. He is engaged by Transport primarily as an advisor to government on the implementation of toll reform.
Okay, so you don't report to him, he doesn't report to you, and you don't meet regularly anymore?
He is engaged to provide advice as required on an ad hoc basis.
Yes, thank you, but that wasn't with respect to my question. It was about his meeting with you. Does that occur?
It's not a regular scheduled meeting, no.
All right, thank you very much. And then Ms Drover, just on motorways. So as of today, what is New South Wales Motorways actually doing?
Okay, we are responsible for the state-owned tolling assets, so the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Harbour Tunnel. Eventually the Western Harbour Tunnel and the M6 will come into the New South Wales Motorways. We are also progressing the direct deal with the concessionaires, and we are driving the customer reforms as well. The e-toll business is currently still technically residing within Transport for New South Wales, but that will transition into the motorway entity. But in terms of way of working and how we're practically functioning, they're essentially now part of New South Wales Motorways. So that's the e-toll retail business.
Thank you. Thank you. I will invite Mr Rodriguez up, please. I think we'll only get that time.
You can probably stay up.
He's dropping things.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a story in the Sydney Morning Herald recently regarding the Inner West Council looking at revitalising their nightlife, part of 6 new special entertainment precincts. Some of the business owners that were interviewed, though, talked about the fact that they need much more than just late opening hours. That one quote was from the owner of Lazy Bones Lounge that said extended licences weren't the key to fixing hospitality issues. He said, I think they're looking down the wrong pond, and that one of the main issues is the cost of living, people, and bringing that impacting people's ability to come out and eat and drink and what have you. So what else are you looking at in terms of assisting those businesses, bringing people out? There was a couple of businesses that were quoted in this story basically saying that lots going in to late night licences, and there's no point in staying open because people actually aren't coming out.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And I guess just to frame it, our role has been expanded, as you know, across the state. And there's also the recent NTIA report, which you may have also seen, which focused very specifically on 13 precincts in the City of Sydney and Inner West. And in analysing that and comparing it with data in other parts of Greater Sydney and across the state, there are just different patterns emerging. I think that the broad statement, but these traditional going out areas, the inner city piece, are under unique pressures compared to other areas. So, for example, at the same time that there's those challenges in the inner city, places like Burwood, Parramatta North are up 5% year on year. Chatswood East up 18%. So I guess the state's design of systems has included late night incentives, and they will have applicability to different businesses depending on the circumstances. I think that it is a complicated question in terms of how you solve for it. The vibrancy reform agenda, broadly speaking, as you know, is about flexibility, but the impact of cost of living is really affecting those inner city areas more, and partly it's also the combination of affordability of housing as well. So if you start looking at demographics of who's using the areas, you see that our traditional areas are thinning out of audience. It's something that we continue to work on. There's no direct funding relief per se, as we saw in the pandemic. That'll be a matter for government. I do think the special entertainment precinct work has value. You can see that in the Enmore Road area. Arguably, it's been the longest standing. It's the most established, and it's probably quite unique in and of itself. I recognise that. But partly, I don't know that necessarily it will have the same impact in all those 6 or 7 other areas. It's a combination of factors.
Okay, we can come back with more things to push that a bit further, but thank you. We'll now break for afternoon tea, and we will be back at 3:45. Thank you. Welcome back. And just before we kick off, I will just let a few of the officials go who we don't require anymore. So Ms. Huang, Ms. Webb, Ms. Boyd, and I've already chatted with Ms. Heron. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You did something right.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you all.
Okay. We'll go to questions now from the opposition. Ms. Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just follow up on the detail that was going to be provided on the 921 buses? Do we have the details of those? The company that's delivering them, the amount and the order date?
Mr. Collins would like to join the table and
Certainly.
give that detail.
All right, we might come back to that just while he's coming forward. But Ms. Drover, if I can come back to you on motorways, if I may. A sweet disposition with motorways. So where is the recruitment for a customer advocate up to?
We have a interim customer advocate starting on the 8th of September, and we're about to put the advertisement out for the permanent recruitment of the
I'm sorry,
long-term.
I am getting older. Can I just ask you to pull the microphone so
Sorry.
you and I both...
We have identified a customer advocate that will start on the 8th of September.
Great.
That's an interim arrangement, and we're also advertising the permanent position. The person we've identified is well qualified for the position, so she will start shortly, whilst in parallel, given the importance of the role, we're going to put out in the open market as well.
So we've got an interim and then we'll have the recruitment will be ongoing. It's
Yeah,
taken-
we're very conscious that our recruitment process can take some months, particularly if we get an external candidate in an existing position. So we want to get going with that role, hence why we've identified a really well-credentialed candidate.
When
to
did it go
start
out
that.
for recruitment?
There was a process across government initially, but we are going out for external recruitment probably next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
So it has only gone out so far internally?
It's gone out across government, so beyond Transport for New South
Internally.
Wales.
Yeah,
But
in the
we'll put it
government.
in the open market. We're just finalising the advertisement for the ad, and then it will go.
Okay, I think Mr. Fells recommended that over 18 months ago. Did that occur? What's been the delay?
Well, it was one of the first priorities of the entity, and that's why we sought a candidate fairly quickly. It's one of the first things we did when the entity was stood up. We secured our initial customer advocate a couple of weeks ago, so it was pretty quick given it was only stood up on the 1st of July. So within about a month we had a customer advocate identified. But we are going to also, in parallel, recruit the position in the open market as well.
Okay, so that's likely to go to open next week or to start to be
No, it'll go to
advertised
the
next
open
week?
market. It'll be.
How long will that take?
I would have to confirm exactly how long that process will take. It's obviously, the individual that is starting an interim basis, she may well be the successful candidate. I don't know. We need to go to the open market and test it.
Maybe Kieran Ash can apply. All right, when will the independent tolling ombudsman be appointed?
We are looking to have that in place from early next year, from start of 2026.
The start of 2026? Okay, I'll just... so for a person to be independent, my understanding is it requires legislation. Will it still require legislation?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so when's it anticipated that might be introduced?
It'll be introduced later this year in support of that stand-up for early next year.
All right, so when does it look like following that legislation and that person being independent, the legislation passing, being introduced and presumably passing, how long do you anticipate that all of that will happen before the independent tolling ombudsperson be appointed?
Well, we intend... So I think we have the legislation already in place. So, sorry, the legislation is already in place, and we're just doing the final measures to actually stand that up for the 1st of January next year.
1st of January, 1 Jan 2026, okay. All right. And so then it seems to me essentially toll reform is going pretty slowly. We're standing up lots of entities, but we don't seem to have progressed the actual toll reform. Is that an unfair way to phrase it? There's been lots of bureaucratic changes and mechanical changes. Doesn't seem to have been actually toll reform progressed.
No, I think the work that was commenced over a year ago in general customer reform and toll reform continues, but in parallel to that, the government has stood up this new entity, which is New South Wales Motorways, which takes that work forward and continues that work. But the other benefit of it is it does respond to many of the recommendations of the ITR, but it also will be the long-term owner of the government's toll road assets.
I feel like with toll reform, am I ever going to see its face again? But all right, in relation to the consultants then, what were BDO used for?
My understanding is that BDO were engaged to do strategic traffic modelling, and that's to provide additional capacity to the in-house Transport for New South Wales team, and that continues. They also provided some services around strategic assessment and interpretation of that modelling work.
Of traffic modelling?
Yes.
Okay, so the definition among other contracts on the e-tender analysis was to analyse and define a pricing structure for the tolling review program.
Yes, that's correct. So they did both traffic modelling and then they did that piece of work that you correctly described.
And that piece of work's completed?
I think there is some of that work that continues. And that's more about the interpretation of the traffic modelling results.
To define the pricing structure?
To inform impacts across the network and to inform pricing impacts, yes.
So why was an additional pricing structure required if Alan Fell's in the toll review published by the government already had a pricing structure?
Well, the Independent Tolling Review made recommendations for broad network reform. But that needed to be interpreted and developed in terms of what the government goes forward with. And of course there's a number of options too that the government will be considering.
But we've started again on toll reform, haven't we?
No, we're continuing.
We've had an independent review, it's had recommendations, now we're reviewing the recommendations to make new recommendations.
I wouldn't categorise it as at all.
I'm sort of, well, there are two options in the Fells report. Deloitte were paid $165,000 to engage expert advisory services for toll reform analysis, policy and implementation. What did they do and what was the specific outcome of the funding to them?
That was before my time at New South Wales Motorways. I believe they assisted with some...
I'm just a bit thunderstruck by all the consultants involved here and the amount of money that's been spent for no outcome in the entirety of toll reform.
So look, we are making good progress, Ms Ward. I think the degree of complexity that we're dealing with, these are long-term contracts, some of which have been in place for decades. There are over 10 concession agreements right across the network. They've all got different pricing regimes. We've got different equity investors in each of those toll roads. It's a very complex matter to address and reform.
Can I ask you on notice then to indicate what Deloitte did and what was the specific outcome of their funding, please?
Yes, unless Ms Simpson can help me.
I can answer that now, Ms Ward, if it would be of assistance.
Sorry?
I can answer that now, if that would be of assistance.
Sure.
Deloitte were engaged as part of the budget process to provide additional capacity to Transport to prepare materials to go in to support Transport's budget bids to support toll reform.
Yes, expert advisory services for toll reform analysis, policy and implementation, but I'm wanting to have specifics on what they did and what was the specific outcome of the funding. Can you take that on notice, please?
Yep.
Thank you. What were PI Research Proprietary Limited paid $165,000 to complete?
PI Research is David Cousins. David Cousins was one of the independent toll reviewers, and in the same vein as Professor Fells, he's been engaged to provide ad hoc advice to government regarding the implementation of toll reform.
Does he report to you or to Ms Drover?
In the same way that.
Does he report to you?
He doesn't report to us.
Can I invite you to take on notice what what Mr. Cousins or PI Research Proprietary Limited did, and what was the specific outcome of that $165,000 of funding?
It's still ongoing. Happy to take on notice the service he's providing.
All right, thank you. I'm interested in what they actually did. Sorry, just for Hansard to be able to speak.
Yes, I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And what did Jacobs Group Australia do to be paid $388,850 for the toll review?
Jacobs provided some additional modelling capacity, but also undertook a peer review of the modelling that was done as part of the independent toll review to ensure that the modelling that was undertaken and the modelling that is continuing to be undertaken by Transport is of an investment grade to support the direct deal.
These days it seems that there's just review after review of peer review of review and then a new review of a new consultant to do a review of the previous consultant's review. Can I ask you to take on notice in relation to Jacobs Group Australia, what was the specific work they did and what was the outcome of that funding?
Happy to take that on notice. Jacobs provided some advice to Transport with regards to the model that is used, and that advice has informed the further work to refine the model that's being used to do the traffic modelling to support the direct deal.
Okay, so they reviewed Clarity Consult's modelling.
No, if I can clarify, the modelling for tolling reform is being done in-house by Transport for New South Wales. It is augmented with some additional capacity from VDO. But it's very important that we get peer review to make sure that the modelling, the inputs, the way the model is used and its outputs are appropriate, particularly given if it's going to be the basis of a direct deal.
All right, I invite you to put that in the answer on notice then perhaps, and you're the voice, so put through the ideas that is the thinking behind that, but the specifics would be helpful. Under the Coalition's government's More Trains, More Services program, in relation to the digitisation of signalling on the T4, T8 and South Coast lines, sorry, I might start that again. The government rebadged that program, the More Trains, More Services program, to become the Rail Service Improvement program in relation to that digitisation of signalling on those South Coast lines, T4, T8 and South Coast. When will South Coast commuters see a service every 15 minutes in the peak and every 30 minutes in the off-peak between Wollongong and the Sydney CBD, or has the government abandoned this uplift? Mr. Longwood?
Thank you, Ms Ward. I'm happy to respond to that question. Just before I do, I wanted to follow up on a question we took on notice this morning.
Sorry, we can do that afterwards. Thank you. If I can just get to this question.
Digital Systems is currently in testing phase. I think you asked about where the project was at. So we are testing the technology on track between Cronulla and Sutherland, system integration testing. We're also in the process of preparing for system integration testing on the section between Bondi Junction and Erskineville. So two ends of the T4 line. That project is progressing, being delivered by Transport, but very closely working with our team in Sydney Trains. In relation to the timetable on the T4 and the South Coast line, we are preparing for a timetable upgrade in terms of the integration of the new intercity fleet onto the South Coast. So that will involve some changes to the way that that line operates, particularly the longer trains that will no longer be able to service Bondi Junction. That is planned for calendar year 2026. So next year, that will include a number of improvements on the South Coast. We're working through the final details at the moment and engaging with local stakeholders around some of that. We'll have further details as we get closer to implementation.
Thank you, and thank you for proactively offering a date. It's very helpful, save me having to ask. But I'm just interested in when, I guess, that will translate to seeing a service every 15 minutes, given the engagement with stakeholders. I'm pretty sure I can save you the money and time, and so they want more regular services, given they have very unreliable services at the moment, compared to the other unreliability, if I can put that respectfully on there. So when will they see that service every 15 minutes?
I would need to take that on notice and have a look at the detail around the timetable options. I wouldn't want to commit to a date in terms of specifics around individual lines. What I can say is that in relation to reliability clearly we are doing work across the whole network, and we
Sure.
are making progress in improving reliability, specifically on the South Coast. That involves maintenance. It also involves capital investment in a number of priority locations on the South Coast, and then ultimately the implementation of the new fleet into service. So those works combined will provide a significant uplift in the reliability of that line.
Okay, we hope so, and we wish you well in that endeavour. So when will T4 commuters see a 30% increase in peak services?
Again, in relation to the T4, that will be integrated with the South Coast in the improvements to the timetable that we're currently working through. I'm happy to take that on notice, similar to the South Coast, and we can provide some further details on that work that's ongoing.
Okay, so just for clarity, has the government committed to that uplift, or has the government abandoned that uplift?
I'm not in a position to speak on behalf of the government in terms of their commitments. What I can say is we're working on improvements on the T4 and the South Coast as an integrated package of timetable improvements. That work will be delivered in 2026.
Thank you. The improvement, does that include a target of a 30% increase in peak services?
Again, I think if you're comfortable, I'll take that on notice in relation to the earlier question about the South Coast, and we'll see what detail we can provide.
All right, I would have thought it's relatively obvious, though. There must be, as part of that improvement, some targets to reach. It wouldn't be controversial to say what those targets are or what the aim is for commuters.
Well, the aim is, I guess there's a number of aims. The primary one is about reliability. We talked about that earlier.
All right.
Improving on-time running, improving capacity, bringing the new intercity fleet into service.
Thank you. Okay.
And also, where we can, looking at the frequency of services.
Thank you very much. And when will T8 commuters, you might take it on notice also, when will T8 commuters see an 80% increase at airport stations, or has the government abandoned that uplift?
So the T8 line was included in the timetable improvements that we delivered in October of 2024.
Thank you.
They were quite successful in terms of the implementation of those services. There will be additional T8 changes in relation to the works we're doing on the T4. That'll be included in the one package.
All right, thank you. If you might include that detail in your answer on notice also, just because I have 3 minutes left. So just in relation to the Woollahra train station, has the department done any modelling? Sorry, I'll skip over that. In 2023, it was reported that 10.3 million people passed through Bondi Junction and the infrastructure capacity was at higher capacity. Has anything changed?
The patronage changes year on year, depending on the growth that we see across the network. We have seen growth in overall patronage on the Sydney Trains network in the last full financial year.
I'm just interested in this Bondi Junction part.
I'd need to take that on notice in terms of the station boardings at Bondi Junction.
Thank you.
What I can say in relation to Woollahra is that the average loads on the T4 services, particularly in the peak periods, have sufficient capacity for an additional station at Woollahra. So there's plenty of spare capacity on the current service.
Yes, but that wasn't my question, with respect. My question was, it was reported that 10.3 million and the infrastructure capacity was at a high. My question was, has anything changed? So perhaps you might take that part on notice.
Yes, so just the rail interchange, not the bus, just rail boardings?
Mm-hmm.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you. Can you guarantee today that the train will continue to run to Bondi Junction while this station is being built?
What I can say about the Woollahra project is that it has been planned to be undertaken during weekend possessions, so that would allow train services to continue to service the Bondi Junction line. We do undertake a regular program of track work across weekends. We're doing a lot of work on the T4 line at the moment, as I mentioned earlier, on signalling upgrades.
Yep.
Particularly on weekends.
Just noting that more than 18,000 people tap on there every day. I think the community is interested to know, as are we. And does Transport intend to excavate any of the surrounding land to build the station?
At the moment, that is the work that is ongoing. So we have the indicative proposal around that. We are now underway with the design and development that will be required to go into the fast-track business case, but all of those elements about station access, as well as the actual platform and shelter that will be required, and disability accessibility will need to be factored into that proposal to meet modern standards. But we are confident that given the number of stations that have been upgraded or built across the 160 or so stations on the Sydney Trains network, that we have different models that can be used to expedite that construction.
All right. Has Transport got any information around how the properties adjacent to the site would be affected? Will they be compulsorily acquired, or can you rule that out today for residents?
This will all be part of the planning work that now goes on into the site and what's required.
So if you can't rule that out today, then when can they expect to know?
I'll take that on notice in terms of the timelines, but our first priority is to develop the abridged business case so that we can then put forward a construction plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Collins, if you could come up to the table, please. So, Ms. Collins, the Contemporary Music Festival's Viability Fund. So, who was involved in determining the criteria for that fund?
The criteria was developed by Sound New South Wales.
Okay, and when was it developed?
In the lead up to the launch of the program, so over several weeks, probably several months, we tried out different opportunities or tested different models, worked out who it might include or exclude, and then settled on the final criteria.
So that's an internal process, are you saying, in terms
Correct.
of assessing the different criteria?
Or just understanding, what the, ambition of the program was, and trying to make sure that the criteria fit that ambition.
Okay, so what did you have discussions with the Sound New South Wales Advisory Board or anybody outside the organisation, for example, the Australian Festivals Association?
No, so at the time the board wasn't consulted about the development of that program, and we'd met with festival organisers in the 18 months preceding the launch of that program, but no one was consulted specifically about the detail of it.
So one of the eligibility criteria, for example, was that the money can't go to a hallmark event. Why is that?
My understanding was that it was hallmark events were already having their fees reduced by government as part of the categorisation of hallmark, but that's not managed by Sound New South Wales, the hallmark status, so it was considered that they were already getting support.
How was the eligibility criteria in terms of part Australian owned? How did you work that out, that part Australian owned is anything up to 99%? I assume this is what Sound New South Wales is saying.
That was one of the criteria. So we looked at a range of festivals, some of which didn't end up applying, and the size of those festivals. We decided that as part of the intention of the policy and of the program was to keep major music festivals, give them confidence to proceed over that festival, summer festival period. And so, yes, we decided that some part international ownership was eligible, and there's a reason behind that, one being that we wanted to leverage and maximise international investment in the New South Wales music industry, whilst also maintaining a balanced partnership with Australian businesses, which is why we excluded 100% international ownership.
So investment in the New South Wales music industry is basically taxpayers' money going towards companies that are majority owned by big international companies. That's okay.
At the time of funding, of the 5 festivals that received funding through the 24-25 financial year, 3 of them were 100% international owned. One of them was one of them they were 100% Australian owned. One of them was 49% Australian owned, and the other, I think, was 62.4% Australian
Yeah,
owned.
so technically in terms of part Australian, part international owned, or that means that majority Australian ownership is 51%.
That's how I would interpret majority owned, but that wasn't a criteria. Yeah.
And so how were the applications how many applications were received? I understand that the festival fund opened on, according to the New South Wales Instagram post, so it opened on the 18th of September?
I believe around that date, yes.
Do you have a record of how many applications were received per month, for example?
Not per month, but in total, we received 5 applications.
So how was the festivals, how were the festivals selected then? When did the panel, actually first who was on the panel to select them?
So the process for assessment was that applications were received. They would then go to an independent financial assessment process where they would look at the financials of the festival and also the business structures and ownership structures. Then the panel would get an independent report and make recommendations on the funding.
Who assessed that?
It was
the independent report?
Who assessed the independent report?
When you say who produced that?
Ernst & Young.
So Ernst & Young then provided it to a panel. Who was on the panel?
It was New South Wales government representatives.
Who were they?
I don't have the names in front of me, but I believe there were representatives from Destination New South Wales, Sound New South Wales, and potentially Create, but I'd have to take that on notice and confirm for you.
So the turnaround then for Listen Out, so the applications opened and the public was notified on the 18th of September.
Correct.
So in that time, Ernst & Young received some application, had a look at it in terms of financial viability, got it back to a panel of government representatives, all in time for Listen Out to be given $500,000 of taxpayers' money, or did they know they were going to get it because the eligibility criteria kind of pretty much was set up to support them?
No, so the conditions of the grant were that they had to be submitted up to the day of the festival. So there were, delays in the development announcement of the program, and so their festivals still to the current criteria can apply up to the day of their festival. Which means that the assessment from the independent financial review happens after. Listen Out were not notified as to whether they received the funds before their festival.
Okay, so what about the other festivals? So it sounds like 5 festivals applied.
Correct.
And earlier you said that the eligibility criteria in terms of the whether some of the festivals could have some kind of international ownership was based around looking at what festivals were out there, essentially. So Ms. Collins, was the music festival, Contemporary Music Festival's Viability Fund seemed to have been written in terms of the eligibility criteria for the existing festivals to support those big festivals, in particular individual festivals?
It was written with a view that there were several festivals who on paper could have met the eligibility criteria, not the assessment criteria necessarily. So there were festivals that didn't apply to the fund because they weren't in the financial need. So, I think it's important to note
Who were they?
Who are they?
Who were the festivals that meet this criteria that didn't apply?
A laneway festival, for example.
So that over 15,000, that's one?
Yeah.
Any others?
I do believe there's one other, but I can't recall the name off the top of my head. I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
So with the discussion of this Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund, it would be fair to say that this was talked about between Sound New South Wales, the Minister, Australian Festivals Association, festivals for quite some time around the need to establish this fund?
There had been calls from the industry for many months, in fact over a year, for need for support. I think it's been well discussed here at Estimates about the financial position of festivals and the challenges that sector has been facing, and so yes, there had been many conversations over quite a long period of time.
Okay, and so the Australian Festivals Association lobbied for the contemporary music, lobbied for the fund. Indeed, they celebrated when it was announced, including the managing director and the chair, who owns Fuzzy, which runs Listen Out and Field Day. And what you're saying here is that that festival, that fund, the eligibility criteria were tailored specifically to support those big festivals. So they in terms of that amount of money, I mean, they were almost guaranteed to get it, weren't they? 2 festivals, $1 million. Thanks very much, Minister.
Well, no, because they still had to meet the assessment criteria. They had to go through a rigorous process of providing their financial position. It's really important to note that the festivals who received this fund are festivals that did not make a profit, that in order to get the $500,000 investment, they did not make a profit. And so, there were festivals who didn't apply, that we put $3 million aside for the fund, that not that entire fund was utilised in the first year because some festivals did much better than expected.
Thank you. Mr. Benazir.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Murray, who can I speak to about the zero emission bus trial in Tweed's Heads? Is that Mr. Collins or?
It is, yes.
That would come forward. So, Mr. Collins, the press release in end of July stated that there was 93% passenger satisfaction figures collected. What was the sample size and methodology used to measure that?
I will take the details on notice, but in usual customer satisfaction, it's making sure we have a sample size, normally over 200, gives you the standard deviation of 5 to 10%, but I'll check to ensure that it was done. There was overwhelming feedback, both anecdotal and through the survey, of the major benefits of Z buses. Okay. Quietness, smoother ride, modern vehicle. There are a few, but I'll get the details to give you.
How was the survey administered? Was it administered at the time of the trip, or was it sent to them afterwards? Or
online. There may have been some feedback given directly, but I believe it was online. But let me check the details to give you the accurate facts.
Sure. And obviously beyond the emission savings and satisfaction, what other things were noted during the trial? Were there any challenges noted, like maintenance downtime, any failures to charge, any differences in performance during different weather events, etc.? Was any of that observed in the trial?
I do not believe so. In fact, even the people who are a little bit less supportive of electric vehicles were quite surprised by the performance characteristics, even in those regional conditions, and the reliability of the vehicles, and certainly the industry has been quite supportive of the regional trial, and we continue to trial those vehicles now.
Okay, what other areas are you trialling them in besides Tweed Heads?
There's 16, I think, vehicles overall. We've had both hydrogen and zero emission vehicles down in Wollongong, and obviously we're looking across the states to ensure that these vehicles are capable of dealing with all conditions.
Okay. Do you have any metrics around running costs on these trial buses compared to the more traditional buses? So like fuel, maintenance, etc.
Again, not on the details of the trial. That may be possible, but I think overall we're seeing a significant reduction in cost in 2 areas. One is the equivalent fuel costs, because one of the great things we can do is procure electricity in bulk, because we will be sharing those costs in the future, and certainly going forward with a Sydney Train, Sydney Metro, light rail. And the other thing is the actual cost, far less moving parts compared with an internal combustion engine. We're seeing reliability and general maintenance is reduced on electric vehicles.
Okay. Are you able to, on notice, come back with any quantitative figures?
See what we've got
around
as an
that?
industry. Obviously, in other countries, they're about 10 years ahead of us, so they've certainly got a lot of data which is publicly available on comparison of costs, diesel versus zero-emission vehicles.
Sure. The press release obviously talks about, that the trial has proven, I guess, proof of concept, and we can now get on and do it with all the buses across the state. Have we got any estimated capital or operational costs in terms of that transition to a full electric regional bus fleet?
I think, as stated, I think publicly, that the conversion across to zero-emission fleet in the regional context is till 2047, if I remember rightly. And there will be many diesels out there for many years to come, hopefully the more modern ones, which have low emission Euro 6 engines. But I think over time, already battery technology is proving that range improvements, we've seen this in the car industry, but already bus vehicles are now getting range improvements and reliability issues as more and more of these things are either manufactured locally or brought in from other countries.
And the other, obviously Tweed Heads is pretty flat. Are we testing these buses in other areas that have, I guess, more harsher conditions in terms of straight on batteries and power, like, somewhere like the Blue Mountains or Snowy Mountains, where there's there's that different terrain that offers different challenges or stresses?
Wollongong, even Tweed Heads, if you go up to the hospital, it's a little hill up there, but I certainly think we are also looking at extreme conditions, cold temperatures, extreme heat, testing air conditioning. So far the trial has coped with most of those experiences within regional towns, and therefore, but we aren't complacent, and I think we continue to ensure that these products do cope with the quite harsh and unique conditions of Australia and New South Wales.
Have there been any reported breakdowns of these vehicles?
Like diesel vehicles, and occasionally electric ones do break down, but on average, and if you're looking across the 220 vehicles that we have which are electric, despite some of them showing a little bit of infant mortality, especially those locally built, we have seen improvement, and certainly the reliability. One of the advantages is that there are far less moving parts.
So can I just take you, did you just say that we're experiencing, was it a bit of infant mortality in the ones that are locally built?
Yeah, because, I've said this publicly, when people build 77,000 vehicles, you've got a pretty good reliability curve. The important thing about locally built vehicles, and they are proving to be pretty good, is that the first few do start to shake out some of those issues. And we had that, and I know there was a view about the reputation of one manufacturer, but now we're seeing good reliability of those vehicles. And whilst you may be able to sort of say, well, how this thing broke down yesterday or today, we are seeing lots of electric vehicles running and proving very reliable.
Is there any, in terms of the breakdowns, is there any metrics or qualitative data around, I guess, time it takes to get those vehicles back on the road versus the more traditional diesel buses? Or
I haven't got that data. Quite often, sometimes it's a bit like matched trains. It's resetting the system, bringing the vehicle to life again, rather than towing it back because it's destroyed its engine.
Yeah, okay. But there's no data available?
Well, there may be. We get a lot of data every day. I could take on notice to have a look and see whether there's any trends, but generally and only qualitatively, we're seeing good reliability of electric vehicles.
Yeah, if you could just take on notice any data on, I guess restart time, if it's a case of hitting the reset button, or
switch off, start again.
That'd be good. I think that's all I have for that. Mr. Rodriguez, can I just ask some questions of you regarding the $1.9 million allocated to Illawarra, Wollongong and Shoalhaven nighttime districts?
Yes, through the Uptown program, I think
yes.
you're referring to.
Yes. What specific criteria was used to allocate that 1.9 million across the 10 selected districts?
That program has been opened up to across Greater Sydney and those other areas. It's a competitive process, and district teams are invited to apply. They are then assessed by a panel. Recommendations are made.
Are there any weightings applied for, now that we've broadened it to include Wollongong and Shoalhaven, are there any weightings to, I guess, to provide, not necessarily advantage, but provide more opportunity for some of those, I guess, less resourced districts or precincts the ability to be successful?
I guess the first part of the program is an accelerated program, so where it's an educational capacity building exercise, and then it's followed by the grant program. The point of the capacity building exercise is to obviously give people the skills that they need, so that they're well placed to apply for the grants. I think if you're asking if there was a provision for preferred funding, I might need to take that on notice. On a geographic basis, I might need to take that on notice.
Sure. And how are we going to measure the success of these uptown funded districts? Like what metrics are we going to use?
So the Uptown program itself has had one round of evaluation, and that's been used to inform development of the program. These districts we are observing take time to form and build. Ultimately, what we're trying to achieve with them is sustainability and repeat visitation over the long term, and alignment. There are multiple measures for the success of that. They will include things like footfall, like business confidence, but also behind the program design is the ambition for these districts to start attracting other benefits through partnerships, council support, and even commercial arrangements with third-party sponsors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackie Munro.
Thank you, Chair, and staying with you, Mr. Rodriguez. On special entertainment precincts, I asked you earlier in the year about how progress had been made, and you said that the Enmore Road one was operational, and then 2 were receiving grants in Burwood and Fairfield councils, and then there were 6 listed as going on, having detailed applications ongoing. Could you please provide me an update about the special entertainment precinct status for all of those councils, please?
Yes, so I'll provide you the information that I have. Yes, there's the permanent Enmore Road precinct, 6 trial special entertainment precincts in Balmain, Dulwich Hill, Leichhardt, Marrickville North, Marrickville Town Centre and Rozelle. There's 20 councils that have passed resolutions to investigate or establish entertainment precincts. Then the grant funding that's been announced is in, as you said, correct for Burwood Council. I can give you the numbers if you like, or just rattle off the names or both. Burwood Council $195,000, Fairfield City Council for 2 special entertainment precincts, one in Canley Vale and one in Canley Heights, for $183,308. Hornsby Shire for Hornsby Town Centre for $200,000. Byron Shire Council for Byron Bay $162,000. Northern Beaches for Manly $173,000. $173,760. Southern Shire for Cronulla for $187,330.
And when are those intended to be rolled out, or have they been given the money?
Yes, well, they've entered into funding agreements, and I imagine, I can confirm on notice, but I imagine that the funds may have been transferred. Just to be clear with this is not for the trials to start. This is so that the councils can do the work so that they're in a position to commence the trials. And important to note that that work includes, so special practices do two things primarily. One is to allow council to designate a specified area, designate the length of trading hours and the noise levels. And those things need to be done on the basis of the council having a plan for its nighttime economy, number one. Number two, in consultation with residents and businesses. And then in order to achieve it, work with the relevant experts around acoustics and things of the like. So the funding is for that.
So do they have a time frame in which to complete that work to receive the funds, or are the funds delivered and then they report back to you within a particular time frame?
Yeah,
What
maybe
is
to
that?
take the exact detail on notice, but the general way it works is they are funded, there's a funding agreement, there's criteria that they have to establish, and then those funds would be acquitted. But maybe it would be an expected outcome, though maybe not desired, but that if it isn't going to work, it's not going to work. And I think it's an important point to make because an announcement in relation to the funding is not an announcement about a special entertainment precinct starting. And I think there has been a bit of a communication challenge with that principle. And so I'm quite at pains to make sure that communities understand that this is the beginning of a process, not the end, and that it's very deliberately designed to be a tool for councils so who know their communities and can work out the local conditions that are suitable to trade. So the City of Sydney, for example, has taken a view around its traditional late night areas that it may have longer trade, as it has in Parramatta, as Parramatta Council have done, but that may not be the case in Fairfield or
I understand.
in Hornsby.
So is there a timeline in which the councils have to get back to you essentially with a result?
Well, I'll take it on notice, but our team is working quite closely with the councils through this process, and they they're quite engaged and working proactively to it. As you can imagine, all communities are different, so the manner in which community engagement is done and the response from that may be a factor, plus council meetings and things of that nature. So, for example, the City of Sydney...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm just mindful of the time, so I appreciate that.
No
I'll
worries.
just...
Can take it on notice if you like, Mr. Rodriguez. We'll
If there's
be
anything
delighted to
extra.
hear the detail in writing.
Sorry.
Okay, wonderful.
Much appreciated, if I may, Chair. Thank you so much. Sorry, we're just sharing
No, it's okay.
time. My
That's all.
colleague is very mindful and courteous that way, and I thank her for that. I have some questions, Mr. Logland, about assets, train assets and maintenance. Our favourite topic, in a bloom, if you like. Is the Sydney Trains asset management and maintenance task being delivered as per the required works schedule?
Broadly, yes. So we are delivering
It's not tomorrow, it's happening.
We're delivering our annual works program as per our priorities across the network, particularly safety critical maintenance. We have had a difficult year during the financial year 24-25, the year that we've just finished, related primarily to industrial actions. So we've had a number of weekend possessions that were cancelled during that period, and we have seen the flow-on impacts on reliability across the network in terms of asset failure and lack of reliability. The good news is that we are closing out a lot of work. So temporary speed restrictions were 65 in February. They're now sitting at 12. So that's really helping us speed the network up and keep trains running on time. Our target is to get that under 10, and we're very close to that.
All right, well, beds are burning, Mr. Longland. I mean, is the maintenance schedule being delivered on time, or are you saying that realistically it's a little bit behind? No judgment. Is it's slightly behind because of those things you mentioned?
The catching up on the weekend works. We have allowed for the remainder of this calendar year. So by the end of calendar year 2025, we will have caught up that weekend work that was lost during the period of protected industrial action, particularly even the last two weekends. Last weekend, on the line between Sydney and Newcastle, $9.5 million worth of work was delivered. The weekend prior to that, we talked about the South Coast earlier, $10 million worth of work on the T4 and South Coast on that weekend. So we're doing a lot of concentrated work on weekends to catch up on that maintenance that was lost over that period of industrial action and get the network back in shape.
For which I note back pay was paid, but nonetheless, I'll move on. The less I know, the better. So if not, how many maintenance interventions are overdue?
Look, I'd need to take that question on notice in terms of the network, the statistic. It does change week to week depending on the work orders that come in and the work that's undertaken.
Okay, but as at today, perhaps that would be very helpful. And does the asset management database accurately reflect this? If you could perhaps take that on notice as well.
Yes, we have a detailed system that tracks all of our maintenance orders and the condition of the assets. So yes, it is accurate. And yes, as works are undertaken, they're included in that database.
Okay, I just have some questions on buses. Perhaps if Mr. Collins wants to come forward while he's doing that, I'll continue on a couple of these lines, if I may. So are overdue works and their criticality reported to the Sydney Trains Executive on a regular, for example, monthly basis?
Yes, so we have a number of executive report-ins. We have a performance meeting once a month. So that's where the heads of each of our operating functions report in the status of their function. And then we have an overall executive committee meeting once a month where we look at the status of our not only our performance but also what's happening across the network.
Okay, so is Sydney Trains, would you say, aware of how many of these overdue works are critical and have the potential to impact on the safety and operability of the railway?
So yes, I mentioned earlier about safety, critical maintenance. That has always been a priority, and to be fair to the unions involved, that was always a priority during industrial action. Anything related to safety was always prioritised, and those works were always delivered. Where we had issues was around the reliability works. So some of our major upgrades, re-railing, points, a number of these signalling upgrades, they have been delayed as a result of that action.
Yeah. All right, and so are there plans in place to correct this?
Yes, so I spoke earlier about the work we're doing to catch up on those weekend works, which is underway at the moment. We're also doing a targeted program, particularly in the inner west, looking sort of Strathfield into the city and also the city circle, looking at power assets, signalling and track. That's the part of the network that really makes a big difference given the number of lines that move through that part of the rail network.
Okay, and then how many, I guess, it's a big question I suppose, but how many corrective maintenance interventions have been undertaken outside of the schedule evening or PM work cycle in the past 12 months?
In the past 12 months? So if you're happy, I'll include that in the question
Thank
I took
you.
on notice about the current status of any works that are outstanding.
Okay, and you might kindly, if you minded to take this on notice as well, how many of those corrective maintenance interventions have been the result of evening or PM works not being undertaken as per the work schedule or have not been undertaken correctly?
Right, so this is about night possession, not weekends?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yes, we can have a look at that.
Okay, I think you call them PM works, but either phrase is fine. Can I ask them, was the overhead wire failure near to Auburn earlier in the year the result of those PM works having not been carried out or not carried out correctly?
Yes, so the incident at Homebush that you're referring to on the 20th of May, that is obviously the subject of the review that is underway. We have undertaken our own assessment of the incident within Sydney Trains. That indicates that the inspections that were due to be undertaken were undertaken as per the plan. That section of wiring was inspected in early April and the incident occurred in May, so it was within its inspection window in terms of the inspections undertaken. The wire was found to be thin wire that failed. The nature of the degradation of that wire is work that we're continuing to do.
So how was it approved and it still failed?
Well, that is the subject of the work that's underway in the review. So the inspection methodology that was used, was it appropriate? Should it have picked up this failure in the asset? What we do know is that the inspection was undertaken per the schedule and the results of that inspection were included in the asset management database we spoke about earlier.
But that's, I mean, it's quite a significant thing, isn't it? I mean, what confidence can the public have given that if things are being ticked off and a month later they're failing, what confidence can the public have in this inspection protocol?
Well, I certainly appreciate your perspective, and the question is around, could this happen anywhere else on the network? These sorts of incidents are obviously very rare. In my time in Sydney Trains, probably one or two. We've had issues with the overhead wiring. When they do occur, they are significant. Since the incident at Homebush in May, we've undertaken not only inspections of those particular types of wiring where we have crossovers or forking points, we've also looked at the survey across the broader network to understand any other risk areas, and we're working through that process. So absolutely we're addressing the inspection process, because clearly there was a problem that this wire was inspected and then failed a month later.
Yeah. Why was the gentleman fired after the from Sydney Trains after this incident?
So I'm not sure the gentleman you're referring to.
Well, a Sydney Trains employee related to the inspection.
So there was one of our executive that isn't with us any longer. Yes, correct. And it wasn't related specifically to that incident, just for the record.
Did he resign?
His contract between Mr Murray and I, he has left the organisation.
Yes, but he didn't resign. He was terminated. That's correct, isn't it?
Look, I think the language in terms of his contract came to an end and he left the organisation.
Mm-hmm. All right. We may come back to that. And then, so regarding the freight, actually I might come back to that. Mr Collins, if I may turn to you. Just in relation to the 680 bus route in the Redbank estate, mindful that I'm sure you probably do know every single bus route, but
I'm learning.
But I'll forgive you if you don't. But I wouldn't be surprised. Representations have been made regarding to the Minister regarding the expansion of bus services in North Richmond, specifically to include a loop within the Redbank estate for the 680 bus route from Richmond to Bowen Mountain via Grossvale and Grosswold. Can you confirm if these requests have been brought to your attention, investigated, progressed?
I will. Surprisingly, that's one I haven't got my mind around entirely, but I will.
I'm glad I could bring it to
I will take on board. Obviously, we have had many requests for many additional bus routes. As you know, the government is focusing on Western Sydney bus.
Sure, but I'm just asking about this particular
Let
one.
me take on notice the 680 Redbank, I think you said, to North Richmond.
Yep, there are a request for a loop within the Redbank estate.
Yeah, it's not in my notes, so I will take it away and take on notice.
If you could take on notice and confirm whether those requests have been actioned, investigated, brought to your attention, what progress might have been made on those.
Yep.
And also if you could perhaps take on notice, I'd be appreciative of what stage that might be, if it has been actioned, what stage it might be at.
Okay.
And if the department's considered opinion does support additional stops, could you advise the likely timeframe?
Will do.
For this to be implemented and the likely cost?
We'll look at that. Obviously, part of the work we're doing with Ms Mayers is obviously the bus review, but I will look up that one and see what inquiries have been made regarding 680.
Thank you. I guess it's important to that community, bearing in mind that entire community shouldn't be limited to using, because it's a whole estate community, shouldn't be limited to using a car.
Correct.
When they are they're very keen to embrace public transport, and they're keen to use it. So it would be interesting to see what the department's view is of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
I do have the numbers if you want of 921. I can rattle those off for you of the 921 vehicles.
Do you mind if we do that at the end, Mr Collins? I have 3 minutes and I'd be very appreciative of hearing it, but I do just want to get to one final
Sure.
area, if I may, and I'm not sure who this might involve. The freight strategy.
Freight reform plan.
Yep. As part of the New South Wales freight strategy, Ms Mears, it has a list of the public-private investment opportunities that have been developed to fast-track shovel-ready projects. You're nodding in agreement. You're familiar with it?
Listening.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
you're listening.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
thank you.
listening.
You're being generous.
Yeah.
So those fast-track shovel-ready projects aimed at boosting productivity and economic infrastructure, has that been developed? Do you know?
So we are just working through the short, medium and long-term opportunities that the report identified and coming up with the program of what we will be working on.
Mhm.
So we have not commenced any specific work on that just yet.
All right, so that hasn't happened, in short.
No.
Not no judgment, just hasn't.
No.
Okay. The Minister, as I understand it, has requested Dr. Kerry Schott to prepare an additional report. You're nodding.
Yeah, on freight at night.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. To the freight strategy on freight at night and the importance of the 24/7 economy. When will that report be made available?
I will have to take that on notice and come back to you. I'm unaware of the time frame.
Okay. There is a time frame, presumably.
I'm sure there is. I'm not across it. Sorry.
Thank you so much. And one of the New South Wales Labor government's election commitments was to increase freight carried by rail and to subsidise rail usage. What progress has been made in delivering that commitment?
Yeah, again, if that is part of the freight reform report, we're just working through the program at the moment.
All right, but if it's not part of freight reform, if it's part of...
I haven't got any information on that at hand.
All right, so you'll take that on notice also, thank you. And since the government took office in 2023, New South Wales has experienced significant industrial action. I think we all understand that. What steps are being taken to mitigate disruption to the freight and supply chains?
I think that's a question for Mr. Longland.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms Mayers. I think the engagement with the freight industry is regular and it's ongoing, and we certainly appreciate the importance of a connected supply chain through the metropolitan part of Sydney.
So do we when we're waiting for our deliveries, yeah.
And the good news is that not only are we now measuring performance, we're also reporting that back to the freight companies so they can track what's happening on the network. We've got a dedicated freight lead in the Rail Operations Centre. So on the day of operations, when there's an incident, we're able to manage the balance between passenger and freight needs to make sure that they've got a seat at the table.
Okay, and they can contact directly through that lead.
That's correct.
Person. Okay, that's very helpful. And that is something that was that utilised during or as a result of the industrial action experience?
It was something we worked on probably over the last 12 months.
Thank
not
you.
specifically related to industrial
just one
action.
last question in the time I've got to Mr. Murray, if I may. How many independent reviews or reports has this government commissioned and received since the election in relation to Transport for New South Wales?
I'd have to take that on notice. The government has been clear about the reviews that were in place, the bus task force, the rail review. They were the significant ones to enable Transport for New South Wales to calibrate with service delivery challenges, but there has been some others that have been mentioned. They're all of different size in regards to what's been completed, but they've helped us form new strategies and policies. I can get you that list on notice.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, Chair, if I may, just for example, there was one train review with 2 reports. So if you could list those as itemised items, that would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Murray, with the plan to cut 950 jobs, how much of those 950 jobs are envisaged that they will be senior service executives?
Of those 950, that does not include senior executives within Transport. The senior executive target within Transport is 300 roles within 3 years.
And why is that? So I understand that the executive, which has ballooned out, according to a number of people that are speaking to me about this, to 1,100, is that correct?
That's right. That is, and when we say senior executives, obviously that's the top 4 senior bands of staff member in the organisation.
So 1,100 staff out of a workforce of?
30,000.
30,000, and they earn between, what's the pay scale?
I'd have to take that on notice.
I've got here between 250,000 and 700,000. Does that sound about right?
That would be this. I would think the lower end of that is the starting point under the general government sector. Yes.
And so why wouldn't, out of this, the department has been told to find $279 million in labour savings. Why wouldn't the TSSEs be considered as part of that? It's actually broader than that, Ms. Fairman. So that the people-related savings that we are attempting to achieve at the moment are around about $600 million. Of that, the senior executive reductions, which will amount to about a 30% reduction in senior executives, are included in that $600 million. The $279 million target is what we've loosely attached to the senior manager and award staff numbers that would also make up some of those savings. And what we've said is we've tried to envisage what the number of roles that could be impacted would look like, but we are driving a dollar-related saving, not a headcount-related savings. But we've tried to quantify that for staff because it's the first question that was asked is how many people could be impacted. Yeah, and is it also correct to say that there is an enormous voluntary redundancy entitlements liability, if you like, in terms of the senior executives of requiring 38 weeks pay regardless of their length of employment? Yeah, that is the senior executive, that is the standard, what's the separation terms under a senior executive contract. There has been an early exit program put in place for the senior executive, which has enabled us to move more than 200 roles already out, which is more than 17% of the senior executive. We are continuing that process with 100 more roles to go in that restructure. In regards to the senior manager ranks, the unions also asked us to consider an early exit voluntary program there, and we have conducted an expression of interest, which we'll now review. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to... I might add, if it's of interest, that in terms of other measures that have been included in the budget statistics, we have reduced the number of people coming into Transport for New South Wales by more than 39% over the past financial year. We have reduced labour hire, Ms Boyd was asking the question earlier, but by more than 50% since June 2023, and we have reduced managed services arrangements, so professional services contractors, by 25%. Then if we add senior executives being reduced by around 30%, you'll see that the senior managers and awards savings or job changes would amount to about 7%. So we really are trying to prioritise those high value, high expense ends of the workforce, but we have been clear with our people and with the unions that we have to make savings across the board to reshape the organisation for the priorities that we have. Thank you. I want to go back to the questions that I was asking earlier about the signalling work with Sydney Trains. Now, was there a $50 million contract that was awarded in 2021 to Prometheus to implement an electronic permitting system, which apparently failed to deliver? Is that correct, Mr. Longland?
Yes, I'm happy to respond to that question. I would need to have a look at the details and provide that on notice if that's okay. I am aware of the company, and the project was, it's related to a program of work around electrical isolations on the network, so switching and permitting and the ability to turn the power on and off quicker on the overhead power network. So I've been told that that Prometheus, they've been taken off that contract. So it would be good to know whether how much of that $50 million has been has come back to the Sydney Trains, and how much we didn't recover. And also that there's a contract now worth around $450 million that was recently awarded to Sistra for similar work. Sure, I'm happy to have a look at the details that I can provide around Prometheus and Sistra. Again, that work, the program of work is ongoing. Nothing has stopped in terms of the supplier's role, the cost of their work and what's been delivered. I'm happy to take that on notice and we'll include both of those suppliers in the same response.
So what's your response to the senior members within Sydney Trains that have outlined in detail with management how there is internal capacity, in fact, to deliver the electrical permitting system in-house without relying on external contractors? Do you clearly not think that's the case?
And I have not across the specific details of your question in terms of which senior members or what they've shared. What I can say on principle is that my preference and our preference as an organisation is always to insource where we can and use the skills of our own people rather than bringing in additional. This program of work has been running for a number of years. It's complex both from a safety perspective, clearly dealing with high voltage power, but also from an industrial perspective around the roles of our teams and how that would interact with future technology. So complex program of work, a very important part of modernising the rail network, looking at making our switching more efficient, particularly when dealing with major incidents, being able to turn the power off quickly, not just related to infrastructure, but more importantly to incidents of community safety on the network. We often need to turn the power off if there's a risk to somebody's safety.
But at this point, it looks like we're talking $500 million potentially to do this work that you're saying needs to be outsourced, but the workers who are within Sydney Trains who have the skills are saying that they can do so. They can do this work. So what is that? It's like $500 million disconnect. Surely we should be spending that internally if we can.
In response to your question, respectfully, the $500 million figure is your figure, and I've committed I would come back on notice and provide the details of those two companies and what we've invested. It's a large multi-year program of work, and as with any of these programs of work, the investment is in the development of the system. This is a complex, clearly safety critical system. The operation of that system would obviously be our own people doing that. So this is about the planning and the development and the delivery of a system. The operation of that system would be through our own people.
Okay, I'll just, the time I have left, Ms Collins, if you could come up. And Mr Murray, will you commit to having a look at this? You heard the Minister before in terms of the philosophy, principles, if you like, of the government not wanting to privatise anything further within Transport for New South Wales. This does sound like it is potentially a big privatisation, at least of from an operational perspective of some of the workings of New South Wales, of Sydney Trains.
What would you like us to do, Ms Fairman? I'm happy to state our principles
just
back on
being
notice.
Confident that you have oversight of what is potentially $500 million.
Yes, I think if I could, not wanting to take up the time, but we'll answer on notice around the principles of these contracts.
Okay, thank you. Ms Collins, what was Sound New South Wales doing at the time last year when you were looking at the Contemporary Music Festivals Viability Fund? What grants were you looking at or funds were you also working up that would support the smaller music festivals, some of the ones that have indeed cancelled over that same summer? For example, Sold Out Sydney, Lookout Festival in Wollongong and a couple of others. What was Sound New South Wales doing for those?
So the primary support mechanism for festivals for Sound New South Wales is the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund. There is other work being done by other parts of government to support those smaller festivals, including work through the Open Streets program, through Transport for New South Wales, looking at the regulatory process through the Music Festivals panel, and also investments made through Destination New South Wales. So, there's 140 festivals in New South Wales, and we'd love to support all of them. And this is not to say that we won't be looking at ways to better support those smaller festivals in the future. We're developing new programs all the time.
Thank you. Now, what have we got here? 10 minutes.
Me?
Yes, that's right. Sorry. We
That's right.
have Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Moderator, I'll just stick with you with the questions I was asking you before. You spoke about an evaluation of the previous Uptown program round. Is that evaluation publicly available, or are you able to provide that on notice to the committee?
I think it's publicly available, published online, but we can provide it to you.
Yeah, thank you.
The committee if it makes it convenient.
One of the program aims is for the districts to become self-sustainable. Is there any aspirational timeline for this independence? I imagine it might differ. It might differ between districts, but is there any timeline, whether albeit aspirational?
There's no stated timeline for government. The origins of this program came out of the pandemic, so that was the circumstance. And what we've done is provide rounds of funding on a reducing basis to districts. They have to go through a process of acquittal of their original grant and so forth, in order that they find ways of becoming sustainable through other revenue schemes. So in some cases that might be membership schemes, and
so what would be the lowest amount you would offer a district before you cut them off from the sugar heads?
Currently, it's $100,000 is the last round of funding.
Last round of funding.
Yeah.
And
I think if it's helpful, but please, I'm not trying to take up time, but the Community Improvement District Initiative Transport for New South Wales is another model that legislation's passed, regulations that are currently on exhibition, I think, which is another mechanism for businesses and landlords to fund district initiatives.
I wouldn't necessarily compare that program with yours. There's mixed reviews of that program in terms of the trial. How are you going to assess, I guess, whether this investment leads to increases in patronage and it's not just a localised reshuffling? So I know Port Kembla is referencing the example. How are you going to measure that it's not just me and my mates shifting from Taronji Beach Hotel going down to the commercial in Port Kembla? Like, how are you going to measure that impact?
I guess we're able to observe it through the Data After Dark platform over time, which and is one way of monitoring it. It's probably a better way of expressing it. I think it's a good question insofar as we continue to develop or enable districts, and Greater Sydney is a good example of this, with the airport coming online, with metro openings, patronage is moving around. So I guess it's one of those things that Data After Dark is there to just monitor and understand whether the long-term ambitions around the agenda are working. That's about as much as I can say.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Glascott, can you come forward? I just want to ask some questions around the regional theatre, dance and museum tours. So there was $700,000 invested to 10 touring productions. How was that $700,000 figure determined?
So all of our funding rounds go through a competitive funding process. They're assessed by 10 art form boards that have members from the sector.
So how did we come up with the actual figure of we're going to offer 700,000? Did that happen before assessment or after the assessment?
At the start of the year, Create New South Wales allocates certain budget envelopes to the rounds that we have.
Okay. So how was it determined that $700,000 was the right figure in terms of this part of or this grant program?
Yeah, that predates my commencement, so I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, happy for you to do that.
Yeah.
40% of the funded projects were developed by regional artists. Are there any specific strategies you are going to put in place to increase that percentage? So we have more regional artists touring, and it's not just Sydney artists going out to the regions, but regional artists travelling in between regions.
Yeah, that's right. Regional artists, both makers, audiences and organisations, are a key priority of government. They're certainly a priority area in the current ACFP and a key priority area in creative communities. As the Minister mentioned earlier today, we're currently in development for a regional strategy, which is being undertaken with deep consultation right across the regions with sector. This will address some of that as well, we're hoping, and will have targeted support.
Thank you. The jobs that have been created or projected to be created by this grant program, I think it's 60. I think it's the press release quotes. How many of those jobs are going to be full time or ongoing, or is this more of a gig style relationship, for want of a better word, or engagement?
Yeah, applicants note how many jobs are created from their projects. As this is a touring round, it is short-term touring, and the duration varies depending on the project.
Okay. And how are we going to track attendance across this grant program? It notes 76,000 people are expected to attend. Are we going to track the different demographics? Particularly, are we reaching out to be more inclusive of culturally diverse communities, people with disabilities, low-income families? So how are we going to track whether we're hitting those markets?
Yeah, as with any of our funding programs, successful applicants are required to submit acquittal documentation after their events. This, for anything that has ticketed attendance, it depends on their ticketing platforms and how detailed their post-event surveys are as to how detailed the demographics go into. But certainly, again, culturally and linguistically diverse audiences, deaf and disabled audiences, youth audiences, regional audiences are all key priorities for Create New South Wales.
But Create New South Wales aren't mandating any reporting based on that. You're just relying on, I guess, the functional limitations or abilities of the different ticketing programs to decide what gets reported.
Our acquittal documentation asks for that information, yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And if they can't provide that information because their ticketing system provider doesn't collate it, what's your response to that then?
I would have to take that on notice. I'm not across what the process is in relation to how we assess those acquittals.
Sure, if you could, just take that last question on notice, and that is all for me, Chair.
Thank you. Coming back to Ms. Collins now. Thank you. So I just wanted to, you said in terms of different funding for festivals that don't meet the eligibility criteria that just 5 festivals applied for, recognising that quite a few have cancelled over the last 18 months because of most of what they say are rising costs. You said the Open Streets program. I thought that was just for councils.
But it's also for community. So if you're talking about grassroots and councils delivering events that involve musicians, that's one of the programs that is supporting.
But music festivals can't apply for that.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
But it is support for music
there's
activity.
Rising costs. That's what I'm asking. Grants for music festivals. So the second one, you said Transport for New South Wales. I note the Minister also said that in the article that appeared in the paper about the fact that Fuzzy is owned by Superstruck, which is owned by KKR, which has links to the Israeli government. What about Transport for New South Wales? Which ones go to music festivals?
So the Open Streets program is, I believe, a program of transport.
So that doesn't go to music festivals?
No.
Destination New South Wales?
Yes, so there's a list that I don't have in front of me, but there are festivals like Wanderer Festival on the South Coast, Mundi Bash, Yours and Ours, Laneway. Like, these are festivals that have been supported through Destination New South Wales.
Is there a reason why Sound New South Wales doesn't have a grant program for festivals that have less than 15,000 people? If you look at the Music Festival Act, I mean, that's not just to support large-scale music festivals. Is there a reason why Sound New South Wales is just focusing on this select few?
So one of the primary reasons behind supporting major music festivals in New South Wales was really, there's a few key factors that inform that decision. One being about the significant cultural and economic impact. The $2.25 million that we invested in those 5 festivals supported 6,500 jobs. And those festivals of that scale are also really crucial to the broader contemporary music ecosystem in terms of sideshows and the flow-on effect to local artists and venues. So whilst we absolutely value smaller music festivals and we'll be looking to support them in the future, in this short-term program, we had to focus on a targeted area.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, if I might, Mr Collins, if you could come forward, Mr Murray, Ms Maud Page. While you're coming forward, can I ask you, Mr Murray, to take on notice, just given I've got 1 minute 48 seconds, just actually I'll start with you, Mr Collins. The zero emission buses,
Yes.
I invite you to take on notice under the zero emission bus program. Could you inform the committee how many buses have been ordered up to the end of last financial year? A. B. How many are expected to be ordered this financial year? And C. How many are expected to be ordered next financial year?
I can certainly
Thank you.
take that
Mr.
on notice.
Murray, if I may,
Yes, Ms. Ward.
can I ask you to take on notice, if you would be so kind, in relation to the Transport for New South Wales social media entity. Does Transport for New South Wales have a social media policy for its own pages? And could you provide that on notice to the committee?
Yes, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Could you also take on notice how many people are employed to run Transport for New South Wales social media pages?
Yes.
And how many people are employed by Transport for New South Wales in a communications or marketing function?
Yes, we can respond on that.
Ms Page, given the reduction in funding to the Art Gallery of New South Wales, are you considering increasing ticket prices to exhibitions?
We're considering everything in terms of revenue streams.
Okay, and are you intending to cut staff as a result of the funding cuts?
At the moment, as you know, we are doing a change management plan, so it's a proposed one. So yes, there are proposed cuts.
What's the range of staff cuts that you're looking at?
Look, as you know, it's been quite well documented through the PSA. So what we're looking for is we need to find revenue of $7.5 million.
And just quickly, in terms of increasing ticket prices for exhibitions, are you looking at removing free entry to the art gallery?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
So that is one I can categorically say we will not do that.
So it's about increasing ticket prices.
Order. I gave you one. Sorry, Ms Collins, come back. I didn't. Sorry, and I've only got, sorry to say that so rudely. I've just got 2 minutes. Ms Collins, in terms of Sound New South Wales's budget, have you expended your budget, the budget allocated to Sound New South Wales now? I think last time there was a underspend of
Yes,
a few million
for
at least.
the 24-25 financial year, we expended our budget fully.
And what was the budget again?
So the total budget was 18.9 million.
Okay, and so in terms of the the wages and salary, was that the same in terms of both years? Or I suppose you've got more staff, is that correct?
Sorry, how do you mean
so how many staff?
Over the 2 years?
Yes, how many staff does Sound New South Wales have now?
So as at 19th of June, we had 12.
Okay, and the wages and salary, how much did you spend on that in the previous financial year?
So in 24-25, we spent 2.064 million.
That's the last financial year, is that correct?
Yes, and the year before was 1.7 million.
Okay. So can I just, is Sound New South Wales then, in terms of the grants to music festivals, are you actively considering looking at a grant program to support those smaller music festivals?
We are looking at a range of sort of investment programs coming into this new financial year, specifically looking at grassroots community, festivals and artists.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, may I, with your indulgence and the rest of the colleagues, just
I heard this.
if it's all right, I just want to extend a thanks to Transport for New South Wales staff. I note that there was a very large protest on the Harbour Bridge. I'm not commenting on the protest one way or the other, but I just wanted to shout out because they facilitated the protest. It was enormous, and obviously they did so and facilitated thousands of people being there safely on very short notice, and I just thought it was important. Clearly they did a lot of work to make sure that people got there and they were safe, and I just wanted to say that they did a really good job managing thousands of people and thank them coming into the city without incident. So if I may just extend that to
Thank you, that's appreciated by the team.
Thank you. Maybe just put on the record, it was about over 300,000 in fact. With that, government questions.
Just wanted to afford an opportunity to any of the witnesses today, whether there's any issues that they wish to clarify or other matters.
Reliability.
Thank you. If you're comfortable, I'll just clarify a point. I think we were asked earlier about the performance of the T4 line in the AM peak this morning. I did receive advice from the Rail Operations Centre that we delivered on time, running at 94.2% this morning for the AM peak between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. And the longest delay was a 13-minute delay at Walleye Creek as a result of a train with a fault with its doors. So we haven't had any records of hour-long delays on the network, any part of the network today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your attendance.
So I think there might have been some answers that some of you were kindly going to bring back on the 921
Well,
buses.
I think if they would have brought them back, they would have brought them back
Okay.
by now.
Sorry, they offered earlier,
Oh.
but yes.
That was the opportunity then to potentially get any of that, which they haven't.
We'll deliver those on notice,
Yes.
as noted. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much once again for appearing before this committee. Thank you very much for the work you do. And obviously the Secretariat will be in touch with any supplementary questions or questions you took on notice. Thank you. And
Thank you.
that's the end of our hearing.